Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Annabel. We can't sing the rest because we can't sing we can't sing the rest. It's isn't it monetized? I mean it's a yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, so yeah, so sorry. That's all you get, Annabelle. Because because is that right? It, yeah. No, I don't know which song is actually was it Happy Birthday? That's monetized. Yeah, I don't remember. Who knows? With YouTube's new algorithm stuff, will probably get flagged anyways. Probably think it's some kind of new Beyonce song. We're going on tour next week. But anyways, Annabelle, happy birthday. I know you probably ain't watching. You probably won't watch, but in case you ever do, happy birthday. You made it another year. You're not dead. Much to the dismay of some people, probably, I'm sure. But no, I'm kidding. We love you, Annabelle. We love you. So anyways, we're having an open hangout. I know. Um, we're having an open hangout. Nothing spectacular. Not a lot to talk about. A couple dumb fuckery things happened this morning. Smokin joined Drag's live feed. Came in, said some stupid shit and left. And then Ronnie posted a couple stupid things, and C. Brown posted a couple stupid things. Um, I don't know where you want to begin. I mean, oh, by the way, I am actually broadcasting this in a little higher resolution, so let me know if the feed's okay. If you notice in the video feed is a little clearer. I don't know if it's going to have problems. So far, it seems to be okay, so let me know on the outside feed. The H2X. Yeah. Yeah, he said some stupid shit the other day. Well, I don't even know where to begin. I think I'll begin with the video that Ronnie had posted on Jonathan Wells. Uh, Jade should be joining us soon. I sent her the invite. She wanted to join because she has actually read a lot from Wells. Wells, if you guys don't know, is a double major PhD in religious studies and biology who decided to abandon all science, which I don't think he ever really was true to science to begin with, to become a ID proponent. He actually was a member of the Unification Church, the follower of Father Moon, right? If you guys remember the Moonies. So he has a lot of like weird views, but all he does now is just puts out misinformation that idiots like Ronnie and C. Brown just lap up. Even the fact that was funny because I even posted something refuting what Wells was saying, just with a cursory amount of looking into what he was talking about, and of course Spoken said, "Well, I'm going to trust him over you." I'm like, "But you didn't even look into the refutation. You just blindly agreed with him, regardless of what he even said. What does that tell you about confirmation bias?" Well, that's so true. I mean, look at first of all, he doesn't have the skills, neither does True, to actually evaluate anything, determine what's true and what's not. I have no doubt they have zero critical thinking skills. Let's say that out the outright. But the fact that they don't want to makes it even doubly worse, because it's not so much that everybody can look into this stuff and maybe understand where faults lie. I get that, right? Some people have a little bit higher skill set, but to not even want to know the truth and just accept things blindly, and then the audacity to try to condemn other people for wanting to know the truth and wanting to learn something, that to me is far worse. They can't hear you, Drag. Oh wait, they can't hear you. They can only hear me. Can you guys hear? Let's see here. Can you guys hear Heavy? Let's ask them. Because maybe just we only hear me. Okay, let me reset this real quick. Let me try something. 1 second. We had this problem last time, and I don't remember what we did. So let me try this. Okay, now. Okay, now can you guys hear him? Well, let's see if the outside can. Nope, they can't. Drag. Maybe you guys need to reload. I don't know. We had this problem before, and I keep forgetting how we fixed it. Well, hang on. Let's see if that solves the problem. Drag, you talk. Can you guys hear Drag? Yeah, it's not that long of a delay, though. Just see here. Oh, yeah, they didn't hear you guys singing, did you? Let me see. My desktop audio is actually 0, so let me. Now, let me start from scratch. 1 sec. Let me just stop and start it. Okay, talk, guys. No. Here's okay. No, here's the thing. I just literally updated OBS this morning, so whatever I did to update it screwed it up. So let's see here. I knew I should have. I knew I shouldn't have updated. Everything's everything copied over. All my settings are the same, but somebody's got some bad static. Okay, so it's my desktop audio. It's not even registering you guys. So they sound like they can hear you, but coming through my headphones. So I'm going to do that just real quick while I get this fixed out. So you guys talk.
Why you screwed around?
Yeah, can you guys hear me through my headphones?
Drag, I seen a video, Drag, about some guy in Florida was fishing from the sewers, and he's catching fish.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, he's looks like he's on a little bit near a bridge, and then I think he pulls up. I can't remember what it was. I think I saw that video.
Sewer salmon.
I don't know how close to the bridge he was. Yeah, but yeah, he was catching them out the sewers. And he went to like two different sewers, and he was pulling out them yellowtail. Yeah, I think they're yellowtail or something like that.
Yeah, I was down in Florida a couple days ago myself.
Well, that's because there's drainage ditches on the sides of the roads to catch rainwater, and then the local bodies of water like the estuaries and whatnot to drain into the Gulf. They're all connected to the sewer system, so you'll have all that stuff draining, and well, not I guess you say the not sewer system, the drainage system. They're all connected to go into the estuary that's built into the Gulf, and that's why you'll have fish going up through them, and passing through different bodies of water. And it's very feasible, just like you saw, to catch, catch fish down there.
It's amazing how they're all connected. I'm near Land Lakes in Orlando, and it's amazing how many of the bodies there. I mean, they're all connected. Everyone has its own alligator too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Every single pond.
I thought the shit about alligators in Florida were just joking. Then my aunt moved to Seabrook, Seacrest, something. Sebring, that's what it was. It was Sebring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And right, we went outside of her neighborhood, and right there, as you were exiting, little drainage ditch was an alligator.
Oh yeah, there's dogs getting scooped up daily. They get too close to the water. I mean, there's signs everywhere saying keep your dogs on a leash, don't let them near the water.
I'm actually a little disappointed. I didn't see any when I was in Florida.
If it's any consolation, you can click on my arcane profile. You can see my aquarium.
Yeah, I managed to. I drove down to Orlando. Drove about 60 miles west of there, and then headed back out.
What town did you go to?
Well, it was just for work. It was
I'm in Altamont.
yeah. I dropped a trailer in Orlando,
Yeah.
near about 60 miles west of there on I-4, and then just hauled ass.
Oh shit. Yeah, I drive. I don't know if you drive an 18-wheeler. I drive an 18-wheeler also. I'm actually in Ohio right now, by Columbus.
Yeah.
I thought you were here in Florida because the skies look
There
exactly
we
like
go.
the dude outside the window.
Now
Your name. Oh, that's your name. I'm the other guy that's a driver as well.
Now I bet they can hear you guys.
Now you sound muffled.
Oh, well, sorry, hang on. Now I bet they can hear you guys.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you got
Alright.
2 truck drivers in the room right now.
Oh yeah, I forgot Mike. Yeah, Mike did recently get a certification.
Yeah, I've been on the road since September.
So let's say they can hear you guys, and then we have to slight echo. No, I don't get any.
Yeah, I don't work weekends, so
I'm over the road.
I'm over the road too, but I don't work weekends. I guess it.
Yeah, I fixed the
I start-
problem. I knew what it was. I know what it was.
That,
Okay, we got to do
went
this
to,
over again because they only heard me singing, and that's going to be really bad on playback.
Oh,
I will be
no,
deleting
had
that.
to sound
I
bad.
will be deleting that out of the Hangout. Just FYI, after this gets uploaded, I'm going to start this right now. So I am completely eliminating that. So that will be forever gone.
Make sure
But
somebody's recording this.
no. Well, this part you can record, yeah, but the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I am just obliterating off this video, which I seldom ever do, but just me singing alone, not ever going to fucking happen. So anyways, let's all sing Annabel a happy birthday. So here we go. Ready? Once again. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday
to you. This is worse than the last time. Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy birthday, dear Annabel. Happy birthday to you.
You guys do suck at singing.
And she's going to kill herself now. She's officially going to end her life after that, and I don't blame her.
She's taking an ice pick to her eardrums as we speak.
I guess I do know how to sing.
There's no way you could get a copyright strike for that. That was
No,
terrible.
there's no way they're going to match that up with shit. No, there's not even a
We
single
might-
note
we'd
that
have-
was
might
even
have to pay for butchering
recognizable.
it.
We were all over the place.
Don't you dare share this watch link. This is going to be this is not one I want to keep up, I don't think.
The med student says it's customary in France to show tits during birthday parties.
Oh, sure, I'll
During
show
birthdays,
mine.
rather.
Yeah, I'll show mine.
That's a
Hey, by the way, I needed to get a part because one of my little adapters broke because there was a piece of shit. So I can't use my newer mic, the newer 700, the real good one. So I'm using my headset until I get this little piece. But I needed something to increase it, so I got free shipping. So I decided to get a webcam. So I will be having a webcam next week. Giving it a try. Oops. Well, that was weird.
Because it seems like he's just copy and pasting stuff, and he doesn't actually understand what it is.
Well, that's loud.
You said it like it's anything new.
Did you guys hear what I said about me getting a webcam?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
We get to see
yeah,
the
it's a scary
answer
thought.
Right.
soon.
And there's Jade.
Hey, Jade.
So Jade, are you there? Mic check.
It's Jade.
Steve, are we off air?
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jade.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're
we're
good.
gonna call you Jade. It just sounds more,
Jade.
more
So
scientific,
proper.
polite, so proper. Jade. But do you want to quickly go over some of that Jonathan Wells crap that that Ronnie had put it up this morning? Because I mean I know who this guy is, and the fact that he's bringing up, it's weird because Ronnie will bring up the fringe, right? The cranks, the kooks, the ones that aren't taken seriously, and he'll prop them up as the paradigm for what he thinks is science, right? He actually thinks these guys are legit scientists, and all these people that are legit scientists he doesn't trust, which is kind of odd. This is back assward.
Right.
If you actually go to Jonathan Wells' Facebook, it's not fucking Facebook, god damn it. If you go to the Wikipedia page, it says there at the bottom of the introductory, and I'm just fucking up everything today. The bottom of the fucking introduction that his assertions are rejected by the scientific community. It says that outright.
Right.
And he's just outright dishonest.
Well,
I mean, he outright misleads people.
But because he's going against the paradigm, that must mean he's right, at least in Ronnie's world.
But see, in True's eyes, that shows how qualified he is.
Well, let me look at something for a minute. So I have Wells' book on Kindle, okay? And I brought it up before making my longer comment. I don't know if you saw my longer comment. Come on, let me get back to this a minute. Anyway, Wells is deliberately deceptive. It is clear that he's an intelligent guy. That's not. It's a shame that he's using his intelligence in this way. Oh, for goodness sakes, would you just get to the freaking part that I want to get to?
So he's doing it for money and fame, then?
No, he's doing it for God.
Oh.
He's a. Go ahead, Steve.
Well,
you explain.
He actually believes that he was called by Father Moon to go into the world to try to disprove Darwinism.
Right.
That's a hefty...
He is a crank.
Who's Father Moon?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The Korean cult leader.
You mean that?
Sort of the unification church?
Oh,
Yes.
of course it's cultish.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Okay.
literally, it is a cult. He is a cultist.
This is the group that used to have mass marriages. You guys remember those?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there'd be like 200 of them, and they'd all have...
And Father Moon would just match them up, and they never even met each other.
Wow.
Okay, let me just. So this is his book called Icons of Evolution.
I wonder how many of those ended up in a divorce.
I wanted
right?
to just read out what the icons, what he's calling the icons are. Curie experiment, Darwin's tree of life, homology invertebrate limbs, Haeckel's embryos, Archaeopteryx, the missing link, Edward Moss, Darwin's finches, four-winged fruit flies, fossil horses and directed evolution, from ape to human, the ultimate icon.
So it's pretty much every Pratt there is.
Yes, pretty much. And of course, he misrepresents all of them.
Where's the fruit fly experiment in that one?
One I posted on is Haeckel's embryos. And I'm actually, just to make it easier, I'm going to read out what I wrote. Ask me questions. That's easier. I said, so in Wells' book, Icons of Evolution, in the section of Haeckel's embryos, Wells shows a picture labeled underneath Figure 5-1, Haeckel's embryos. The problem is that the picture is Romaine's redrawings of Haeckel's embryos. Give him credit, he then mentions that this version of Haeckel's embryos is from George Romaine's 1890 book, Darwin Illustrated, unquote. Reading this will be aware that Romaine's drawings are much cruder than Haeckel's. Wells refers to Haeckel's drawings over and over, and yet instead of showing Haeckel's actual drawings, he shows Romaine's cruder versions.
He's not the only one that's done that, by
Haeckel's
the way.
original drawings. They're in the public domain. Him to use Haeckel's later drawings, since younger creationists either don't know or pretend that those don't exist, because those are the improved versions. It's deliberately deceptive. At a later point, referring to both von Bayer's and Haeckel's hypotheses, Wells says, quote, since both are frequently enlisted in support of Darwinian evolution, ... they're not. What Wells later does is to try to force Haeckel's ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. What is this? It's an interesting though fraudulent exercise. He quotes various textbooks, some of which I have, and misrepresents what's actually being said re embryology and evolution.
Well, and
there's a lot of history here. Okay, go ahead.
So here's the thing, Jade. See, these guys say they want to learn about evolution. They say they want to learn about biology. Instead of going to books like You're in a Fish by Shubin, which is, by the way, if you guys have never read that, go read this book. It's really, really good. It explains a lot of stuff about embryology and how things have developed with the Hox genes and what was it called? The organizer. Did you ever read that book, Jade? You're in a Fish?
Yeah, I did. It's a great book.
Great.
Yeah.
He talks about Tiktaalik too, Steve. It's amazing.
He talks about Tiktaalik, yeah, but he explains. He starts off explaining each, how things have developed, and by embryology, you can show that there's a relationship between species, especially mammals. And I love the part. I just re-looked at this the other day, matter of fact, because I was trying to recall something about the organizer, and there's a portion of the cell that they would cut out and put into another cell. And that organizer changed the way that cell developed, and that organizer section had the Hox genes in it. Eight genes for the homeobox, and it showed how these things literally changed morphologically the structure of an organism. Now, if Ronnie or C. Brown or any of those guys want to understand this topic, why aren't they reading books like You're in a Fish, or reading stuff that actually talk about the biology, rather than trying to parrot these Pratts, points refuted 1,000 times, simpleton stuff that we have gone over so many times ad nauseum, like Haeckel's drawings, or Piltdown Man, or the four winged flies. These things we've discussed numerous times. Why do they keep bringing that shit up like they think there's some major issues there, rather than actually learn what the theory actually talks about? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. And could if I could go on, if it's just a little bit, I would say, okay, so I said there's a lot of history here, which is interesting but one-sided, because I've also looked into this, so to the Darwinian age. Why go back into ancient history? Well, ancient for biology. Everyone knows that Haeckel's drawings are exaggerated. Haeckel even admitted this himself, and Haeckel got a lot of criticism for those drawings during his lifetime. Wells and others, it seems, also don't understand art or printmaking. Yes, Haeckel did use the same woodcut for some figures. He then altered the figures. It takes a lot of work to make a woodcut. It's not unusual for a woodcut to be reused but altered. It has occasionally led to some inadvertently humorous prints. Wells also brings up Richardson's photos. Neither Wells nor Richardson and others mentions that although the photos are wonderful, they represent what Haeckel was illustrating. For one thing, Haeckel removed the embryonic sac before drawing his figures, but Richardson didn't. So, of course, the pictures look far different from Haeckel's drawings. By the way, Haeckel is currently undergoing something of a renaissance, realizing that the scorn heaped upon Haeckel for many decades, which Wells seems to at the same time mention but mostly ignore, is exaggerated. That's what he was, a mid-19th century scientist and illustrator, working with difficult subjects under a rather primitive microscope. His hypothesis, ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, was wrong, but it came from a creative process. Lots of scientific hypotheses have been wrong. That is because science advances. There is no evidence that Haeckel perpetrated a deliberate fraud. Wells repeatedly mentions Darwin, but Darwin was only scratching the surface of evolution. What Darwin thought back then is of historical interest long past Darwin's speculations. However, it seems that all anti-evolutionists must keep Darwin in the forefront and continually demonize him. I think Darwin frightens them. So that was my comment, but I also wanted to, since we're here, point out, because I could have said a lot more. What you said, because he doesn't, the embryos, he goes into the whole gill slit thing.
Pharyngeal pouch.
Yeah, pharyngeal pouches. And yes, at one time they were called gill slits, and sometimes they're called gill.
It's just a misnomer. I mean, typically, correct me if I'm wrong, but typically gill slits are only called gill slits if the adult version of the organism actually has gills.
Right, and today the people are more correct in calling them pharyngeal pouches or
pharyngeal slits.
It's pharyngeal.
Yes.
No, there's something else too that I can't remember. But anyway, we've changed the language because it was so misunderstood. Because gill slit sounded like they actually don't, and we know that. But he doesn't bring in the genetics of how these things. And he tries to say, oh no, these things are vastly different from the very beginning. No, they're formed from the same structures. You know, when you have a fertilized cell, and then it develops in a certain way, and certain parts of the cell becomes what's talked about. So we have certain genes that create pharyngeal pouches, and then we have other genes in different vertebrates that go on to create other things. You know, as you said, in the pharyngeal pouch, they become things like the eustachian tube and the hyoid bone, or part of it, I think. One becomes a hyoid bone. But that's nevertheless form the pharyngeal pouches. And that's the point. He really misses that. I think deliberately.
I think it is deliberate.
I think it is deliberate. It's just so close to being right, but not right. He's very intelligent.
I don't think these people have conceptual errors. You can't give a PhD in biology and not understand something. I think that he does understand it, but he purposefully misleads people because he thinks that's his calling to do so in order to try to discredit Darwinism, which again is antiquated anyways. I don't know what's his fascination with Darwinism is, but when you have people like Ronnie or C. Brown watching that video going, oh, that's, you know, it's making a great case, it just tells you how little they actually know about the topic. It really does.
Well, and as I said, in this portion on Haeckel, he does go into the history of the thought, goes into von Baer and Haeckel, and how Darwin was influenced by von Baer, but kind of misunderstood von Baer. But this is all really interesting.
From a historical perspective, but not as a scientific one, really.
Yes! But it's like he's trying to lay this, build this, that on which he can create his false narrative. You know, it sounds really, really good when you go into history and you go, look at all the detail I've got here, aren't I smart, kind of thing, you know? Yeah, okay, that's really good detail, and some of it you're only showing one side of. He repeatedly refers to Haeckel as being fraudulent and, you know, creating a fraud and so on and so forth. But again, how are you defining the word fraudulent? Are his drawings incorrect? Yeah. He likened them to Haeckel himself likened his work to any kind of illustration. It's like, how many people have seen a drawing of a cell, right? You've taken biology, you see a drawing of cell membrane. It shows the ribosomes, it shows the Golgi bodies, it shows the mitochondria, it shows the nucleus, it shows the nuclear membrane. Is that what a cell actually looks like? No. We all know that's not what a cell actually looks like. It's an illustration to help us understand the parts. And that's what Haeckel likened his illustrations to.
Well, when you ask any of them...
But he got so much flack. Yeah. I was just going to say he got so much flack from this, from time, that he redrew them for a later edition. And you will never see a young Earth creationist... No.
Yeah. You're breaking up a little bit, Jade, by the way. Just a little bit. Not
oh,
much,
okay. Sorry.
Just a little bit.
Okay. Let me...
It's like they're looking at something that was wrong 150 or more years ago, and because it was wrong then, it makes all the modern, the evolution, the modern synthesis of evolution or whatever, makes that all wrong too. It's still wrong.
Yeah, and you asked him, how does it make it wrong? Let's assume, just for arguendo, that everything Haeckel did was fraudulent, which, by the way, I completely do not think it was by any stretch of the imagination. But let's assume that it was. How does that change a damn thing in modern evolutionary synthesis? Nothing. It doesn't make a bit of difference. That's how desperate they have to go to find these errors. And I don't think that they're even trying to do so to try to discredit evolution so much as get people to believe that evolution is wrong. They're trying to convince people of a fraud. They're fraud. Young Earth creationists, people like Wells, Intelligent Design, they're committing fraud, outright committing fraud. And they're using information like this to do it because they know there are people like Ronnie and C. Brown who will not go and actually learn about something properly. They refuse to do it. And they know there's a market for that. And they're right. They're absolutely right. That's why fraud is rampant in these types of things, but only among these idiots that don't bother to go actually open an actual book and read something for a change.
Yeah, and how often do we still hear about Piltdown Man and Nebraska Man? The human it was supposedly based on a pig's tooth, or I mean not pig, but whatever the group is.
Oh, well, why do they have to look at the check things out and look at the background of people? I mean, as long as they claim to be a brother in Christ, that's all it takes. They're speaking the truth.
Right, and I think background is a little bit important. I mean, yes, it's a genetic fallacy, but I mean, like again, when you have somebody like Wells who is a well-known crank, if these guys are promoting Christianity and they're promoting somebody like Wells who's a cult follower of a well-known cult from Sun Moon, what does that tell you? If they're willing to go that route to find somebody that extreme to try to get a viewpoint that's similar to their own, what does that tell you? How many deviations they have to go out from the norm in order to find anybody that's going to agree with them?
Yeah, if they can find a few. Oh, sorry.
No, I guess but it's the atheists that are calling these people cranks, right? You can't believe the atheists. You need to show them actual other.
It's the atheists calling these people cranks. A lot of theists do as well. These are scientific cranks.
As long as they can find a small group of people that will follow them from the outside looking in, people that haven't heard anything about it, they look and say, wait, there's a little traction here, and that's what they're feeding off of. So.
Well, I mean, like,
that's the sad part.
Did any of you guys watch the video that he put out? And by the way, it's just he doesn't even make his own videos anymore. He's too lazy to make his own videos. He just finds something and puts it on his channel. But one of the things that Wells had said, he was talking specifically about Ida, which is the Darwinius macella, and he was basically saying, well, this was a fraud, and they found out a year later it's just a lemur, which is complete bullshit. That's an outright lie. Obviously, the Ida was sensationalized. I think people that looked into it would agree that it was overhyped. It's not some direct descendant, or we're not some direct descendant of Ida or even the species. But he said, oh, they determined that it was just a lemur. Well, no, they didn't. It was adapted. The lemurs are part of Lemuridia, which is a superfamily with other types of families in there. But adapted is not one of the families in there. And I noted this on a post, and I have not had a single creationist prove that wrong. I pointed out to Spoken. Spoken's just like, well, I'll believe him over you. Well, why don't you go fact check it? I asked Jay to fact check it. I asked Isaiah to fact check it, and Alex Rubenstahl to fact check it. He won't fact check it, though. That when he said that this species I belong to was just a lemur, I can't find any confirmation of that whatsoever from any source. And if you actually look at the phylogeny, it wasn't a lemur. It was in a different line altogether that was related to a lemur, but it wasn't in the lemur line. It wasn't in that superfamily.
Right.
Lemuridia. And
what you mentioned, hype. Hype causes us all sorts of problems. People get excited about stuff, and you can go back to Archaeoraptor, which was that. Yeah, that was published in National Geographic. Turns out it was two different animals.
Yeah.
And touted as a fraud. No, well, yes and no. This is where you get in the problem when you're talking about fraud. Is it a deliberate fraud or fraudulent? A Chinese farmer found this fossil in his field. Found fossils in his field, let's put it that way. Knowing that there was a lot of money in fossils, he sold it to someone who country. And what he did was he saw these two pieces and looked to him. He's a farmer. What does he know? He thought they were one piece, and he put them together. Then who smuggled it out, sold it to someone, and it appeared at a one of those
black market auctions.
Well, not exactly gray market. Let's say gray market auction. Yeah. And what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, he found it. And they were really excited. They were, look at this. Now, when this was first found, I was following the dinosaur mailing list very avidly. It's a mailing list out of University of California at Los Angeles or University of Southern California. I forget which. And it's filled with paleo came out. The paleontologists on the list, first thing they did was say, this doesn't look like one animal. Looking at the pictures. They did say, we're just looking at the pictures, doesn't look like one animal. Problem is, National Geographic was so excited that they had an exclusive. They had the first animal of this kind. They were so excited. They published it without following through all the way. I actually have a video coming in which I'm going to talk about this. And someone went through the timeline of what happened with Archaeoraptor. The experts hadn't okayed it yet. The paper that they wrote on Archaeoraptor was refused by Nature and Science. Scientific paper about it. It was just National Geographic just, went off half-cocked. And they got in a lot of trouble for it. Remember, that's a popular science magazine. No, had a paper on this. None whatsoever. It was discovered to be two separate creatures. Part of it, when you have two parts, like like there's a top and a bottom part because it was split in the middle. Well, they found those in China. The fossil, the pieces, have since been returned to China because they were stolen. Happens. People get excited. And you mentioned Nebraska Man. Now, it's actually, I've stopped saying actually, it's easy to find the original notice and later Nebraska Man in Science, because they were published in Science back when quote-unquote Nebraska Man was found. A well-known, I think he was pretty much self-educated, but he was really, knew what he was doing, found his tooth. And he brought it to a paleontologist. The paleontologist looked at it and said, this looks like a human tooth. So there was a little announcement in Science about what he thought was this. I can't even remember the scientific name he used. And it basically, the announcement says, we've got this tooth, looks like a human tooth. There's a little more to it than that.
Hesperopithecus?
Yeah, that's it.
Harold Cookie.
Well, but in the article, one of the things they said was, we're going to wait. I want to wait till this expert has a chat.
It's Hesperopithecus, by the way.
Yeah. Then later, like the next year, I think, the expert wrote a detailed article on this. And said, tooth of a peccary, type of a pig. We have peccaries here in the United States. But then he explained how this happened, and that's the really interesting part. First of all, pig molars and human molars look alike. That's because we have similar diets. We're both omnivores. Now, if it had been like a front tooth, yeah, they'd have been able to tell the difference, because pigs have, whatchamacallit.
Large incisors? They got
incisors. Yeah, not the right word, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Anyway, but molars look a lot alike. I've actually seen pictures where the original tooth, and they then took a human tooth and a pig tooth, and they stained them to sort of match. Pictures there. One is the original tooth that, the so quote-unquote Nebraska Man. One is a human molar, one is a modern pig molar. And it's kind of like, you tell the difference. I have a bit that I got from a forensic journal. What, not forensic journal? Forensic textbook. It tells people, this is to trained, forensic scientists. It says, be careful. Molars. So this is like really well known. But what this guy explains is, at this particular time, when a lot of this has to do with timing. At the particular time this tooth was found, this was right after a number of teeth were found in Java. Now, back then, we didn't have photographs. We didn't have, you couldn't send things over there was telegraph, but there was no way to sell illustrations except the old-fashioned way. So what they would do is they would carefully describe the tooth. Well, you describe what the crown looked like, what the root looked like, what the dimensions were, and so on and so forth. This particular tooth they found in Nebraska fit the pattern of the teeth they found in Java, which were of a human. believe it was Homo erectus, I'm not sure. But it matched so well that when they first saw this tooth, and they just read all about these brand new finds, right? So they're in their minds. They find the tooth and go, whoa, just exactly like the descriptions of the teeth from Java. How cool is this? Maybe there were humans here. But when they more carefully examined it, they went, nah, sorry, not human. In the second Science article, it's really cool because he goes into like the dimensions of. So this wasn't some casual, oh, look, we got a human tooth. What happened? You're talking about hype? What happened was the British got a hold of it. Okay? There is I don't even know if you'd call it a tabloid or it's a magazine. It's called the London Illustrated News. Very, very popular at the time. The London Illustrated News picked up this story. And one of their artists drew this fanciful picture. No clue even what the tooth looked like. But he drew this fanciful picture that you will still see related to Nebraska Man of some ancient human in what he thinks is Nebraska. And this was used to illustrate this article, totally made up article about Nebraska Man. But you have to remember, put this in timing, in historical context. This was the time of the dinosaur wars between Marsh and Cope here in the United States. Which is very interesting. These two paleontologists were literally out there in the field fighting to find new fossils. And the newspaper and in Europe were following this avidly. You know, like people would follow a sporting event or something. Oh, look what Marsh found. Oh, look what Cope found. But it was also a time, this time of great discovery in England as well, where so many things were being found, so many new ideas were coming up. Utterly fascinated with this. So someone heard about the tooth. London Illustrated News made up a story. Their illustrator made up this picture. Stuck in the public imagination. The reality, which was in a dry scientific journal, didn't have as much of an impact. Because people like their stories. We all like our stories. Even when we find out they're not quite true, we still like our stories. Again, stuck in the public imagination. But the younger creationists have never bothered to investigate this. Well, some of them. I mean, ask a man.
Well, they don't care. They don't care.
They don't care, right? They don't care. The Nebraska Man was a story made up by a London magazine. Was made up by a scientist, by a illustrator who hadn't a fucking clue. It was an interesting story, but it's just there's no truth to it whatsoever.
And it's funny, the fossil that it was, the pig fossil it was from a species that died out like 5 million years ago.
Yeah.
It's like it totally destroys younger creationism anyways. But they neglect to mention that part of it, right?
Into this, and I said that's going to be part of this video. It's kind of a mishmash video, but I'm sort of doing it because it's fun. It's sort of like lies about evolution, and this was a really interesting time period. Lots of really interesting mammals running around in Nebraska, and they found a whole different fossils there of things that are extinct. Really interesting stuff. The reality is really interesting, including how they mistook it for a human tooth because it looked like the teeth from Java.
Hey, can we real quickly? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish.
No, I was just going to say the real story is so much more interesting than the fake one. But hey, the real story doesn't fit their narrative.
Right. Exactly. That's find out to be a lot of the cases. Once you look into this stuff and you read about it, you're like, yeah, this is kind of interesting. Even like the Haeckel's drawing stuff, but it doesn't fit their narrative at all, and they don't talk about any of that stuff. And most of them will never bother to actually go look into any of this stuff. But anyways, we got to do another birthday thing. It's Paulogia's birthday too, and we got Jade.
Oh,
Jade can sing.
So, okay, what, you want me to sing happy birthday?
We're all going to do it. We're all going to sing happy birthday to Paulogia.
Jade, I think you and I are the only ones here that can sing.
But now I got to put him in the name of the title too. Before it was just Annabel. Okay. I hope Annabel's okay sharing top billing with Paulogia here.
So it's Paul and Annabel?
Yeah, we'll just say Paul.
Okay.
We already did Annabel.
Okay, because what I was going to say is domain. You know, for a long time it wasn't. It is now.
Yeah. Oh, it
Happy
is public domain now? I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Paul.
Happy birthday.
And keep on taking on rules.
Oh, yeah!
Happy anniversary of your latest trip around the sun.
I'm so glad you didn't die this year, Paul. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And Paul, I'm still looking for, and if I have to, I'm going to buy the, because it's not that expensive, the exhibits for the, for the lawsuit, the Grand Canyon bullshit.
Lamed, you did not turn volume down. He said he turned volume down on that. No, that was awesome. We had practiced for several hours for that.
Yeah. And I'm sure it sounded like hell from the outside because, one of the problems with singing is that because we're all in different time zones, it really sounds terrible from the outside.
Yeah, lag enters into it real bad.
Oh, it's fun, though. Oh, and I wanted to go back to Jonathan Wells for a moment just to show how deceptive he is. In his section on Archaeopteryx, it's the old, well, it was supposed to be the missing link, but it isn't. And so what he does is he uses as his sources, he brings up, of all people, Hoyle. Hoyle, who was a nutter. He brings up, at least on this subject, Hoyle, this is, Fred Hoyle, the famous Fred Hoyle. Hoyle thought that these were all fakes. Mind you, he hadn't personally examined them, but he thought they were all fakes. Or at least I don't think he personally examined them. But then he brings up Chatterjee. He found this fossil that he calls Proto-Avis, which is allegedly this ancient bird. Nobody said this is an actual fossil except Chatterjee. Chatterjee is a legitimate scientist. He's just a little eccentric on this one point. Okay, it happens. Everything else you can blame. What happens was there were a bunch of fossils remains that were found in a I can't think of the right term. This is one of those terms that always escapes me. But basically, when you have a flood, the animals get washed down together, and they all pile up in a curve and then they're covered with sediment. So when you dig them up, you got a whole bunch of bones from a bunch of different kinds of animals where bones were found. And Chatterjee put them together and look, ancient bird. Other people don't think all those bones belong to the same bird, same creature. So, okay, so Chatterjee on this one point. Everything else he's done is great. But why bring up this one outlier, and even an outlier for Chatterjee, as somehow evidence against Archaeopteryx? And then Hoyle, and then brings up Alan Fiducia. Alan Fiducia is the last remaining bander, meaning birds are not dinosaurs. Nobody agrees with that. Alan Fiducia, and I think a couple people who work with him, are paleontologists who still think that birds are not dinosaurs, because the evidence keeps piling up that birds are dinosaurs. So this is an example, besides the whole, well, who cares? Yeah, he keeps going on about, there was a lot of controversy, except he makes it sound like, it sounds like a brawl in the streets. But yes, of course, there's always should be controversy in science. If there isn't, we're worried. Either that or it's like something really, really settled. But even then, there are people going to be poking around the edges. So deceptive scientific consensus, rather than look at all of the work done by all of the paleontologists, chooses the cranks. He chooses Hoyle, he chooses Chatterjee, he chooses Fiducia, and tries to build his, or at least part of his argument on them. That's deceptive.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying from early
they're
on.
not looking for evidence, really.
No,
they don't
they're
want
looking for confirmation.
They want something that the kind of evidence they want is something that fits their presupposition.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, none of them want evidence because none of them want to actually do the work to actually read or go to school or take any courses, right? They want somebody, no matter how far out they are in the scientific realm, that just confirms their own bias. That's all they're looking for, no matter how wrong they are. I mean, how many times have people pointed out Hoyle's post hoc analysis of things? I mean,
right.
it's to the point of ad nauseum. People explaining to people about post hoc statistics, and they're not getting it, right? Because they don't care. They're like, well, Hoyle said this. Okay, well, you know, I'm a little bit past these arguments anymore, and that's why when they're brought up, like for example, C. Brown just literally brought up today a ton of quote mines. Literally, the quintessential quote mine from the quote mine projects. And I'm just like, okay, this was quote number 12, this is quote number 72, this is quote number 15. There you go. I mean, you can't even respond to this stuff anymore and waste any more time with it. It's basically, look at this as a prat. Here's the page. You can go look at it and be done with it. And I find that giving them any more than that is just a complete waste of time and feeding into the attention they're craving. Because they're sure the shit not going to want to learn about this stuff properly.
Right. Now, to be fair, Wells does mention that Hoyle was proven to be false. But why even bring it up? What relevance does it have? And all it does is confuse people.
Well, that's what I think these people do. They look at everything you mentioned that Wells had in his book confuses people because they don't want to understand things properly. Look at the four wings of the flies and the Ophelia. They're like, oh, well, look at this. This caused a mutation that obviously wasn't beneficial to the organism, and therefore, how can this be evolution? You're not understanding the experiment, what the hell the experiment was for. It was
you saw
how the Hox genes can change things morphologically from that little organizer region that I had mentioned earlier.
Well, did you see my quote from Tommy Hall? Talked about the decades of fruit fly experiments that came up with nothing. He basically is saying they were worthless. And I put it up as probably the stupidest quote I've heard in a long time. Stupidest thing I've said.
I mean, fruit flies have shown us so much about how evolutionary things happen because they reproduce very quickly. But people have this misconception. They say, oh, well, you know, bacteria or fruit flies, because they do reproduce quickly, that's equivalent to millions of years in human evolution. And no, it's not. Mm-hmm. That's not at all what it means. It's just we can see the changes a lot quicker because these things do reproduce very quickly. Yeah.
His exact quote was about, like the experiments. He goes, so they used to do that with flies, and they spent decades with flies, but they were wholly unsuccessful doing anything really that they could hang their hat on. Now, how ridiculous is that?
All those years, nothing.
Yeah, our understanding.
If you talk to Tommy and ask him what the point of an experiment is, that will enlighten you as to what he really thinks about science, because he has some major conceptual errors that reside in his, in his view of how scientific experimentation is conducted. I remember when he...
What does he say?
Drag, do you know what his refutation is? They're still flies. That shows the level of ineptitude.
Yeah. Well, and then when I tell him what he's asking for is Pokemon evolution, he gets upset.
Yeah.
Well, actually, both of them are asking for, and even G-Man, they're asking for Pokemon evolution. That's what because that's what they think evolution is.
I like that Pokemon evolution. I remember that.
Well, that's what Wells talked about.
I mean, because that's what they want. Yeah. That's exactly what they're asking for.
Wells literally said that in that little video. He actually said the linear line, or the linear evolution of humanity, or linear evolution of humans. He talked about it more than once. A linear change. He really wants to get the point across to people that don't understand evolution to say it's some kind of linear morphological change. And I'm like, that's dishonest because he knows better than that.
There'll always be a group of gullible dolts that con men can make money off of or make fame off of. That's just the way it is. And that group is them.
But why? I don't see the need for them to do that. I mean, there's got to be more to it than that. I mean, these people have got to have weird kind of religious beliefs that supersede all of reality. It can't just be for financial gain. It can't be. And the only other explanation, they're so inept in their field that the only people that would take them would be people like the younger creationists and stuff.
Exactly.
But that's not
what
always
I think.
the case. Some of them are very, very good at what they do.
There's so many different kinds of con men out there, so there's so many different kinds.
You know, when you got 8 billion people, you're going to have such a diverse group of people that people do things for all kinds of strange reasons, right?
Yeah. Succubuses of all types.
Oh, just as a sort of an aside, I've been going through the latest Descent from Darwin list. Okay? I'm going through it slowly. And I'm looking up, I don't have it up right now, it's in an Excel file. And so what I'm doing is I'm looking up all the people who have any biology. Most of them don't.
Rational mind just did this, you know, right?
Yeah, I think true empiricism was trying to read off some and say, well, here's this guy. Well, first of all, I think like the very first page has like a lot of biology type people on it, but then you go down and you got, I'm actually kind of doing it in random order because I'm looking at the first page, I'm looking at page 4 and page 9, I just sort of scrolled down and grabbed a page. Most of the people are not biologists. Even the people who may look kind of like they might have something to do with biology don't. And one guy is supposedly a biologist at what do you call it? Iowa, Iowa State, Upper Iowa, I think, something like that. He's an administrator who, for some reason, took a very questionable leave and is now an administrator at I think a community college. But the thing is, when I did a little bit more looking into Iowa, there is a guy with a similar background, a plant geneticist, but a completely different last name. I have no idea what the middle initial is because I couldn't find it. So do they have the right guy with the wrong name? With the wrong background? I don't know.
Who was this?
This is the Descent from Darwin list. I'd have to bring it up. Actually,
yeah,
I think I've got.
They didn't do a very good job in noting these people, right? The annotation was crap.
Yeah.
And I think there's a specific reason for that. You know?
Yeah. Let me find him. I'm looking at it.
Why do people still bring that? I don't even understand why they bring it up. They don't even know what the thing said. They don't even know the two parts of it, and they don't even realize that. I think most people, if they were just going to read it as is, would probably agree with it.
Yeah, that's the
second
problem.
part for sure. I would sign it just for the second part. Sure.
Well, I found one guy who signed it, and yet when you go look at his work, he actually out and out says he believes in evolution. So I don't know if they have it.
Is that the list that Don Exodus made a video about?
Yeah, but the one Don Exodus made a video about was a really old version.
Yeah, there's like 5,000 names now, right?
Yeah, something like that. But I'm looking at, let me just go to
like
the
a few hundred or something.
And it says which scientists or which PhDs are actually credible and which ones aren't.
But it doesn't really matter because if that list was ever brought before like a court or something like that, it would be meaningless. I mean, because you would get you'd get a million scientists to say otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the guy I'm talking about, his name is Alan K. Walker. He supposedly has a cytogenetics from Iowa State University. It's actually Upper Iowa State. The problem is Alan J. Walker was the president of the university, and he's the one who took this mysterious leave and is now at someplace else. I've got it written down. Alan, last name, who actually is a professor of plant breeding and has a PhD in genetics. So, and I don't know about the middle initial. I have no idea whether Alan Walker or the other Alan would start with an M. I have no idea what their middle initials are. So either they've got the right guy, Alan Walker, but he's not a PhD in plant breeding and cytogenetics, or they've got a completely different Alan down here who is the, you know what I mean? It's either the name is wrong or the the description is
They
wrong.
didn't look at the qualifications of
And-
these people very stringently. They didn't care. They were like, oh, we're going to have somebody sign this. That's all we give a shit
Right.
about.
But if you look at page 4, it's physical chemistry, geophysics, applied mathematics, industrial hygiene specialist, and it says epidemiology. His background has nothing to do with biology. Associate professor of mechanical analysis, professor of computer science, PhD mechanical engineering, professor of anatomy and cell biology. But he's an MD, not a PhD, so it doesn't really count. PhD electrical and computer engineering, professor of microbiology and this guy asked about because he's from Tanta University in professor of mechanical engineering technology, PhD plant breeding and cytogenetics. That's the guy who's wrong. Then we've got a guy with a PhD in biology zoology from University of Latvia. Find out much about him because he's in freaking Latvia. The biggest thing I could find is a picture of him trying out a new version of Latvian calligraphy. So, look at this. This is, physics, organic synthesis, mathematics, organic chemistry, mathematical statistics, quantitative genetics, ecology, and a few other things in here. Computational algebra, statistics, environmental engineering. But it does say emphasis on microbiology, but that doesn't necessarily mean environmental engineering could just mean how to what's the word I'm looking for? You're looking at pathogens. You're not necessarily a physical, biochemistry, nuclear engineering, psychology, a doctor, computer science, mechanical engineering, physics, naturally anything, physical chemistry, neurophysiology, otolaryngology, another doctor, electrical computer engineering, mathematics, and that's not the end of the page. How many of those are actual biologists? And not only that, how many of those are actual biologists when I finally get to look them up, because some of them are not what they seem.
Well,
So,
Rational
just-
Mind
just a
found that
quick-
being very liberal, it was about a third were actually in any kind of biological related field, and I think he was doing the new list because I thought the original list it was something like 3%.
Yeah. Well, this list, it depends on or if you're looking at the description or are you actually looking them up. I think if you're looking at the description, a third. If you actually look them up, and that would, and of course, I don't know if Rational Mind was including physicians or not.
I
But
think
some
he
of
was
these
being as
people,
liberal
like
as
they say it,
possible.
like the ones with environmental science. The first thing I did was I put everybody who's clearly not in biology in red, and including geologists, although I do realize geologists have some background in the fossil record, but so that's a little caveat. I did exclude geologists, but then I started and I included anybody who's a doctor because I wanted to look into their background. As I said, so far all the environmental scientists are in, like the one guy is an expert in chemicals, hazardous chemicals. But environmental science could have a lot to do with, they could have a background in biology. I don't know. But I haven't gotten very far yet, but I found, 2 people who are completely incorrect and, some others who are, like one guy sounds like his background in, a type of chemistry. Turns out he was an expert in crystals.
But here's the thing, Jade. When you bring these things, and it's great you do all this in-depth, detailed research, but when you bring it to their attention, when you bring it to somebody like Ronnie or C. Brown's attention, it doesn't register to them. It makes no impact upon them. And
by the way,
they don't care.
I don't
care if it's true or not.
Yeah. I was just going to say I don't intend to go through the entire list because that would be exhausting. I'm just going to take some random pages. There's 20-some pages. I'm going to take the first page, the last page, and just randomly go through. So I'm working on pages 4 and 9 right now, and then I'll just randomly pick maybe 3 more, and
Make
just
sure you get a
to
good
give an
sample
open.
size.
Yeah, just a sample size. Yeah.
Or if you don't know how to do that, ask Ronnie. He'll show you how to do it properly.
Yeah.
And if these people would take the time to actually do the real science, look at what they do. Look at the cons and the great leaps they go to deceive people. Imagine if they put that effort into actual science, they might actually be able to help us.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, a lot of them probably could do a lot actual real science, but even the
They're
people in
just
the Clock Car
wasting-
Posse, I used to think that a couple of them would be okay if they actually went to school and learned something. Boy, was I wrong. I completely take that back. A couple years
Nah,
later,
bro.
I know better. But I was
Nah.
trying to get principle of charity, and I didn't know them well enough, 3 years ago to know their depths of their stupidity. And even now, I haven't really reached the bottom. Right, so I don't think
It's
they can go
stubbornness.
there.
Is it stupidity or is it just stubbornness?
It's both.
It's
They don't
both of
want.
them.
They do
It's
not
both of
want
them.
to.
You're right.
They do not want to, and I'm not trying to be that demeaning, but most of them, if not all of them, are incapable of actually learning certain conceptual things. Their brains cannot do it. I really just don't think they can.
Steve, can I address something that was stated in Drake's live feed about inferences
Sure.
related to this?
You watched that? You watched that? My little thing with Spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inference isn't a bad word. It's simply the obverse or flip side of implication. A writer or a speaker implies, and a reader or listener infers. And there's an entire branch of mathematics called inferential statistics. Most people don't know that there's an adjective, inferential.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I don't know how we can do science or deductive arguments or anything without making inferences. So I'm really confused by that gentleman's logic.
That's why I was telling him the same thing. I'm like, I even told him, I'm like, well, I mean, we have deductive or inferences. That's how we can have a deductive proof, and that does have to follow to be correct if the premises are true. I'm like, we have inferences all the time, based upon evidence, based upon rationalization, or reason. We reason things to get an inference. That's nothing wrong with that. But see, Spoken has what's called an epistemological nihilistic approach. He wants to go tell people that there's an epistemic uncertainty across the board, therefore nothing you know matters. That's his approach. He gleaned it off MK back in the day, because MK was an epistemic nihilist, right? So he thinks that he can convince people that you can't really know anything, then all of science could be wrong, therefore in his mind it is wrong. That's the approach he's taking. And so he's using words like, to an inference as some kind of derogatory thing, when in science, it's most certainly not. Now, can an inference come to a wrong conclusion? Sure, but that's not the argument he was making. He was making that any inference could be incorrect, which is not true, because a deductive inference, if the premises are true, cannot be incorrect. But again, Spoken doesn't care about these nuances.
Right, what is he expecting? Some sort of PowerPoint in the sky? Would he accept that as proof? I'm not quite sure how we can do science without inference.
It doesn't matter to him. Do you notice that he won't answer any questions? Which is another telltale sign that people just don't care. They don't answer questions. You can never corner Ronnie on getting him to answer questions. Look at what happened in the debate that I had with him. He literally ran away just prior to the Q&A. I mean, seriously, the part of the debate that I was looking forward to the most was the Q&A. I didn't even get to do that because he ran from it because he doesn't like having to answer questions. Darwin's Diaz is the same way. C. Brown's the same way. Spoken's the same way. They all have this fear of answering questions because then they get exposed to the fact. They expose people to the fact that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. When any of us, if we don't know something, we're happy to say, I don't know. They won't do it. And worse is they'll make something completely up out of their ass. They're completely bullshit. And that's something that I wouldn't expect from anybody in this room. Nobody here would bullshit if they don't know something technical. They're not going to go, oh, I'm just going to completely make something up and hope the other person doesn't, know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. They have people there that lapping it up. That's what they live for. Something new. Some new way to deceive. Some new way to be stupid.
Yeah, they do lap it up. I mean, because, again, a lot of them don't have the fundamental background to really determine something's true or not. They don't have critical thinking skills.
You don't need that nowadays. You just need common sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they go by their favorite whoever and accept that information without fact checking or anything. We hear something, we're going to go look it up. We're going to fact check. We're going to find out more information to see whether it's legit or bullshit.
And that's why more people listen to us and more people want to learn from people like Jay or people like Drag than they will ever go to Ronnie or C. Brown. You will never hear anybody that's outside the Clown Car Posse go, oh, I don't understand this topic. Let me go ask Ronnie. Okay? It will never happen. I guarantee it.
Yeah,
They
but
were
these
never-
guys-
Google and
The
Answers in
thing-
Genesis are their babies.
Can't even do
Yeah,
that.
the thing I hear most from them lately, though, it's like this new thing, right? Common sense, right? Well, just use common sense. I mean, common sense.
Common
Some
sense
of
is
you
what
would
gets
act-
people in trouble because a lot of things are counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Common sense can get you on the right track, but you better close the deal
I've had
with some
people
knowledge.
argue that with me, like things with the Monty Hall problem. Oh, just use common sense. Well, common sense is why it's called a problem, paradox. Well, it's not paradox; it's a problem. Wasn't resolved until many years after people started thinking about it. But once you understand how it's resolved, it's like, okay, this makes sense, but it is counterintuitive. It isn't common sense because it wasn't common. Most people would not get that right.
Remember that Josh guy you talked to just recently? And he kept, I forget what he called himself in the Hangout, but y'all called him Josh a lot.
Josh
And he kept
Bristol.
saying, well, if you look at it with an open mind,
Nihilist.
common sense, and rationality, and I'm hearing him say these words, but then I'm hearing what we're supposed to be open-minded about. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Is that realistic nihilist?
They use these words and they
Josh
don't.
Bristol, he's a
what they're
master of
saying.
something or other. I didn't recognize the name. It was Stuart James that actually pointed out to me that I have had him in a hangout before, and he had a discussion with Skylar that went so bad, Skylar had to end it.
Josh has been doing the same thing for 2 years, right? All he does is, well, this guy wrote this big of a book, so he's right. I
He
mean,
got so
every
many
time you
things
talk
wrong,
to him,
Bob.
yeah, I know. Every time you talk to him about anything, he's a name dropper. I mean, it's all he does through the conversation. For his evidence is to drop names of other people.
Yeah, see, whenever somebody does that, I'm like, okay, well, get that other person in here and we'll have a discussion with them. Because obviously, you are not somebody we want to have a discussion with, right? By the way, I want to... hang on one sec. I just screwed up here. One sec.
What?
Never mind. Go ahead. Just ignore me.
I'm replying to Kazoom because I hurt his feelings like 2 years ago and he's still upset.
Oh, I
Who the hell's
saw
Kazoom?
that. Kazoom? I thought it was
Yeah,
Kazoom.
whatever his name is. I hurt his
is
feelings
he,
2
is he
years
talking
ago.
about you?
Yes, he's talking about me.
I didn't know.
Does now read what he said? Does that sound like anything that I've actually espoused in all the time that you've known me?
On the race thing?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, and that's why
So
I was
he
like,
keeps telling
how is he
people
talking-
that.
That's why I was like, I wanted to ask you. I haven't responded to that, but I did read it. But I was like, why do you think he's talking about you, Drag? I was like, that doesn't even.
No,
make any
I know
sense.
he is because he knows that I'm in your. Yeah.
Well, you know the story behind it, but I would never have placed that with you because that sounds like nothing you would ever
So,
expect.
long story short, he was criticizing one of what I call like the black luminaries on the internet who go, well, all white people are racist, yada yada yada. And so what I told him is that what he did was reply to this person and assume that she's referring to prejudice. What she was referring to is systemic racism, which is different. That's the difference between someone calling me a racial slur in a supermarket and like apartheid, or Jim Crow, right? There's a huge difference. So I told him there's a definition that you're not understanding. There's a context that you're not understanding. If you want to go about this conversation, do that. I don't agree that all white people are racist. I've never espoused anything even close to that. So he, for some reason, assumed that I hold that position because I told him that is what she is referencing. And I went back and forth with this fucking cave troll about this. I don't know for how long. And that there was like a 4-day exchange where I had to explain this to him, and he's still telling people this.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I mean, this is much more thing you've looked into, and we got Christopher Mowdy here. He's probably familiar with these things too, although he doesn't have a mic, but he's typing. But I believe everybody has prejudice of some degree, whatever it's.
Yeah.
for.
Oh yeah.
Everybody has some degree of prejudice. That's because we're human. How you deal with that prejudice, that's what makes you an honorable person. Right?
Well, it's one of the interesting things that I see here on the internet is that people, and it's funny because Dreas Sanchez actually posted this image, and I thanked him for it, and I shared it. It's someone coined a term that happens. Where is it? Filter bubbles. And the quote is, as a result, users become separated from information that disagrees with their viewpoints, effectively isolating them from their own cultural or ideological bubbles. And so that this idea of people like insulating themselves from ideas because it disagrees with them. And I see that everywhere. And it's not just this, oh, well, if you're on this side of the political or social spectrum, then you're going to be more inclined to that. I see it on the far left and everywhere. And it really happens with the CCP, but it's like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. But I'm starting to understand how people go about doing this, because they've thought this particular way for such a long time. They can't ever think about moving their position or actually trying to meet someone who they disagree with. Like I would never see Ronnie actually go into a science classroom and go, you know what, I don't agree with evolution because my religious beliefs say something different. Let me understand it in order to debunk it.
That's the key thing.
Because that's right there would force him to challenge his own belief.
Because they don't want to learn about things properly, and then they say, oh, well, all you guys ever say is we don't understand it. There's a reason why we say that. It's not just hyperbole. I mean, I am outright convinced that members of the CCP, no disrespect to Justin here, by the way, hi, Justin, he's kind of a member of the CCP. Sorry, Justin. I love you, brother. I do. You're a great guy. You're really nice. But
what's the CCP? What's the CCP?
The Clown Car Posse.
I'm a member. When did I become a member?
Well, I mean, you're kind of like a tertiary member. I mean, because you're a nice guy. I like you a lot. But you do espouse pretty much the same thing that they do. So
Member
it's kind of like
creation.
But you're a nice guy. So, I mean, how do we want to categorize the CCP? I mean, do we just like... Is it not just what they espouse, but their position? Or their
attitude.
No, attitude. Okay. Then I'm not just I'll take it back. Justin, I'll take him out of the. Yeah, I won't say Justin's a member of the CCP because.
Yeah, I would not say that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Extreme fundamental.
Yeah, he has a lot of the same viewpoints, but Justin's actually a nice guy, and Justin actually does.
Yeah,
he does.
Justin has honest conversation with you.
He does.
He doesn't twist what you say and turn it around. So.
I agree. So I'll take that back, Justin. Okay.
So Justin is a young Earth creationist?
Yeah.
I don't know who Justin is.
Yeah, he's a younger creationist. Yeah. But we've explained to him the same amount of things where he just cannot get it correct. But here, let me finish my point, is the fact that until people like Justin, who again, I mean, I like Justin. I really do like him. If he wants to learn about evolution, he needs to actually learn about evolution and not the straw man versions that he has. Not some weird effigy that he's been exposed to by people like Ronnie or Wells or whoever you want to prop up as an anti-evolutionary person or intelligent design advocate, because those are the people that are putting out grossly incorrect information about what evolution actually entails. Would you all agree?
So,
well, hey, Drag, you remember that hangout you had with Tommy, right? And Tommy said he'd love to learn biology. Well, I posted that link of an online course you could take, right? And there's different biology classes you can take. And then I said, and you said you'd pay for it, right? And I wrote in that stream there, that post, that I would pay up to $200 for that class for Tommy to take. And Tommy's response was, "Well, I don't want to learn biology. The only reason I want to learn biology is so as I can go into the biology classes and refute the professors in front of the students and make them look like fools."
He wouldn't last.
Give me a fucking break.
First of all, he wouldn't last the first day. They would already kick him out, right? I mean, there's no tolerance for that.
I mean, this is an online class he could take to learn biology, and I was going to pay him $200 for him to take this class.
But that just proves, though, that he doesn't want to learn anything correctly. He just wants to argue from an inept point of view. It is literally like a child telling an adult that they're wrong, even though the child has no concept of what's actually going on in the reality. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's so inept at this topic that he's telling these people they're wrong because he doesn't have even a fundamental understanding of what the basics are. It's the same thing when I see a lot of time with physics, right? I mean, when jungle jargon starts talking about like general relativity, everybody just cringes, right? Because he doesn't even know the first thing about physics. He's never taken a physics course in his life. And he's trying to tell brilliant scientists and brilliant physicists that they're absolutely wrong. That's what I mean by they just don't care about learning things correctly. I think Justin would actually take a course like that. And he wouldn't go in with the arrogance of Tommy Hall saying, "Oh, I'm going to go in and try to disprove these people." I don't know how well he would do in a course like that, but I think Justin would if it was provided to him, would actually take it. I don't know what he would get out of it, maybe, but
You said Tommy Hall?
no, Justin here, Justin Wilson.
Oh, just well. Okay.
How do you
Here's
not
something
know
I've been
Justin?
asking folks.
You know Justin?
I
You had like
do.
an 8-hour hangout with him
was
one time.
I think I've
It was
Adventist
simulcast
Hermes.
on
I've
Christopher Hislop's channel.
I've seen his screen. I have not. I don't want to mischaracterize him because I don't like when people do that to me. But I've seen his icon. I just can't remember a conversation with him. So what I'm trying to do is turn it into go in a new direction. So when talking to some of these guys, I want to know where they get their information from, because that's something that Sam the Scientist and I talk about quite a lot. Like we're genuinely curious how these guys think. We're less interested in the positions because we know that many of them are just parroting, whatever, like this Wells guy, right? So why and how do they think that they are credible sources? So if you don't mind answering, Justin, where do you go for information on anything that you want to know about science?
I can't really give a perfect evaluation, considering most of, like, the first thing I can say is, okay, YouTube. And then basically I would get, information based on what people say, or textbook knowledge, what is official understanding of, or facts of evolution or whatever.
You said YouTube.
So I just go by what.
Is that what you said? YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
what
see,
types
that's
what types of videos on YouTube? I mean, do you watch Aaron Ra's videos or Stated Clearly, or do you watch
I don't know, like if any person just watch a History Channel, a documentary on space, whatever, or Discovery Channel, and then you watch me.
History Discovery Channel is so bad nowadays.
Yeah, but let's say you watch an hour-long, video on that, and of course it's thinking with a evolution, mind frame. So they're not trying to, speak towards a Christian agenda. So you take their words for it, and from there, I just use their words against them.
But what about the technical?
What do you mean use their? Well, hold on for a second. I'm kind of curious. What do you mean?
Well, there's a bias there.
What do you mean use their words? Like you're going to Discovery, whatever. I mean, that's not the best, but whatever. So you say, on the BBC, there's a series, like I think it's called Planet Earth or something like that. They have one on origin. So if you were watching something like that, what do you mean by using their words against them? What does that entail?
Well, yeah, you look at their consistency, the story, and so on, and you figure out, okay, this is how they think. This is what they're saying. They're saying this happened because of that. Or let's say, there was like this, a meteor came down, hit the earth, caused all the dinosaurs to die, and so on. So you sit there and say, okay, well, they consider that as fact. What
do you mean they consider it as fact?
Why do they consider it as fact? What's the evidence to support that position?
Well, and that's the thing. They consider it fact because apparently they had to figure out a reason for why all the dinosaurs died, which doesn't explain why not all the animals died. And then it just seems very selective on which animals survived.
The bigger ones did, obviously, because they competed for food. But what was the evidence that supported that hypothesis? That it actually did confirm it, actually. Well, it's not even a hypothesis anymore. It's confirmed that is what happened. Yeah. There's overwhelming evidence.
Part of it.
Well, that's what I want to get
what happened.
Yeah, okay,
yeah, that's a major factor. But there's Justin, how do you evidence there?
Yes.
How do you verify, or I guess, how do you go about refuting the assertion that an asteroid of some type played a major role in the extinction of dinosaurs?
Well, I believe asteroids, because in my presupposition, I can accept that an asteroid also was involved in the flood. So
okay,
in my mind, they both tell, an asteroid tells two stories.
Or
three stories.
So what I'm specifically asking for is, when a scientist asserts that, how do you fact check their assertion that it played a role? I'm not talking about your presupposition. I'm talking about somebody in the field, because you said earlier that you use it against them. So I'm specifically asking, how did you fact check what they asserted?
Well, I mean, I didn't fact check, or I didn't look too deeply into it. The best I can say is that I look at it from a logical point of view. If they consider these two things as fact in their minds, and so then I just judge that and say, okay, well, there's an inconsistency of how the facts work together. And then if there's an area where I don't know because with like high certainty, then I have to suspend judgment on that and not, just say, well, I don't know, so therefore I'm wrong.
But what is the evidence?
So one of the things I hear a lot, and one of the things that I hear a lot is that when people say this sounds logical, what they really mean is intuitive.
Yeah,
like based on their intuition, this sounds plausible. When the universe is not geared around our intuition, so trying to use our intuition is kind of a bad metric because it's hard for us to envision millions of years of something changing when we only live about 80 years old. It's really hard for us. So what we have to do is find an objective means of determining what actually happened. So if the asteroid played a major role, there would be hallmarks of a gigantic rock hitting the Earth. Like the crater would be one of the most obvious examples of that, and the debris from said crater. So when I'm asking, like specifically, when you're using what they say against them, it sounds like you form your own conclusion just based on the surface of what that assertion is, and you don't actually look into the evidence that supports it. Well, and I think that's kind of where you're going wrong with how you approach this topic.
Let's look at that analytically. Hang on 1 second. Let's look at that analytically, Drag. Let's suppose that let's all do this. Let's suppose that Justin's right, that we wanted to explain why dinosaurs died out. Okay? So we do hypothesize. There was a great explosion came from a meteor or an asteroid. Okay, so what would be some of the things we would expect to find as evidence to support that particular hypothesis? Justin, what would you think would be what evidence? And Drag just gave you one.
Evidence of an asteroid crater or something like that,
right,
which would also, cause a collateral effect where, the atmosphere would definitely, the weather would.
What would be evidence for? What would be if I said, hey, Justin, go out and find positive evidence to support this thing? What would you look for?
I guess I would have to look at this. I guess I would have to look at the atmosphere. Like, okay, you saying as far as the asteroid hitting the Earth and destroying all the dinosaurs?
Yes, most of the dinosaurs.
Well, I guess you would have to look. Of course, you would look for an asteroid. Of course, you would look for. I guess you would look for. Like a huge debris cloud or like layer.
Well, we can't look at the cloud. This happened millions of years ago, supposedly. What would we look for today?
Well, yeah, of course. So then a lot of evidence would just be washed away because of time.
No, but what what I'm asking you is, what pieces of evidence do you think we would expect to find? Blue, let me ask you, what would we expect to find? Give me an example of what we would go look for if this hypothesis was correct.
If the asteroids killed the dinosaurs,
yes,
basically.
And Drag even said it. What's one of the biggest things we can look for?
You'd look for the craters.
The crater. Okay, we should look for an impact site.
That's what I said.
Steve, let me jump in.
Dust cloud.
Yeah.
When they found, you'd look for rare elements, and when they found iridium, I believe they hypothesized the asteroid after finding the iridium, didn't they?
Yes, the K-tree boundary was actually after. I mean, the iridium layer that was discovered first. But
yes,
they formulated it afterwards, going, oh, look, we have this ubiquitous layer of a few centimeters all around the world. What could cause this? Well, a large impact crater. Right. And then they hypothesized the meteor. Then they went to go to look for the Chicxulub crater. One of these days I'll get that word. I'll get that word corrected out of my head. Chicxulub crater. And then they found the Chicxulub crater. And it was, if you actually did the math and said, okay, well, the size of this, what's left of the remnants of this crater, and the amount of material that would be required to go worldwide for this iridium layer, and the type of material that we know from meteors, it all matched.
Yeah. Well, besides trying to prove the evidence and stuff, I think I kind of understand what Dragnet was getting to. And Justin, it's like you've heard things through your life, talking to other creationists and other people, and they always put forth, like, say, narrative B, right? and it just goes in the back of your mind, this narrative B. And it's you never really investigated it, but you've heard it plenty of times. So this narrative B is in your head. It's where you're getting this, like Drag was saying, this intuitive thought, right? It just seems plausible to you because you've had narrative B kind of programmed in your head, but you've never had narrative, A, C, or D. You've never actually looked at those. So you don't have any concept of those narratives. So when you look at something like you use your own words to refute them, you're not actually going out and looking at all the other options that are out there. You're just kind of basing it on this narrative B that you already got pre-programmed in your head. Do you think that's possible?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, aren't we all doing that? Don't you all do that with the Bible? Use the Bible against the Bible? Right?
I didn't catch that. It was either I broke up or you broke up.
Okay, well, don't we all do that? Like, don't everyone here use the Bible against the Bible?
Well, I mean, people critique the Bible, and they use what's contained in the Bible to do so. Sure.
Yeah, so then it's a valid approach.
Well, there's something I noticed when you was talking about the extinction of the dinosaurs. So, well, okay, we know the dinosaurs went extinct, and so we got to come up with a way to explain this. So how about this big asteroid hit and killed them all? No, that's not what they did. I mean, it seems like the impression I got from what you were saying is that they made up the idea of the asteroid.
It's an explanation, and it is an explanation with evidence.
Instead, they started trying to look around and find what could be the cause. Some may have said an asteroid. Some may have said but they have to find the evidence.
But hang on a second though. When you were saying using the Bible. Okay, you're not actually using science to refute science because you haven't looked. You kind of admitted that you just kind of watch some videos here or something, but you don't actually do an in-depth discovery, right? You're not looking at all the papers out there and all the other stuff. You watch videos of somebody else giving their opinion of it, of what they think. So you're kind of staying with your in-group crowd, and you got this.
Yeah, and that's not doing science.
Well, that's not necessary. Like, let's say I'm assuming that the commentators or narrators are using what they think is true science, then it would be a legit claim that at least their view of science is inconsistent. Now, if I go to an outside source and say, well, okay, this guy got this part wrong, but this is what he says, well, then I have to judge his statements by all of his statements instead of judging, judging him by another critic, because not everyone is perfectly centered in the right, or should I say the same consistent view, have different views about different details. So of course, some people, you can always say, oh, well, this guy says this and Bill Nye says that and that guy says this. And I'll be running around chasing every single,
Justin, why are you listening to people rather than going to do the research yourself? When's the last time you actually opened a biological textbook and read this in a textbook, or going to a college course and learning the material to begin with? I mean, you're just basically getting secondhand information from people that are authoritative. Don't get me wrong; they probably do know their stuff. But until you actually go read the stuff yourself, how do you have the ability to make distinctions about who's telling you correct information when it came to science?
Well, okay, one thing, I felt like that was a vacuous statement, because research is researching what people have done and said. So when I'm listening to people, whether they said it on video or wrote it in the book or put their statements in a textbook, it's still the same. It's not magically different.
Well, yeah, it is. It kind of is. People that make videos, people that are do interviews, usually are talking more colloquially. They're talking a lot less scientifically than they normally would in a scientific textbook. I mean, there is a difference there. It's not the same thing. I guarantee it. When we have a scientist in here, they're talking on a level for everybody to understand. It's not going to be the same thing if they're going to explain something in a scientific textbook. You're not going to understand the topic unless you actually go and look at the textbooks and do the materials and learn something. I mean, look at Drag. Hey, Drag, when you're learning something, how many exercises do you have to do to learn a simple procedure before they feel like you've got it down, and then you have to regurgitate it on a test, right? Now, that you don't do that when you watch a video. You don't actually go practice this stuff. You don't learn how to problem solve. You don't learn the intricacies of these materials because you're not required to when you're just watching a video. When I went through nuke school, I couldn't graduate nuke school just by watching videos. There's no possible way. I would have. No possible way. I have to actually do the problems.
Yeah, and Justin, what we're saying is we're not telling you to go listen to one person's of the data and another person's opinion of the data. We're telling you, look at the data itself.
Yeah, exactly. And then of course
use those people to help you understand. I mean, but you can use those people to help you interpret the data. But what you do is you go investigate the data yourself. Don't take someone else's opinion of the data.
I swear to God, Bobby. I know it's an optical illusion, but I swear to God, those trucks don't look like they clear those overpasses by much. I know they probably do a lot more than it looks
in the truck when you do it.
But every single time I'm thinking, they don't look like they do it by much, do they?
There's some of them. I mean, there's some of them that are really close because you only need 13.6 for a truck to clear. So.
Yeah. Lou wanted to say something, and I do too. But go ahead, Lou.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Jane. You may have covered this, and I might have missed it. But just Justin, do you have a problem with to do with the extinction of the dinosaurs? Do you have a problem with what science is saying about that?
Well, yeah, I believe there's a double standard of what they consider is a logical theory. Because
you mean I would, it's not logical.
I would say
use the word logical there. Rational or reasonable or whatever. But logic is a very specific field.
How about evidential?
Evidential.
Okay. Rational, evidential.
Sure.
I think there's a double standard of what they consider what's rational, evidential.
What do you think happened then? I mean, if you're not really convinced by sort of what is kind of given, let's say with the asteroid, what do you think is the reason why the dinosaurs became extinct?
Well, I mean, if you don't know my Young Earth, narrative already, basically, the Earth was covered with, a sheet of water, and then over time, because of the sins of people, however you take that, God somehow sent a flood, and there's many ways he could have done that, which could be, one, he caused a domino effect by sending an asteroid, breaking the glass, sending it towards the Earth, and as the water comes down crashing, in different directions, also there's water coming from below the Earth.
Oh my
God. Causing upheaval. Wait, I'm trying to explain how it explains everything. Causing upheaval, which would cause mountains to rise up quickly, mud, to cover a whole bunch of life, which would also create, coal later on in the future, ice and so on, just slamming against places, creating Grand Canyons, and things like that. And so you have the asteroid there, and you also have a flood there, which is corroborated.
The asteroid you're saying there, that's not in the Bible, though, is it? The flood is, but the asteroid isn't.
Well, see, the Bible doesn't tell you every single detail, such as, oh yeah, this person died at this time. It just tells you, the main, narrative.
But an asteroid, I mean, if a flood is documented in the Bible, though, you would have thought an asteroid would have been documented as well.
No, it's not necessary.
But you're inferring that.
Even still though, like what she's saying, back to how the dinosaurs became extinct. If they were supposed to have two of every kind of dinosaurs would have been on the ark, right? So how did they die off after they got off the ark?
How did they die off? Well, just like how tigers and so on, like pandas can easily go extinct, just because one food or thing that they need
4,000 years
is gone from the chain.
Dinosaurs that came off the ark in 4,000 years completely vanished. That doesn't make any even sense from any point of view. In fact, it's funny is I've actually had two younger creationists, both Admin for Teacher and Mac Thompson, admit that there's no evidence there was any dinosaurs on the ark in the Bible.
See, that's the thing with all of this, like Justin, what you just said, the account you just gave us, there has to be solid evidence for this, or some kind of evidence to go by. This evidence has not been found. There were, if I recall correctly, oh gosh, century or so ago. Well, anyway, whenever geology was starting to become a science, there were Christians that were geologists, and they were going out. And this was before the field was really fleshed out. You know, they were still learning stuff, and they're going out. We're going to find evidence of the worldwide flood. You know, look at all these rocks and dig them up and stuff, and look at cliff size and find evidence for the flood. No, they didn't find no evidence.
Right, and see, but Justin, I've talked to Justin before. Justin thinks there's evidence for young Earth creationism, but every time he gives us evidence, we've shown him in detail why that evidence is completely wrong. I mean, it's completely and utterly wrong.
Actually, this is a vacuum statement. I think
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just one thing out real quick. One of the biggest pieces of evidence that would really make people sit up and take notice is if you had a T-Rex, you find a fossil bed or a layer that was laid down at the, laid down at a certain time. And so there's these animals that died at the same time or were buried at the same time. You would find dinosaurs with lions and tigers and bears, oh my, or humans, or human artifacts. This is not found.
And it's just funny you mentioned
nothing
that.
Nothing is found to indicate that they lived at the same time.
Jade and I just watched a Hangout last night with Dr. Schweitzer. She was having a Hangout with somebody.
I missed that.
Yeah, and she reiterated again, we have never found a fossil like that. We've never found a human in Precambrian layers. We've never found anything that isn't where it should be with the geological column. Never. Anything. I mean, if you look at the strata, everything's exactly where we would expect to be over a gradient timeline of stratification of these animals. You don't find higher primates in the lower strata. You just don't do it. It doesn't happen. It's clear evidence that a flood never happened, because a flood would just be, everything would be all over the place. You're just not going to have hydrolyte sorting that way to sort these things out.
There was one other piece of evidence or lack of evidence that one of the guys on Facebook brought up in a post. He said, how people a long time ago, they would make clothing from animal hides, and they would use teeth and tusks and things from the animals they killed, for decorations and necklaces and stuff. And we find these, they're ancient, using animal parts for clothing and stuff, or for ceremonial things, or jugs with cattle on them and people and stuff. But you don't see any jugs with dinosaurs and stuff on them. There's no clothing, no clothing has been found made from dinosaur hides, or maybe something made with dinosaur teeth, like around their neck, or on the Triceratops. That'd be pretty cool, having a fence of those things. We don't find anything. There's no evidence at all.
I meant hydrological sorting. I think I said something else, but I meant hydrological sorting.
Well, I mean, the thing is, my pet peeve is when people don't acknowledge when a person does have an argument and does have evidence. Just because it
I would love that, James. I'm telling you, I've never had one give me evidence of a young Earth, ever.
Well, this is what happens. One person has, just like a court case, like, for example, the O.J. Simpson case. Now, I believe he was guilty. The thing is, both sides of the argument, the prosecutor and the defendant, they had to show their side of evidence. And the jury had to consider both of them as evidence for and against. Just because one person had a theory or a connection between their evidence and, whatever, just because they had that alternative, you don't say, oh, well, we have an alternative, therefore ours cancels yours out, so therefore let's not call your stuff evidence.
I agree. Yours is the alternative. We have the old Earth has evidence. There's countless different ways to date the Earth. Countless different ways. We know this stuff is reality. We know this stuff is true. Then you have the young Earth creationists come up and saying, oh, well, we have alternative facts. They can't demonstrate. They can't show. Violates every known law of physics. It violates every branch of science. It throws out all of geology, all of physics, all of biology, all of paleontology. You name a branch of science, and young Earth creationists pretty much have to ignore most of it in order to fit their narrative.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is that what happens is, well, yeah, okay, but what happens is you come up with an alternative, for a theory that you feel that is better, that would explain the evidence, or let's say a rock, let's say we don't have to go down this path again, but seashells on on the top of a mountain.
Which has been explained why.
Yeah, so then you look at that, you have your explanation, then you say, oh, see, I have an explanation, therefore you have no evidence, which is not the case.
Well,
I can say the same thing.
That's not the truth, James. That's not true, because if your hypothesis was correct, we would expect to see a specific type of, or excuse me, a more randomized distribution of these shells. But we only see a specific type dated back to several millions of years ago. The only types of shells we find are old shells. We don't find any modern shells up there. Nothing in the last few thousand years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 100,000 years. No, we find millions of years old shells up there. If the flood had happened and you want to use the shells as a example, then you would have to show that these shells are common. They're something that only existed a few thousand years ago. We know that's not the case.
There you go. Here's an idea for a hangout, right? You and Justin get 5, just like the shells, right? You get 5 topics to cover, and you guys bring every piece of evidence you got for that. Don't pick different ones. You guys pick 5.
It lasts 8 hours.
Once.
It lasted 8 hours. I'm not a carry, and then it carried over.
So Maudie and I are talking.
But you guys went back and forth over the same thing, or did you just say, well, we got this and we got that, and then moved on to something else?
We got pretty in depth in it, and it was overwhelming that the younger creationists had no evidence to support that the shells demonstrate a young Earth. I mean, if you actually looked at the types of shells, it disproves a young Earth. If you actually look at the types of shells up there, it cannot happen with a young Earth, but they don't want to acknowledge that.
What Maudie and I are actually planning to do a hangout, not today, probably tomorrow, or the next day. We want some folk. Well, Sam's going to join too. We're trying to find some people who don't agree with modern science, and as far as the scientific, not necessarily scientific method. Hold on. They think that science is scientism, like all science is scientism. So we want to find people who not necessarily anti-science people, because I don't want to characterize them as that. We want to find people who are science skeptics, like they think that there's an inherent bias against their ideology, whether it be flat Earth, whether it be Christian, whatever, right? So we want to go over how science has its place and how it has its own system of checks and balances, and discuss some of its flaws and weaknesses, and like have a genuine conversation. So I've tagged True Empiricism, Spoken, I've tagged Justin here, just to kind of put some feelers out to see, because people have been asking me and Sam to do kind of a philosophy of science hangout for a while, and I think Maudie would be the one to host that, and we could definitely join. But we need people who can provide some pushback and some of their apprehensions.
That'd be interesting. By the way, I'm also having a hangout with Christopher Maudie. You don't get solo thing with him. I mean, he's a little whore, so I'm going to be some Christopher. But I'm having a hangout with him sometime at the end of next week on progressive rock and theory of music. And we're going to be talking about a lot of Canadian bands, especially three-man Canadian bands, and how they've influenced things. And yeah, that's going to be cool. Didn't think I knew about that topic, did you? Huh?
Steve, can I address Drake's point? You made a great point. I hear this a lot about the Christian worldview versus the non-believer worldview, but they largely coincide. The fact that Justin's making this phone call means that he's happy to defer to scientists about the electromagnetic spectrum and quantum mechanics. The fact that you drive your cars, Dr. Krauss makes this point all the time. There is no Christian worldview about gravity. There's no Christian worldview about material science. This is really, I think, a red herring, and I feel that point could be made enough. I just want to mention something. All of us talk about general relativity. Maybe 1 person in 1,000 can solve Einstein's equations and solve the differential equations. So the fact that we can't means that we all make abstractions about fields that we don't know about, and we defer to the experts. Like Sam, I think, could probably trace back mutations in mitochondrial DNA to find, let's say, mitochondrial Eve. But none of us can do that. So we abstract and we defer to the experts. And the point I want to make is, Justin and all the young Earth creationists do this too. They defer to creationists in every other field except this one. They defer to the experts in every other field except this one.
Yeah, and but here's the difference though. If somebody really wanted to, somebody's intelligent enough, they could learn how to do this. If Dragnot wanted to to say, oh, you know what, I do want to see how I can trace back a certain mutation all the way to mitochondrial Eve, and I want Sam to help me with this. Sam could learn how to do it eventually. If I really wanted to work with Einstein's field equations, I can get with General Han Solo and probably yourself, Yo, and within a period of time, I would learn how to do it, right? Because I do know what the equations are. I understand a little bit about math. I have the potential, if I really, really wanted to learn how to do that, I could. I don't think, and this is not, I'm not talking about Justin because I think Justin's a bright guy, but I think most younger creationists on the lower echelons, not the high and mighty PhDs that sit in the AIG ivory towers, they don't have the ability to even ever potentially learn anything like that. They just don't. They're intellectually limited. And I know that sounds like, as Maddie would say, the Oracle of Delphi kind of stuff, and it comes up as elitism, but it's a fact. It's a fact that we have to realize that these people are multiple standard deviations of norm from an average intelligence, and it's not something that should be discounted. I mean, you're not going to get a child that's 3 years old understanding quantum mechanics. It's not going to happen. You're not going to have people and members of the clown car posse understanding things like matrices or tensor equations or mutational rates. They're not going to do it. So I think that's a huge difference because they don't have the ability to learn certain stuff. I guarantee it, they would never pass any course that any one of us have ever taken. It would never happen. That's why they haven't taken these courses.
One thing you see is that creationists or ID proponents, that they'll make this accusation against mainstream science. Or mainstream science rejects them because of this bias. Oh no, anything to do with religion can't be real. No, but it's completely wrong. What it is, science progresses by being challenged. Now, and if creationists or ID, whatever people had enough solid evidence that was, to look at, then mainstream science would start going, well, wait a minute, let's look at your evidence. Let's see what we can study. Let's see if we can get the results you get.
Right, and they don't.
That would be a different thing.
Yeah.
Because scientific theories have been challenged in the past, and some have been overturned and replaced by new theories. But the new theories have to work. They have to have the evidence. They have to have the test results and stuff like that.
Well, that's why you don't find any atheist younger creationist. And I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but you don't find any atheist that thinks the world's 7,000 years old. They're not subjected to this presupposition that God has to exist or younger creationism is right. They can actually objectively look at the evidence and say, oh, hey, yeah, you know what? Clearly the Earth is not 7,000 years old. And so if the Earth was only 7,000 years old, I think there'd be a lot more atheists that would accept it. But the evidence doesn't point to that. It just doesn't. But if you start with the presupposition that it has to be, then you're not actually doing science. And that's why when they're going to these people who keep promoting this stuff, these people are not scientists. They threw away their scientist card when they signed a little piece of paper called a declaration of faith statement, right? That they can't even accept any evidence that goes against their narrative. And yes, they do sign it.
Yes, they do. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I also want to give an example of science being challenged. Let's see, Alfred Wegener, back in the early 1900s, he came up with the idea of continental drift. And nobody would accept his ideas. He did not have enough evidence.
Because we didn't know about plate tectonics.
Or plate tectonics, yeah. But he was right. That the different continents and all, and a lot of land masses are on different plates, and they grind against each other and go over and under each other. He was correct, but his idea and his evidence or whatever wasn't accepted. But after he died, there was some more studying done on this, and more evidence was amassed. There was enough evidence to get other scientists to go, well, hey, let's look at this. So, and this was like, not that long ago, really. I mean, looking at it.
Well, we've increased our knowledge exponentially, even from like the turn of the century, and even before then. I mean, the last century before that. I mean, our knowledge keeps getting better and better. And if scientists know something, I've read numerous things that says, you know what, this has a poorly understood mechanism, or this is not fully understood how this works. Scientists are not afraid to say that, because 100 some odd years ago, that would have been a lot of different things. They didn't know how things worked.
Yeah. It opens up a field now. That's a field to work on.
Yeah, and I remember when Lynn Margulis Lewis, endosymbiotic theory, were, nobody agreed with that. Lynn Margulis had to basically fight the established. That's kind of funny, establishment. But no, endosymbiotic theory is well accepted now.
Well, Barbara McClintock.
We have more evidence for it, for one thing.
Barbara McClintock had a fight to get her jumping genes hypothesis.
It happened. But that isn't always a fight. Like I said, when I first started following it in the 1980s, they were talking about the whole band bad or bad did, as I call it. Birds are not dinosaurs, birds are dinosaurs, or birds are dinosaur descendants. Then there was a huge argument over that. But it was, when I say argument, I don't mean fight. I think that's sometimes misunderstood. Sometimes there are, like pretty much out and out, really aggressive kind of things. Like the whole ancestry of wolves was, and then they had a conference to sort of settle things. So sometimes that does happen. Where the wolves, where dogs first came from wolves is what I meant. But then with the people argue their positions, no, I think this, no, I think that, and over a period of time, the first thing that happened was they abandoned band. Paulus, who was sort of stuck in a rut, and they said, well, that's birds dinosaurs or birds dinosaur descendants. Look at all the material. And it was really fun watching these, and others who are knowledgeable in the field and know a ton about paleontology. They have to keep up with the science to be able to depict the animals best. So, I watched this go on for decades. And it's just, it's fascinating. And yes, sometimes people think their team, it gets a little heated or they get a little stubborn. And then after a while, like with the whole birds or descendants, some people were sticking with, they're dinosaur descendants, they aren't dinosaurs. And then eventually they had to give way and go, yeah, you know what? The evidence just stacks up. Birds are dinosaurs.
But Jade, one thing they all have in common is they all accept the age of the Earth. They all accept the Earth cannot be
yes.
Now. Every one of them will say this. It's completely ridiculous to think the Earth is 7,000 years, just as much to think that the Earth is flat. No reputable scientist would ever come to that conclusion, because the only people that think the Earth is young are people listening to people putting out misinformation. And we've demonstrated that these people put out information, like we did with Wells, was clearly putting out misinformation. For whatever their agenda is,
and the one
they
thing
do.
Well,
yeah.
If I can say something, you see, the thing is, it's not necessarily intellectual dishonesty. It's faith, and of course, everyone has a faith. I'm sure everyone will deny it, but everyone has a faith. It's just like how there was this
we all have faith in things.
Before I get cut off, I just wanted to make this one point. There's a story about this woman who, she was helping prosecute a lot of young black men because the DNA evidence pointed that they were guilty. But what kept happening is that she was actually tampering with the evidence and causing the evidence to show that they were guilty. Now, according to the verdict, they were guilty. The evidence showed that they were guilty because the DNA showed that they were linked to the crime. But then later on, it came out that what was happening is she was not dealing with it right. She was tampering with the evidence, causing the DNA to match with the crime scene.
I remember that.
So James, hang on one second. Wait, hang on. Are you claiming, because you use that as an example, that all scientists are out there fabricating data?
No, what I'm claiming is that the evidence data, what happens is people take data and they make up a story about the data, and we're supposed to take their word for it.
Are you claiming that that millions of scientists that are doing research right now, every single one of them that has come to the conclusion that the Earth is old, is fabricating data in order to keep that? Because if not, you just have a non sequitur. You completely have something.
No, I'm not saying that they're fabricating data. Just like how the woman,
your story has no relevancy on anything, because unless you cannot say one is related to another unless you can demonstrate that these scientists are doing the same exact thing. Then I don't understand the point of that story.
The point is, this girl was a scientist.
Well, yeah,
now,
but that doesn't.
There's no reason.
How does that matter that she's a scientist? You have to demonstrate that scientists right now.
Not all scientists are like that.
Yeah, you have to demonstrate.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, Justin. She fabricated the data, right? Now the prosecutor who read the data didn't know that, and he just read the data as it came to him, right? He had no knowledge what the data was, and he prosecuted on that. So what you're trying to say is that now these scientists are actually processing the data. They're not the ones finding the data. They're processing the data themselves and then posting the conclusions. They're not making the data up. So your analogy is kind of saying somebody out there is making false data, and that these scientists just don't know how to read it.
No, what I'm saying is people are taking the data and then officiating a false story about it.
But James, you're not understanding what Bob just told you. If the data was wrong, other scientists would catch it. In the story that you related, the prosecutor wasn't qualified to catch the problem. Here we have scientific data that the data is all over the world. Any competent scientist would be able to look at this data and determine the validity of it. Would you agree with that, James? Or are they all on a conspiracy?
Well, see, and that's the thing. I believe that anyone can do that, and then when they see the story tells a different story from the rest, then there's a
question, James. Are they all doing a conspiracy, or do they all?
A great majority.
When these scientists look at the data, two things can have to happen. Either A, they're reading the data with based upon actual science, and they're driving a conclusion that the Earth is old, or B, they're in a conspiracy mode and they're lying to people.
If I could get in here sometime.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead, Blue. I'll come after you.
I was just going to say, what's the conspiracy is what then, Justin? Why are all scientists conspiring with their data?
Because no one likes to be wrong.
All scientists have. That's why I wanted to get an answer. Are all scientists conspiring, Justin?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like most people don't want to be wrong publicly. So you don't have to have a conspiracy to just make a tale about evidence.
Okay, so most of it's just making stuff up. I don't know. Hang on, Jade. I'll get back to you. I wanted to get a definitive answer. James.
Yeah.
Again, or Justin, are most scientists making shit up? Are they lying? Are they deceiving? I mean, a yes or no would be nice.
Yeah. And after you answer that real quick, I got a question too.
Okay. And I still have something to say.
Jay's going next. I just want a yes or no. Are most scientists, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of scientists all looking at this data. You're saying that 99.7% of them are being dishonest in the conclusion they're coming to. Is that what your claim is?
Well, okay. I'm not saying 99%.
But that's all the ones that accept evolution in the age of the Earth. 99% of scientists.
Well, hold on. We're speaking very vacuously. I'm not being extremely precise. I'm not giving you exact percentages, because then you're going to put me in this one, box where I say every scientist.
A vast majority.
And so then a great majority. I would say a great majority.
Okay, a great majority of them. Okay, see, this is where it just blows my mind. It goes into like La La Land. But go ahead, Jade.
Yeah. This has happened where a great majority of scientists have been wrong.
Okay. Jade, I just want to say something real quick. No question, no answers. His comment was nobody wants to be proven wrong, so they're gonna. It sounds like he's saying these people who put out the information don't want to be proven wrong, so they're just kind of go with the flow. Well, scientists really make their money about proving other people wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how they're going to be famous.
Well, sure, but
they don't make that much money, but that's how they get famous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, but there are pillars. There are pillars that people don't want to move.
There's no sacred cows in science. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there are. Like, for example, in the Christian faith, there are pillars that some people don't want to move. They would love to disprove little small things that really doesn't change.
That's why science is better than religion, because religion. Science doesn't have those things.
But so science is different than religion.
Yeah,
no, it deals with human. No, it deals with the same human nature or narrative. People, whether you're human, whether you're a scientist or a religious, pastor, you still have the same human habit of trying to just move things that you can afford to move,
because
but things
that you
feel
faith,
like
not evidence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
They go by faith, not evidence. But go ahead, Jade.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to use the example we were using before. Okay. What happened is we know that at what was called the KT boundary, it's now called the KPG boundary. Was called the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary. Now it's called the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary, which gets a little confusing because I'm still thinking KT boundary. I probably will for years. So we know that at this point the dinosaurs disappear. The dinosaurs in the Cretaceous? No, not in the Paleogene. So something happened in between. Scientists knew that something must have happened because all that we've done find no dinosaur in the Paleogene, but lots of dinosaurs in the Cretaceous. So what happened? So scientists knew something had to happen. So what they did was they looked at this boundary between the two, and they've studied it and studied it and studied it to try to come up with what could have happened. There were lots of hypotheses. I remember when I was a kid, it was a great movie. I mean, kids love them, and the dried out. I remember this picture of the dinosaurs trudging across the desert and dying of thirst, and the forest living a little longer because they were eating the carcasses. And then later, I saw one that showed the dinosaurs trudging through the snowbank. Movies, you understand, these are movies. But the idea was people were trying to figure out what happened. How did, the climate must have changed. That's what we're thinking. The climate must have changed to cause dinosaurs to die, or maybe they were all poisoned by something. Oh, and that was a theory too. That there was a rise of flowering plants about that time. Plants killed. Turned out the flowering plants were older than that, and it didn't work out. But they're looking at the evidence and trying to figure out what could have caused it. One of the things they came up with was, well, we know what volcanic activity does. There's the oh crap, what's it called? Somebody might remember. But there was the year without winter. I mean, the year without summer, and I forget, but it caused a lot of deaths and famine in Europe. And we can go, back even further and look at the evidence when people were alive and what volcanic activity had. When Krakatoa erupted, the results of the eruption dies all over the world. As a matter of fact, that was a period. That was a period of great pictures done of sunsets. There was actually an exhibit in Washington, D.C. many decades ago of pictures from that era. So they had this idea that maybe it was a volcanic eruption, amongst other ideas. So they looked to see if there was something that fit the time period. Sure enough, there were what are called the Deccan traps in India. Maybe that's it. And that's the way science works. It goes, maybe that's it. So scientists started studying the Deccan traps. And it was helpful. It was right about the same time. Deccan traps blowing up with huge volcanic eruptions in India. They studied and studied, and they estimated, by looking at the type of volcano, by looking at what was left from the volcano, it just didn't seem big enough. The whole world in dust, and such would cause this massive die-off of plants and then animals. It just wasn't big enough. So that wasn't question mark for quite a while. Not big enough, but maybe, I don't know. And then the Alvarezes, Luis and Walter Alvarez, were looking at this and found this. Now that was really interesting. And the excitement at the time, is this it? Is it not it? Because iridium is not common on Earth, but it's common out there. What if something hit us? What if it was a meteor? What if it was an asteroid? Meteor, asteroid. So then they started studying this. But the thing you have to understand is it's not just, the Alvarez. There's a whole bunch of other people. The minute one of these ideas comes up, scientists all over the world start going, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at my data. Let's look at your data. Let's look at all the other data. Let's go back and look at the Deccan traps. Let's look at all our other hypotheses. And it took a lot of research research, an iridium layer they found. They found a bunch of other stuff that made them go, forget the meteor, asteroid, and yeah, it hit. And then when they became pretty much convinced that something hit, asteroid and meteor, that's when they started looking for, well, if it's a meteor or it's an asteroid, there's going to have a crater. And they looked and looked and looked, and they found Chicxulub. And there was controversy at the time about Chicxulub. Some people said, nah, not the right place. It's just not the right place. And again, they studied, because when something hits, there's going to be certain material closer to where it hit, and then as it goes out, there's going to be less material. Chicxulub fit the pattern. Now, the main hypothesis is, yep, Chicxulub, it explains the iridium layer, it explains the extinction of dinosaurs, it explains a whole bunch of stuff. So that's the main theory right now, or hypothesis.
But Jay, here's the problem. Here's the problem from a young Earth creationist point of view. They might accept that Chicxulub was a meteor. They might accept that
asteroid.
Asteroid. They might accept that it was an asteroid. They might accept that it was the cause of the iridium layer, right? What they don't accept is when it happened.
Right, but what I'm not really talking to about the time, I'm talking about the process.
I get that.
This is how, this is how science works, and there's scientists all over the world looking at it. And now, by the way, you remember what I said earlier? It was part of the reason. They're going back and looking at the Deccan traps and thinking, you know what? There's an idea now, not confirmed, that this was like a perfect storm. The dinosaurs. Not only did the asteroid hit and cause the Chicxulub craters, but the volcanic activity in the Deccan traps added to it. Now, were the two related? Probably not.
Could have been a comet too, by the way.
Crashing. No, asteroid. Comet, no iridium, I think.
I know. I think there actually is.
Yeah, but I don't think they're big enough either. But the last I read is that it's pretty confirmed asteroid. But okay, whatever, something. So, but did asteroid hitting cause Deccan traps to erupt? That's very unlikely, considering that's in India. And so think about it. What if the comet hit roughly around the same time that the Deccan traps erupted? And the Deccan traps eruption was probably over a period of time. It wasn't like a single eruption. The amount of material entering the atmosphere from both of those, what if it just totaled everything? And there are some other interesting hypotheses involved in this too. As I said, some scientists are now looking at this as perhaps a perfect storm. And when you consider billions of years of time, the odds, and I know I kind of hate talking about odds because people get them all wrong, but there are times when the improbable things happen. There was a guy just last year who spent quite a long period of time flipping coins until he got 100 heads in a row.
Yeah, it took hours, several hours.
Just to do it. It took them days, didn't it? I think.
Well, I remember they did experiments with different things, and they eventually got it right in one take. Did you watch that video?
Yeah. But so the thing is,
times. So it was 20.
So they say it's consensus, but there's a hypothesis now that this is a perfect storm of events that caused the dinosaur extinction. And we've had other mass extinctions. The Permian was even greater, but people don't talk about that one as much. It's the dinosaur one that excites everyone.
And by the way, I'm gonna have Landon Knoll back on this Sunday, and I'm asking this question because the way I recall it, it's not asteroids that hit the Earth. Asteroids are what they're called when they're actually in orbit around the sun. Meteorites are when they have breakoffs of the asteroid, and a meteor is something that is entered the Earth's atmosphere or is located next to the Earth, and then a meteoroid is after they strike the ground. That's how I remember.
Well, I think where they come from originally too. I think that's what it said.
I see. I mean, granted, you can call a meteor that hit the ground. I mean, it's part of it was originally an asteroid or a meteoroid, but technically, I think it's only an asteroid when it's in orbit. But I'll ask him to answer that question. He's an astronomer.
Yeah, ask that because my memory is. I could be wrong. You could be wrong. We could both be wrong.
I was going to add something about the Chicxulub thing.
Yeah.
Okay, it started back in about 1978 when some people were doing an airborne magnetic survey of the Gulf of Mexico. In the data, they saw part of this huge arch, or arc, or whatever, miles and miles and miles big. And then a little more evidence popped up over the years, and it wasn't until like in the 90s they figured out that, okay, yeah, this was an impact crater. See, it wasn't something
satellite data now is confirmed as an impact crater.
Yes.
There were different people, like you mentioned, the Alvarezes. There were different people that, not even following each other, they were just finding this different evidence. Shock quartz, I think that was something you was looking for to talk about. Like, there was shock quartz, being dug up around this thing, whatever, and that's evidence of, a high impact of some kind.
Well, again,
and then there's the iridium layer too. So this was different evidence from different people over a period of, say, 20 years. It wasn't just something someone pulled out of their ass and, oh, here's why the dinosaurs died.
Yeah, no, it's a confirmed thing that the meteor did strike. Now, whether was it the cause of the dinosaurs dying out, it's the leading current theory on it, but there's definitely a meteor strike there, or something that struck the ground. There's no question about that. But hang on.
I think the icing on the cake is the iridium layer.
Sure, but the problem is that the young Earth creationist doesn't care about any of that. Their narrative is such that it doesn't matter whether the evidence points to this or not. It has to be wrong, because science has to be questioned all the time.
But Justin, I don't.
No.
Let's go back to Justin. Let's go back to Justin. No, I mean, Justin never finished explaining how he thought the dinosaurs died out.
He did.
Well, if I could just say one last thing.
Did he?
Yeah.
Which is that
did they die out before? Were they ever on the ark? Did they die out before they went on the ark? I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I just wanted to say that when the Alvarezes first came up with their hypothesis, there were scientists who came up with alternate explanations for the iridium layer. Okay,
yeah,
so volcanoes. It wasn't like everybody went.
Volcanoes.
It wasn't like everybody said, "Oh, goody, we have an answer." Other scientists immediately said, "Wait a minute, this is what could have caused the iridium layer." So it's not all in one. So yeah, but anyway, Bob, go ahead, because what you were asking was really good.
We know now that astronomical bodies do have iridium, and if one of the sufficient size of the crater was to land, mathematical modeling would show that it would be a ubiquitous covering on the Earth about a few centimeters thick, exactly what we see.
Right.
They do, but
so anyway, Bob,
modeling.
If Bob could ask that to get that out.
Yeah, because that goes back to what Blue was asking. I mean, he was kind of explaining it, but he didn't finish. I don't think he finished it, or I didn't hear it. Because we're trying to explain, how did they all die out? Were they on the ark? Were they off the ark? How did they die out after the ark? I mean.
Yeah. Well, basically, the great vast majority of life died outside the ark. Now, the animals that were allowed in the ark, I would say some dinosaurs, or many dinosaurs. Of course, we don't have to assume that they were full size, but of course, babies, as you probably heard. Once they came out, there were many, I believe, that roamed. So hence, we have traditions of dinosaurs and so on. Of dragons, which basically just means terrible lizard. And we have these traditions, and they don't just come out of nowhere. They come out of what people believe they have seen. And now, eventually, these things start to get hidden. They actually start to hide more and more. Just like how there are certain extinct animals that we rarely see, but they're there. We're still discovering animals. Now, of course, over time, because their food is missing, or the food chain is disrupted, animals, especially the bigger ones, they die out, one by one, and they can just die out within 50 years, 100 years. I mean, we almost just pretty much extinct the buffalo within how much, a year or 200 years or so? So it's quite easy for a huge animal population, especially if they didn't just come out the ground with a billion.
What was the point of saving them on the ark if they're just going to die out right after they got to where they were going? That makes no sense.
You knew he was going to die.
No, well, see, the thing is, it's not necessarily about like which animals that he want to keep throughout all the centuries. Perhaps they served a purpose, but just like how we know let's say the dodo died out. Yeah, that's not his fault that they died out. It's pretty much.
Well, I don't. Right? Yeah, hang on. I don't believe your point about the food that they didn't have the food because, I mean, none of the animals had food when they come off the ark, right? The lions would have ate all the other animals, so all the other animals would have went extinct, right?
No, I'm not talking directly.
Then the herbivores, there was no plants. You know how long it would have took for the ground to be able to be fertile enough to start producing plants? They would all died out too. So.
No, I'm not talking about directly after. I'm talking about like maybe centuries. So
what they eat
1,000 years. Say it again.
What do they eat right after? After all these animals that supposedly were on this ark, when they hit landfall, what did they eat?
I mean, I'm sure there was enough grass somewhere because when
the world was flooded, it's been under seawater.
Yeah, but see,
the grass is not going to survive that.
The story tells us that that a dove, or a crow, or whatever, came back with an olive branch, which shows that there was a tree life somewhere out there. Eventually, when they landed,
there was enough food to feed every animal that's still alive now, but just not enough for the dinosaurs which died.
But other animals like elephants and hippopotami, big large animals, they survived.
Equal size, yeah.
Yeah, all the ones that we expect from a line of phylogeny that came long after the dinosaurs, those survived. But everything we would expect to find to be millions of years ago, none of those magically survived.
Yeah, and not all dinosaurs were over 500 pounds. Most of the dinosaurs were less than 50 pounds.
No, like those little chicken ones.
Well, most dinosaurs.
A crocodile. Well, why don't you say crocodiles are dinosaurs then?
They're archosaurs. They're in the same. Oh gosh, I forgot the classification.
They are dinosaurs because they're closely related to birds.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't sure. I know they had archosaurs, and the dinosaurs and the birds and the crocodiles were under archosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the thing is, if they were to survive, you just classify them differently because you're accustomed to them, and you already have a paradigm that they should be alive.
Dude, come on, that is such a cop-out answer.
There's unique character combinations that alligators and crocodiles have that we would not expect from something to be 60 million years old. They don't have those character combinations yet.
What character like the size, the weight? What is it?
No, structural features with the bone structures, the cranial size, what are the three bones in the inner ear? For example, like I was just rereading this the other day. The inner ear was related to the lateral line on certain mammals. There's a correlation there. So we would expect mammals to have this inner ear, right? Which we do, but we wouldn't expect to find on very, 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 very distant relatives before animals that came to being, right? I mean, they were. What was the earliest one? Does anybody know? Jade, for the inner ear, because I remember the predecessor for that was the lateral line on certain mammals and the aquatic mammals.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, the lateral line is their version of hearing, and they have hair cells too.
Yeah, the hair cells are the same thing, right? Because the inner ear is basically just a fluid, a gel that moves a little hair around, and then the brain interprets that hair as sound.
Hang on just a second. I just want to clarify something. Aquatic mammals have a lateral line?
No, he meant not aquatic
shark.
mammals.
Well, yeah, excuse me, it was a shark lateral line.
Shark,
It wasn't aquatic matter. You're right.
Sharks have a lateral
line.
line.
Let me correct that. It wasn't an aquatic mammal. Sharks have a lateral line.
I think that was
Yeah, I was about to go like, wait a minute.
But it's funny. At least you noticed the mistake, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. It was shark.
There's a comment here from Matthew. Is it Matthew Ecclesiastes the 3rd or Ecclesiastes 3?
Yeah.
He said that we humans basically hunted the dinosaurs into extinction. which kind of strikes me that we would have seen something. We would have seen maybe a cave painting, maybe like we see of humans hunting other animals. We've never seen
there'd be a chapter of it in the
Bible. Yeah, but we've never seen a picture of humans hunting a T-Rex.
Yeah, Blue, younger creationists do trot out some photos every so often or pictures.
Hang on,
the problem is, like, one of the ones that they used as evidence that we hunted dinosaurs came from a child's book that somebody had illustrated, and they actually used that as a legitimate pictograph. But it was an illustration from a younger creationist narrative.
But even still, hunting dinosaurs to extinction. I mean, how many different kinds, quote kinds of dinosaurs would have been on the ark? There had to been, if there's that many different kinds of mammals and different kinds of dinosaurs would have been in the ark. And then if it was that important for God to save them on the ark, and these people were that religious, why would they hunt them to extinction? Because you think that would piss off God, after you just saved them all.
It probably did piss him off. I mean, what men do does not necessarily correlate to what God desires.
We're going to hunt T-Rexes to extinction.
Wait. First of all, how did we get a T-Rex population again? You had 2 T-Rexes off the ark. There was over
and
a
then
period
you had a Stegosaurus, you had a
Triceratops. They have a huge population now that gets to be 100.
No. So you had two small Samosaurs. That's where the T-Rex name came from. You had a few other things. No, Brachiosaurus. Look at the size of that thing. We're going to kill the Brachiosaurus with Stone Age weapons.
There'd be a chapter in the Bible if you think about it. How to hunt dinosaurs.
If you took the size of the ark, right, and we all seen pictures in relative size, like the Titanic and stuff, and you calculated the amount of area inside that, just say for nothing else, no people, no walkway, no anything, not like the ark, in Kentucky, right? But just say it was completely empty space, and you pack those full of animals. Do you still think that if you put to the brilliant capacity, if these were just babies, you still would account for all the diversity of biodiversification today? You still would have all the extant species we have today? There's no way. It would have become close to being enough.
Does that make sense to Justin, though?
By factors of probably millions off.
Well, see, the thing is, this is what scientists do. They say, oh, well, I don't know. Let me research it. I'm not going to make
It's not a matter of being a scientist, Justin. It's a matter of it's physically impossible to stick that many creatures in a limited space. It's basic physics.
How many creatures do you think that might be?
Well, no, you can't make a straw man and then say, well, it's physically impossible.
Man? That's not a straw man.
How many creatures do you think that might be?
Hold on a second, everybody. We can take the statistics from the Bible, and we could work out, if we could be asked, the internal volume of the ark.
Right.
Yeah. How many animals are you assuming?
How many of you are assuming? Not us. How many do you think are in there?
So then, for you to say it's impossible when you don't even know how much I'm assuming is just like
we have over 8.5 million extant species alone, not including some.
Well, you wouldn't have to have every single quote unquote species now, would you?
Well, hang on.
Yeah, I've heard there were 7,000, 5,000 to 7,000 kinds on there, and also if there was only 5,000 to 7,000 kinds, for them to repopulate the Earth that we have now, they would have to put out 117 species a day to account for everything that's on the planet today.
And it gets worse, if we're classing dinosaurs as clean creatures as well, because then there aren't a pair, there's 7.
Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, exactly. It's true. But it's not even hyperspeciation anymore. It's hyper exponential speciation.
So, hang on. So 2 T-Rexes, baby T-Rexes, toddle off the ark, and they go off, and then in a short space of time, we get everything else: Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, Compsognathus.
Those would be different animals on there. Those are different animals. Those are different kinds.
I've never heard a good description of how you classify an animal into a kind.
Well, and another thing is, you have to have food for an entire year for however many animals you got on there. Plus, you have to take care of the poop and the pee for an entire year for all these animals.
And it's actually it's the urine that's the worst.
And
there's only one window.
For the Kentucky Ark, how many exhibitions do they actually have in there? Exhibits. What do they got? 8? They don't even have any live animals in there, obviously, clearly, because that would be a huge problem for them. But I mean, they have like 8 different cages. I mean, there's no thousands and thousands of creatures in there. No, I think they had 8 when they first opened. They had 8.
And the ark would never be seaworthy. There's no metal brackets to hold. I mean, there's no way it ever float.
And one of them was a Pachycetus.
There is a guy who's a trucker, by the way, who went through the ark and did a video. It's over an hour long. So there's a lot more than 8 there. And they actually do have some live animals. They rotate them, whether they're little donkeys or sheep or goats or whatever.
No, I thought they didn't get the petting zoo. I thought they were
No, it's inside the ark. He actually saw it. This video. I posted it long ago, but I could probably find it again.
He'll remember.
But they have a little area, and they have these animals in there. I think they had goats in there when he was there, and he talked to the guy and said, "Oh, how nice you have some goats." And then the guy said, "Oh yeah, they rotate the animals. They'll have goats for a while, then they'll take them out. They'll have sheep, and I think they have miniature donkeys or something else. But they do have a few live animals." However, if I were a young Earth creationist, my answer to that would be, it's simple. They all went to sleep once they got in the ark, and they didn't wake up until, so there was no poop, no pee.
Yeah,
Hyper chambers.
Jefferson said an elephant shits 100 kilograms a day and pisses 50 liters. And Paul, I love this. But by the way, I actually have talked to Dr. Wood. He doesn't agree with Dr. Tompkins on Cream and Chromos number 2, by the way, just FYI. I thought that was interesting. But Dr. Todd Wood is a young Earth creationist. But he accepts his evidence for evolution. He accepts his overwhelming evidence for evolution. He just chooses to literally ignore it and accept a younger creation narrative on faith. I'm not making this up. Go look him up. But he says he defines kinds as, I love this, significant continuity without significant discontinuity. Wow, that's profound.
That's a double entendre.
Hey, Jay, Jay, do you remember that hangout we had that Fiona hosted, the Science of the Flood?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, man. Now, there was so much brought up in that ripped the flood story to shreds.
Paul says it's a minor petting zoo, but the big one is part of the expansion. That's what I'm thinking of. There's an expansion they were supposed to do that.
Oh, yeah.
He was going to have another crowdfunding for and waste more money. But
okay, so the ark would be in feet about 450 feet by 75 feet by about 45 feet high, which is going to give you about 1.5 million cubic feet, and that's with your rack and stack model.
But let me ask you, Druss, if with computer science the way it is, how come a creationist can't show us on a computer model how these animals lived in there, how they fed them, how they cleaned the waste?
Yeah.
I mean, how can they not show any of this?
Yeah, I mean you could actually model that completely in 3D.
But I think what happens is a younger creation has to throw away all rationality in order to accept this narrative, because it's just so on his face, prima facie, ridiculous. You couldn't even have a fraction amount of animals on there for a year, more or less enough to explain biodiversification.
Well, I can. Well, this is what I can do. I could actually tell your side of the story without ridiculing it. I think the reason why people have to ridicule something is because their own words doesn't have enough power to actually convince them.
I ridicule because it's absurd. It's patently absurd. I ridicule flat Earth. Flat Earth is absurd. I ridicule that. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's true, right?
Yeah, but see, I don't have to ridicule flat Earth to prove that it's wrong.
But I enjoy ridiculing flat Earth.
But it would probably sound like you were ridiculing.
Yeah, ridiculing is fun.
Ridiculing is fun. I mean, to accept flat Earth, you've got to be one of the dumbest people on the planet.
I think ridiculing is fun because this is what happens.
Justin, not everyone is ridiculing. Only Steve is ridiculing. Okay.
True.
Oh no, I mean drag ridicules, wolf ridicules.
Well, I mean, right now in this conversation. I'm talking in this conversation that Justin's had so far. Me, Jade, and Blue have not been ridiculing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can't be speaking for every single person because someone's going to raise their hand and say I didn't do it. But but what I was trying to say is that when it comes to the ark and all the animals being inside, we don't have to assume so many things and then destroy the argument. Like for example, it can be that maybe there were just a few thousand animal kinds that can produce all the different kinds because
show us scientifically, because if you could do that, I guarantee these things like AIG would pay you a lot of money, because even they can't.
Well, see, the thing is, they can't disprove what I'm saying based on the fact that they have no. They can't really say for certain how were the animals back then.
But you're
Steve, can I just ask a question? Because I think this is really pivotal to the whole thing.
Sure.
Do you believe the story? I'm a theist, by the way, just so you don't get too scared. But do you believe the flood story and Noah because of faith, or because of evidence that comes from outside of the Bible?
Well, because of faith, and then I just consider it evidentially sensible that explains most in all the world.
Okay, let's go with this evidentiary. Let's go with this evidentiary sensible thing he just said, right? Let's go with the fruit fly thing, right? With the fruit flies, right? They've been trying to get these fruit flies to breed new species, a brand new species other than like a fruit fly, for how many years? And they haven't been able to do it. See, your concept of what happened after the animals came off the ark, say there were 7,000 kinds. Like I said before, they would have to produce 117 new kinds a day, every day of the year for a couple of thousand years, to get the species that we have on the planet today. But over the last 40 years, we couldn't get a.
Yeah, fruit flies have speciated.
They've had speciated, but they've had speciated. Well, all right, Steve.
They're still the same kind, is what Bob's saying.
Okay, but no, what I'm saying is they haven't speciated to where you have like a black bear and a brown bear, or a mountain lion and a tiger. Right. They haven't speciated that way.
So, Bob, I get you. So the question, Justin, is if the narrative was correct, we would expect to see multiple speciations a day, which, by the way, we've never seen from mammals. It just doesn't happen. I mean, certain species can speciate in a few generations. Grasses, plants have polyploidy, granted. But advanced things like mammals, they don't speciate that way. So you would have to have hundreds of speciation rates a day, and all of a sudden they don't speciate like that anymore? Because we don't.
Well, that makes sense to me.
What's that?
I mean, it makes sense to me. If you're starting from the biblical narrative that God, when He made the world, of course it was new. It wasn't like as though they went through a million years of the same kind of existence. They were perfectly new, had perfectly new genes, and high potential to do a lot of different things.
So they should have a high fidelity reproduction. What would cause them to speciate then?
Well, of course, because
were so pure and they had a high fidelity reproduction. What would cause a speciation then? Shouldn't they just reproduce of their own kind? How would they speciate?
Their own kind. I mean, because if they're moving to different parts of the world and their body just quickly adapts to the conditions, then their body will just instantly change because the potential is a lot stronger.
It is kind of like it's kind of like back then there was magic, and you can basically just leave it at that.
I don't think there's even that powerful magic.
God's magic. So anything was possible back then. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to us now.
It's like saying back then animals can grow like 400 feet tall, but then today they only go as far as what? Only 50 feet?
No.
So not
even close.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So all these dinosaurs that are just by definition are just far bigger than all the animals that we have today.
But you're talking about stuff like the size of a large coach, or maybe an Arctic lorry. That's the type of size of animal you're talking about. You're not talking about the size of something the length of a train, which is about 400 feet.
Yeah.
Wait.
Dinosaurs weren't like 400 feet tall.
Bronkosauruses and those animals, like those huge.
They're about 120 feet long. I think is about the biggest. I will go and look it up rather than guess. That's a better way.
Sure, but what does that have to do with anything, though?
Well, I'm saying because someone brought up that it was different then, but then today it's not the same. Like there's obviously a different way, like how the animals grow.
Justin, but my question is still the same. How do you have animals speciate at that rate? Show us every history where we've ever observed speciation rates of that kind with animals.
But
how is
Steve,
it possible?
It happened during the period of the Bible, and then as soon as the Bible finished, then everything went to as we know it now.
Yeah. You had super magic time and then no magic time.
Yeah, everything was magic from.
That's not what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say anything about that. It doesn't talk about how animals developed. It doesn't talk about speciation. It mentions nothing about that. Yeah. He's reading all that into it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
500-foot boats.
I think all Christians read that into it now because they have to. Because that's how else do you make that leap?
All Christians?
No, sorry, no. Sorry,
I know. I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Lou.
Sorry,
But it's funny is I think
I just had to poke you there.
If the younger creation if the younger creation had never actually read the Bible or ever heard of younger creation, or people like Hovind or Ham had never been around, they would be looking at. If somebody had told them this story about the Ark, they would have been like absolutely absurd. I think that most of them would have been like, yeah, this is just ridiculous. For some reason, though, they want to latch onto this narrative, even though conceptually it's falsified from so many different angles. There's not a shred of truth.
When do you think? When do you think the flood happened, Adventist?
Yeah. I'm typical young Earth.
So you do Bishop Asher's chronology 2440 BC.
24, yeah, around there, like 24. Yeah, about like 2,000 or 4,000 years ago. About that.
What was the evidence that was discovered that led to y'all saying the Earth and the universe is only about 4,000 or 6,000 years old? What was the evidence?
Well, of course, we're starting from the Bible because we believe in God. So we're starting from there. I'm not ashamed to say.
She has different evidence.
Okay, strike that. No, we're talking about evidence.
We don't care where you're starting from. What's the evidence?
We find the Bible is evidence for our faith.
Okay,
so then you start from there. If you ask for extra biblical evidence.
No, hang on. Yeah. Justin, the Bible is the claim. The Bible isn't the evidence. The Bible is the claim that Noah's Ark happened. Where's the evidence that supports that claim?
Well, see, we all have the same evidence, we just interpret it differently.
Steve, my question is, what was the evidence that was discovered that led young Earth creationists to think that the Earth and the universe is only about 4,000 to 6,000 years old?
Yeah,
what evidence led them to that conclusion?
The Bible is the claim. Where's the evidence?
I'm not talking about just faith in the Bible. What specific? Here's where these people can find something that says, "Oh, it's only 4,000 to 6,000 years old." Wow. Well, what was the evidence?
Okay, the evidence to support the claim of the Bible is when they consider, I would say, they consider the Grand Canyon, how it just seemed like the event, what happened there had to happen very fast. And then also, things where it just seemed to be cooperating with what the Bible said as far as, of course, like the historical stuff like King David and Babylon and things that the Bible talked about. We find that also in history.
Sorry, can I just talk about that? What archaeological evidence do you think we have for the existence of King David?
Well, I have to look right back into it, but I believe there was some king. I forget who exactly, but there was someone who referred to the King David. But I loosely say that.
Yeah, fine. Don't worry about that. I can answer this. There's a plaque that read David in Hebrew. Okay, granted. There's something out there that indicates there was a house of David. I'll concede that point. Let's assume for the sake of argument.
But bringing up David does not talk about the age of the universe.
Yeah.
No, Steve actually made my point on that.
He's sort of skirting the thing.
Like Nebuchadnezzar.
Well, that's the thing.
What about the Grand Canyon?
The
Grand Canyon was not caused by a catastrophic event or flood.
Yeah,
there are places
I'd rather ask him about.
The reason why I brought up David was to show that the Bible was not trying to portray itself as some folktale that doesn't have any times or dates. They give you times of when a king reigned or when he died and so on.
That's fine.
So that people can.
So then that has nothing to do with the age of the universe.
How that connects to the flood is the fact of why they numbered or gave the age of all the men all the way up to Abraham and even up to Moses, so that people can see the lineage and the timing of how things connect, how things were relevant up to the time of David and so on.
I sure did that, and several others did. None of them agreed.
I have a question. How are you inferring like the literal from the metaphorical or allegorical?
Well, the literal and which one is metaphor based on what is possible, based on the story and the context of the story. You know what's possible for a creature to do. So if I said, "Hey, Justin flew across the street to catch the girl," you can assume that it's metaphor in a sense of Justin was flying, which means he was just going very fast.
But then till they're 900. I mean, that's not possible either, is it? Unless we go back to the magic.
Hold on. I'm trying to explain why metaphor, how you can tell what's a metaphor and what's literal.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, let him answer one question at a time, otherwise it's a bit sort of...
Yeah, because then if I get like a ricochet of like questions, it's going to sound like But if the person says, yeah, that bird flew across the street to catch the girl, then you know that it's literal because birds can fly. They do have the ability. There'll be no reason to assume that it's a metaphor because it has the ability. Now, considering the context of the story of God creating the world, by definition, God can create the world in 6 days. So then you understand, okay, you take this literal. When you go on throughout the story where it says that man lived, 900 years, there is no reason to doubt that God can make people live that long, considering they were supposed to live forever and not die.
Can I ask you just one quick question at that point? So can God make Justin fly across the street?
Well, yeah, God can make Justin fly across the street.
Well, then
now you
just
see
destroyed your whole yeah, you destroyed your whole argument then.
No, if the subject is God, I give the example. I give the example of like, for example, the context is not God doing it for the person. Like if I say
God can do anything, then that's not an explanation for anything. If you're going to posit that the Earth is young, and Heavy Holler asked you a question of what's the evidence for a young universe or young Earth, you can't just go back to the Bible again. You need to give evidence from a different perspective, like science or something. That's what he's asking for, science. You can't just say the Bible because you said that the limiting factor between what is metaphorical or allegorical and what is to be read literally is, if I can fly across the street. Well, your God can make anything happen. So if your God can make anything happen, you have no way to determine between the two.
Okay, why do you think I brought up God? Exactly. What do you mean? I just want to understand how much of you understanding, like the difference between when I said that God created the world, it's God Himself doing the action.
Okay.
And if I said Justin ran across I'm not mentioning God there to do the crossing for me.
But he could make you do it, correct?
Yeah, because he could. The context does not mean he's doing it.
So let's assume God created everything.
Justin. Well, that would be the answer for it. So when we ask you, how do these animals live outside the ark? How do these animals eat outside the ark?
God.
How do these animals speciate? Just say God from now on.
God, yeah.
Don't try to explain anything. Just don't try to explain anything by maybe a meteor come through, and cause this flood and everything. Just say God. That's all you have to say, and we'll accept it and we'll move on.
But you guys are trying to push me into that narrative as though I'm using God for every single thing. Okay, well then I don't know if I said, hey, the reason why the animals still lived is because there were still trees and animals. I mean, there was still vegetation growing a little bit before the ark was landed.
Okay, how was it?
Well, see, but no. Wait, listen, Justin. You can't say that. Right?
I've got a problem with that. On a mountain.
You can't say that because they found one olive branch, but the water covered the entire earth, and we know by today's standards that when salt water covers the ground for a year, the ground is going to be saturated with salt water. The soil content is going to be dead. It won't grow anything until nutrients get back in that soil. Okay, and that takes a very long time. It just doesn't happen in a week or a day.
It doesn't matter. It's magic. It's magic.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying. So when you want to try and explain how things, the speciation thing, where they been speciating 117 species a day for 1,000 years. That's magic because it doesn't happen today. So just say God from now. That's it.
Well, see,
that's your explanation. Is basically
it's
God.
The same thing for you guys. Like if I ask you how this and that happened, you guys would just say time. and
we can give
it'd just be
mechanism.
magic.
We can give an actual, legitimate scientific explanation for a lot of things.
Well, I would do the same thing, but then you guys would find
that's
something.
what we're waiting for. We haven't heard one.
I just wanted to say, just to sort of help Justin a little bit, as you said, saltwater covers the earth and so on and so forth. We, from his point of view, he could easily say, well, we don't know that it was salt water. We don't know that the water was that salty back then. Maybe it was fresh water. We also know that there's some plants that are very, very deep rooted, including like prairie grasses that go down, I think, like a couple of meters. Grasses could have survived over this period of time. We have marsh grasses, we know, that live in marshes.
That's what I was going to bring up. I grew up on the coast. But there wouldn't be much for herbivores to eat.
No, there still wouldn't, but that's just...
That wouldn't work, because what they say, the sediment that was redeposited would have covered them up to put another couple meters of sediment down, so they wouldn't have been able to grow through that.
Well, but if you think about currents, and you think about how so many young earth creationists say that before then, and perhaps there was uplift during this time, there are undoubtedly places where the sediment was deeper than other places, just as there is in real floods. And if there was uplift volcanic activity, which some people have suggested, and yes, I know this is just made up, then you would have some places that were higher than the others. So,
would they be able to grow fast enough to produce enough food for the animals per day for their nutritional needs?
Well, if you look at the flood as not receding all at once, if you look at the flood as the higher areas recede earlier, it was still floating around while the higher areas were still receding, and Noah didn't land.
So the dinosaurs lived on top of the mountains to eat whatever small sparse vegetation existed up there.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They were eating all the.
Well, I mean, I was trying to. I would love to explain that myself, because I had that all in my head. But of course, there's like a ricochet of questions that's going back and forth, changing, where I have to go.
Go ahead, explain it. Go ahead. We'll listen.
Well, I mean, she pretty much explained it well. We're assuming over here that the flood just somehow just got sucked underground, like instantly, and everything was like leveled. No, there was mountains and so on. So of course there were certain places that was still, above sea level over time. The flood wasn't covering the earth for the entire year, perhaps maybe 2 months, 3 months, but just long enough to kill all civilization, and then also leave. Eventually, when it was receding, the ark didn't land immediately once there was land. There was enough time for whatever grass, trees. Because the earth was new, things had a stronger and faster vitality. In other words, things was growing faster and better. They're more healthier. Which would explain how the trees can actually grow a little faster than we expect them to grow today. And because the weather conditions are different today, things have a slower vitality. Things die faster and younger. Back then, things die older and was far more healthier. So that's my explanation for it. And you can take it or leave it, but I wouldn't just make a conclusion and say, "Oh, that's impossible. You're wrong." I would say, "Well, maybe that's something for consideration, and maybe scientists might find that out later."
So what you just said
Can I
is
ask a question?
what we know about science, though.
So, Steve, I just want to ask again a quick question, and it's on point, because I just heard what you were talking about trees, and obviously I'm the archaeology history buff, and Jay, to be honest, she's got really good history in the room. And for me, obviously dendrochronology, which is a way of calibrating carbon-14. It's a test that's done both ways. We test carbon-14 against the material for the age we suspect it is, and then we look at how those tree ring patterns fit into a continuous line of discovery, and we can go back quite a long way doing that, certainly pre-flood, through dendrochronology. And the carbon-14 and the dendrochronology match. So one calibrates the other. So you've now got to say that, okay, the trees may have grown quickly, but what happened to the carbon-14? Why are we seeing equivalent levels? What we would expect to see in the wood for the age it's supposed to be.
As far as, I think everyone knows the coin answer for that is that because water pretty much like affects how carbon and so on, like radiating.
How?
Well, I believe what you call it. What's his name? Did he leave?
I think you're talking about what's called the reservoir effect.
I suppose so. Where animals or like snails.
That's absolutely true for animals, but you have to consume the material. So it's part of, because you digest it, and when you digest it, it goes into building the body or the shell or the keratin that we might be testing. That's where you're having that effect. It would not affect trees who were dead.
Marine life, and only certain types of marine life.
And it has to be alive. So it has to be alive, and it has to be in there for quite a long time doing it. It's not just a sudden effect. That's why if you test seals, for instance, seals in the Arctic, you can't use carbon-14 for that. That's a known fact. Deep-sea seashells, in certain places, you can't use carbon-14. But we track that, and we understand what the problem with that is, and we understand how to spot when we have those aberration of measurements.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that carbon dating is affected by water as far as the changing decay rates, because that's something that younger creationists has claimed, and yet even they admit they don't know how that would happen.
I thought we figured that it would be water, and the fact that not every place suffered the same radiation at the same time.
Can water affect decay rates?
Radiation?
Yeah, like as far as some certain places aren't seen or like exposed to the sun at the same rates.
Hang on, we're talking about carbon dating.
That wouldn't affect carbon-14.
Yeah, we're talking about carbon-14 dating, which requires a atmospheric source. It has to be things that actually breathe air and live off non-marine life, because marine life does suffer from the reservoir effect. But are you suggesting that radiometric dating can be off because water affects decay rates?
Yeah, I would say.
Hang on.
Okay, so I can give you a tangible case that proves that's wrong.
I just asked him a question. Let him answer.
I said I think so. If I don't know the details, I would have to suspend my my judgment there.
Okay, because younger creationists have suggested that, but when you ask them how does that happen, that's one of the unresolved problems of many that they even list that they don't know the answer to. They just suggest water can change the decay rates, but when there's no evidence to support that, there's no experiment that has demonstrated that. So it's an ad hoc explanation.
Water. Wait. Okay, let's explain this. How does things decay?
How does radiological decay work? You have an isotope that produces a particle, usually like an electron, which is called a beta particle, and that causes it to change from one isotope into another with an emission of a neutrino.
Okay. Now, does anything affect it at all?
Yes, there's something called electron capture, K capture, that can change it, but it's very minuscule. It's usually about 1%. It's only on certain types of elements that can have that.
What is that? Like what elements is that?
Electron capture is when you have an electron in the valence shell actually be absorbed by the nucleus, and that it would be a type of it was almost like an inverse or negative, positive beta decay, where you have a neutron absorbing the electron, forming a proton.
But I mean, why would that happen? Is it because atomic explosion?
An electron forming a neutron. Sorry.
I understand. Those things are happening, but why those things are happening? Like, from what outer thing? Like, is there something outside of that causing that?
Is there an external factor causing it?
Things that usually cause electron capture is high pressures. Things that are
high pressures.
High pressures can affect electron capture.
I'm still not lost here. Like, how come not everything is suffering the same as?
Because it depends on the valence. God damn, Druss. What is that?
All right.
It depends on the electron configuration. Some of them are more susceptible to K capture than other elements, and it only can affect it by about 1% or something like that. It's a very nominal amount.
No,
not enough to get to where you're going, because carbon-14 has an half-life of 5,740 years, plus or minus 40 years. So you have a tolerance of 80 years. So
is it happening by the weather? What's happening? No. Like, what's causing it to happen?
Extreme pressures.
Not everything.
Pressures we find in the star can affect electron capture.
star?
Does it happen? Actually, easier question, Steve. Is it likely, or is it going to happen on the surface of the Earth, or under, say, a mile or two of water?
Not a mile or two of water. It'd have to be deep rock because cause it. I mean,
Yeah, I phrased my question carefully.
Yeah, it's not the decay rates affected by pressure; it's the electron capture that can be affected by it.
Yeah, you're squashing the electron back into the atom, aren't you? Effectively.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I don't know. I'm guessing my nuclear physics is shit.
It just happened randomly because some pressure, random pressures.
It's definitely not random. There's a direct cause. But again, it only affects certain elements, and not significantly. Not to get you from 7,000 years to millions of years.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. Like, it still sounds very abstract to me. What's the higher power that's causing these pressures to happen?
Well,
gravity. Intense gravity would be one. That's why it would happen within the star.
Yeah.
So there's gravity more in some places than in other places?
Well, sure. And like you take a white dwarf, how much gravity is in the white dwarf is held up by electron degenerative pressure, right?
How does the white dwarf have anything to do with what's going on Earth? Is that somehow affecting us?
Because you're actually how electron capture works. You asked about electron capture, which you have an orbital electron, right? That's being absorbed by the nucleus. Okay, that could be affected by pressures, external pressure, and gravity produces a very high external pressure. But you need a extreme amount. There was an instance of this a long time ago.
Steve,
hang on one second. There was an instance a long time ago of a certain isotope of beryllium in a certain state, okay, that allowed a radical state of it to last millions of years longer than it normally would. Okay, I think it was beryllium-7, but it was a factor of a lot. But it was and younger creationists love to keep bringing this up sometimes, but the problem was it was a very specific type of ionization state, right? And so if you just have regular beryllium, it's not going to have any effect. It's not, the electron capture is not going to change at any significant amount. Again, it's about 1%. It's not a lot.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing what's like causing it. You said it's the star.
Where are you,
Justin? I think I can explain this. What Justin wants to know is how can this happen on the surface of the Earth? Is that correct?
Well, I'm wondering why does it happen in special places as though there is something like a higher power? Maybe he mentioned a star. Star has anything to do with, like, is it like astrology where certain stars?
No.
It's pressures. Do you know what? Okay, first of all, hang on, Trust. Do you know what electron orbitals are?
Okay, no, I don't.
Okay, well that's.
Do you know how a star works?
Hang on.
Let's get this simpler. Do you know how a star works?
But hang on, Trust.
No, I don't.
That's the disconnect.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the disconnect. If you don't know do you know what the Bohr model looks like? I mean, have you ever seen like the orbitals, the S, the P, the D?
I'm trying to figure out decay in certain things. Why certain things would have a different decay rate, and then like how those pressures are affecting those things and not everything at the same time unilaterally.
Because again, if you don't know what the electron orbitals are, then obviously I'm talking over your head, and I don't.
Yeah,
hold on. I think you are actually. You're asking why are there different decay rates? Is that what I heard correctly?
No, he's asking what kind of decay rates, and I'm trying to explain to him that.
Well, hold on.
Capture
well, he was about to tell me what he was. What's up, Justin? What were you asking?
I'm asking about the decay rates. Why certain things have different decay rates based on a pressure where, like, everywhere on the Earth should be the same kind of pressure?
No,
wait a minute.
That's not what I was answering. Yeah, that's a different question altogether.
Why do you not answer?
Why were you?
What I'm telling hang on, Joe. Let me finish, and then I can have it because
you're going to continue not answering this question. What?
Well,
that's the thing. Like, I'm not asking about what is the nucleus and all that stuff. I'm asking about why is there special cases where those things are happening and not everywhere at the same time?
But this is what I want to clarify. K capture changes the decay rate of a single isotope. Okay, K capture has nothing to do with why different elements decay at different rates. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. All we were talking about carbon 14. We were talking about carbon 14 and how a single isotope can have a specific decay, like carbon-14 is 5,730 years, how that decay rate can change. One of the things that can change the decay rate of a single isotope is electron capture. Okay, so we're not talking about why different elements have different decay rates. That's a whole different ball of shit that if you want to get into that. Okay, but that has nothing to do with what I just described to you. But go ahead, Joe.
No, well, I guess, this is a problem. I didn't need just to step in, but if it's the case that he came in with the original issue with the topic that you're describing, then I'll step back, but
yeah, he's asking why carbon-14 can change its decay rates, because carbon-14 indicates things are older than the 7,000-year-old narrative, and he's saying that water can change decay rates. I asked him how. He said, well, can other things? I said, yes, certain things like electron capture. But that's not going to get you where you want to go. 1% is not a significant amount.
The issue is that you're going to have, they're mathematical models that are idealized predictions and probability of the half-life, like Steve mentioned, the half-life for carbon-14, right? The thing about it is those are idealized, sure, and there's always going to be variables that affect it. But the way that you counter that, besides just having percentage error within confidence interval, the way in which you counter it is you see some sort of correlation with other dating methods. Now the thing is, especially with carbon-14, because it's a shorter time interval, the half-life, carbon-14 dating correlates with a lot of other dating methods that we have. We can look at the dates for certain finds with respect to tree rings, for example. And we'll look at a tree ring like Atlas or whatever, and we'll find that this was dated X years. And then we look at carbon-14 dates for the same thing, and we see the same date. And if it's like tree rings, that's not enough. What about, well, you can also just look at relative dating, like law of superposition. That matches up. You can look at the rate of, the rate of moon changes, like the lunar calendar. That matches up. And why carbon-14 dating is so robust is this, conformity to the same date from a lot of different dating methods. That's why these variables, they're significant. Yes, see that a lot of different dating methods are coming to the same date, and that's something that makes carbon-14 more significant, and why this kind of effect.
Joe, can you turn your mic in up? Your mic is really low.
Oh, Joe, you're going robotic, Joe.
Joe, you're low and robotic.
So far?
Bad. What?
Yeah.
You went to shit on us there.
So it may be a bit easier to explain just using simple analogies, because I understand that Justin has a particular, paradigm that he needs to work with. But if you want to help in understanding how some of this stuff is measured, you have you've seen a meter stick, right, Justin?
Yeah.
Okay, you wouldn't use a meter stick to measure a road, would you?
It would take too long, yeah.
Okay, so you would use another one that would be comparable, but would have a much more expansive, set of units to use that would be more sufficient for that.
Survey equipment.
So if you know that meter stick is only going to go out to a meter, you're not going to, and that would be the equivalent to certain short-lived radioisotopes. That would be their meter stick. We have ones that take millions of years, for instance, to decay, and they decay at a steady rate that we actually have equations for. So you would use them for things that are much, much older. So you would use the type of measurement based on what you're trying to measure. Because if you try to use that meter stick, it's going to come out to a meter every single time. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, so you're basically saying bigger meters versus the shorter meters, they eventually match up at some point.
You would say yes in a lot of cases. So let's say if you had something that was less than a meter, you could take both of those, the meter stick and let's say like a surveying equipment, you would get the same value because at the minimum would be that meter, right? But if it was longer than a meter, the one that would be the survey equipment would be more accurate because you're only going to get that meter every single time by just using the meter stick. Is that kind of helping you understand what is trying to be conveyed here?
No, well, see, I understand. It just feels like what's happening is my question is being changed to answer more complicated answers that you guys can answer. And
what do you?
I guess we're just not understanding your question.
Phrase your question again.
I'm trying to figure out what are the factors that may change the rate of any decay.
Okay. Any decay, do you mean like across the board, you take a bunch of nucleotides, or excuse me, a nuclear...
the example you used...
Slow down, Steve, because I think, again, we need to qualify that. You mean the rate of any decay on Earth, on the surface of the Earth, that would affect things like dating?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth, or whether even if it's below the Earth. You know, someone mentioned pressure. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to figure out coming from. Is it the weight of the rock? Is it the weight of the ocean? Is it the weight of the air? What pressure are we talking about? And then we get into the minor details of the nucleus and all these different things, the electrons. But I'm saying, okay, what caused that? Like the higher power that caused that. If I said, okay, it's the sun, or
what do you mean by higher power? Actually,
yeah.
I'm confused by your term.
Okay. For example, we can say like we can talk about the molecular change within rocks that can turn it into coal, and like talk about, oh yeah, this is how it turns into coal. But the higher power would be the weight, the massive weight that's on top of that, and perhaps the heat that caused it to turn that way. That's what I'm talking about.
I think what she's trying to say is what mechanism, what type of mechanism would cause it to
chemicals and pressures.
Not the chemicals.
Chemicals and pressures can change certain decay rates, which I've stated, which is called electron capture, but it's very, very specific to certain types of nucleotide. The nuclear.
I'm trying to figure out, where's this pressure coming from?
Well, if we're talking about coal, if you have let's say some type of organic matter. Oh, Joe, you're robotic.
I keep saying nucleotides rather than isotopes.
Steve, that thing you just explained how it can change. Does that happen on the surface of Earth?
No. Well, I mean, electron capture can happen just
then
atmospheric pressure.
Steve.
Yes, it can happen at atmospheric pressure, but very rarely. Again.
It can happen on the surface of Earth.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it going to change the dating methods for young Earth?
Not significant. It won't. It won't change them significantly at all, because again, the maximum amount of change you're going to get on some of this stuff is about 1%, which is insignificant.
You sure about that? I have to check you out on that.
1% is pretty insignificant. 1%.
Well, it took a long time for me to just say that. If that was the real,
because we didn't understand. No. Hold on a second. We didn't understand your question. That was the problem. That's why I've been sitting here listening to what you've been asking, and why Drag's been doing the same. And it's why we've tried to draw out what you actually want, and what you actually wanted to know is what can affect dating. What can affect various forms of radiometric dating that will give these false results as you see them, that is showing the Earth to be older than it is. So you then asked what can affect those decay rates, and Steve then answered very competently, but at a level of physics I don't understand.
So I know what I can't get into it. I know what it is.
You can have contamination.
Yeah, I know.
You're breaking up, Joe.
Joe, you need a refresh, man. Like, you were really robotic.
I can talk, but Joe, I can cover contamination for you.
Look at Justin. Look at around. Okay, I'm trying to do this very basic. think of a nucleus, okay, and you have protons and neutrons that are stuck together in the middle, and around them you have these electrons going orbital roundy, which is not true. But for this principle, this is say that they're going roundy.
It's convention.
Okay, it's like orbits around the sun. Okay, let's think of it like that. So in the middle, I mean, right, the first shell, you have 2 electrons. Okay, in your S1 orbital, you have 2 electrons. Now, sometimes because of high pressures, okay, and chemicals can do it too, but sometimes the pressure will produce a force that makes those electrons get spiraled into that nucleus. Okay, and when that happens, one of the nucleons could absorb that electron, producing a different isotope. Okay?
Okay.
That can affect the decay rate because the decay rate is based upon the changing of one isotope into another, right? So if I have something decaying from one to another, and all of a sudden I have it decaying at a higher rate because I have electrons being absorbed by the nucleus, my decay rate has changed.
Great. I think I understand even more.
Wait 1 second. That is for one specific atom in a mass.
Yes.
Okay, but okay, so then there's pressure. I'm trying to investigate the pressure. Where is
a lot of pressure?
What creates pressure?
Rocks can create a force on it.
Rocks?
Yeah, rocks produce there's pressure inside the earth. Go sit underground and have a column of rocks on you. There's a pressure exerted on you.
Wait, so then that's the thing. If you have this pressure everywhere, when you see that same change of rate everywhere then?
But it's only about 1% max.
Wait, Steve, hold on. It creates a chance of it happening, not that it will happen.
Right.
It's not. It's a bit like saying if I take a lighted match and drop it into petrol, 9 times out of 10 the gasoline will not go off.
Yeah, if you took.
But that one time in 10 where the vapor is just coming up right, it will go off. It's that kind of thing. So if we create the right conditions, there is a chance that this may happen. And in physics, they study that and they can get a percentile of what the general likelihood of it's going to happen is. And then that becomes more and more accurate the more and more studies you do.
Look, in fact, urology just did something very similar to this. About how much pressure it would take for liquid, 2,000 degrees Celsius liquid to stay in liquid form. Okay, it required 27 gigapascals of pressure. Okay, now certain isotopes, like I remember, like the beryllium-7, required something along those lines, like 25 gigapascals, in order to exhibit any changes on the key capture. Okay, 25 gigapascals is enough, pretty much, to make synthetic diamonds. It's a very, very high pressure. You don't see those kind of pressures on the surface. That's why when Ronnie has been talking about 2,000 degrees of water, there's no way you can have 2,000 degree water at atmospheric pressure. It's just not possible. You have to keep it under pressure to keep it from boiling away, right? Because
so we know the exact amount of pressure that it takes for those isotopes to combine and then like change the rate of like what? Do you have an estimate?
Yeah, probably about 25 to 27 gigapascals.
You certain about that?
I can go look it up. I mean, I have a book on this that I bookmarked a while back.
So
Steve,
hold on.
Hang on, I have a book.
I was going to say, do you disagree with that, Adventus?
Well,
is there another figure?
No, I have to withhold judgment or suspend my judgment until I know for myself.
All right, then my question to that would be that if it takes 25 to 27 gigacells, is that pressure constantly? Okay, whatever. Earth, is that at a constant? Is there places on Earth that is constantly held?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean
that pressure.
Yeah, probably near deeper parts of the Earth, sure. But here, I just found it. It's called the Handbook of Radioactive Analysis. Right here.
Deeper parts. Wait, the deeper parts of Earth would be. The deeper parts of the Earth would be how deep though?
Like the mantle,
miles,
the core.
Like
so
really deep,
we could
thousands of miles.
Well, do you mind if I ask?
So hang on. So we couldn't get that deep. So we couldn't get that deep to get that variance, which is what he's been asking about, right?
Right.
The pressure.
Right.
So we couldn't dig deep enough to get to that pressure to have that carbon dating.
But let me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. So it has no effect on anything. But he asked a question. I want to give him a specific answer.
Well, that's
so
he wants to know how it would affect the carbon dating.
The radionuclides of sodium-22 and potassium-40 in metallic form, which by the way only exist at very high pressures, show a increase of 0.06% and 0.25% in their decay constants, respectively, at 25 gigapascals of pressure. So let me read that again. The radionuclides of sodium-22 and potassium-40 in metallic form, which, like I said, again, only exists at very high pressure, show an increase of 0.06 and 0.025 in their decay constants, respectively, at 25 gigapascals of pressure. That is a huge amount of pressure with an almost insignificant amount of electron capture. Now, one of the other ones this book points out, because I like this book, Handbook of Radioactive Analysis, the decay constant increased in beryllium, I believe it was here, beryllium-7, as I said, at 1% at 441 kilobars, as compared to the decay constant at 1 atmosphere. Okay.
So, see, I just want to throw a number out real quick. I just looked it up. I was curious. At the center of the Earth, they estimate it's like 360 gigapascals. Something, yeah.
Wait, what is gigagals? And like, what is that quantification? Like,
Pascal is a unit of pressure.
how much?
Okay.
I don't understand that. Like, how should I measure that? Is that the size of a mountain? What is that?
I don't think you could. Actually, go ahead, Joe. I think you better explain this.
Well, I think that there's like there's a general issue that he brought up that people are excited to talk about giga fucks or whatever instead of actually addressing it. The issue that you brought up that concerned me is that there is a way that these samples cannot be as accurate. And you pointed to the concept of pressure messing with the numbers.
Right.
And you have decided to use that as a reason to withhold judgment as to whether or not carbon-14 or in general can be accurate. Is that what you said?
Is that what James?
Yeah, I mean, in essence, I think, if you're talking to me.
But
yes, I am. I'm talking to you, but Steve's going to answer for you.
He's my lawyer.
I was joking about that. Did I characterize your?
Well, at least enough. Yeah, characterized enough. I can't find any fault.
The issue with that, and what I was trying to bring up earlier, but my internet hates me. Hopefully, my internet's a bit better now. Is that
everybody hates you?
Everything you have to worry about contamination. That's a legit concern. The issue is that you have a lot of other dating methods that you could work with. And you'll find a site, and this site has one date for carbon-14 dating. And then you look at tree rings. They come to the same date. Then you look at historical texts. They come to the same date. You look at bar layers, that's like mud or layers of sediment in rivers and stuff. And you look at the lunar calendar. You look at all these different ways we can measure time. And we use those different ways to come to the same exact date or the same time interval that carbon-14 dating has come to. The issue is that the dates that we're arguing about, usually when we talk about young Earth versus old Earth, are dates that are vetted by other dating methods. So it is important to note that you can't have contamination. But one of the ways you can show that it's unlikely that contamination is at play is you point out that if it's the case that carbon-14 got to state because it's contaminated, then a crap load of other dating methods are also contaminated. And just the likelihood of that is it's unreasonable.
We have a concordance, basically.
That's beautifully put, and that's what I've been trying to say for about 20 minutes. So that's brilliant.
But what I'm talking about, possible contamination. Chemicals can affect it as well. That would be contamination. But pressure is not a contamination, obviously. But 0.06%.
you guys fixated on this idea of pressure, but the issue you brought up is that there are ways in which you can have an inaccurate result. But the point is that there are ways you can there are ways you can overcome such an issue, and that is pointing to other dating methods.
That's true. And hang on one second.
I understand.
That's true. But
hang on, I understand.
The big takeaway I just want to say is that at most you're going to get a 1% difference in your decay constant. That's it. At most, and that's a high extreme.
But the thing, and the thing about the pressure is what he's trying to, because I get what he's thinking. Pole everywhere on this planet is the same everywhere, right? Except for like the North Pole, but it's not off that much. You know, the North and South Pole, or no, the equator, it's a little bit less at the equator. So if the gravitational pull is pulling equally around the whole entire surface of the Earth, it would cause an equal pressure around the whole entire surface of the Earth. So everywhere that pressure is, you're going to be taking your radiometric dating, and then these isotopes are going to be doing the thing because of the pressure. So everywhere on the Earth, the dating is going to be off. That's what he was trying to get at.
Kind of not. Kind of is, kind of not. What I was trying to say is that, you know, whatever this quantification of all that pressure is, if I can at least know how much that is, if that's like the size of a mountain or whatever, and let's say I digging under the Grand Canyon or whatever, and I found, you know, a fossil, you know, underneath all that weight, under that pressure.
It wouldn't be 25 gigapascal, though.
I'm sorry?
It would not be 25 gigapascal. You'd go much deeper, and again, it would only give you 0.06 on potassium 40, or excuse me, 0.06 on sodium 22, and 0.025% on K40. Which
so I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to. Hold on, before we go on, I know you're going to deny it all, but what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, if that, figuring out how deeper that is, instead of just saying, oh, it's deeper, that's a vacuous statement. What is deeper? Could be like 2 meters deeper. But like knowing that amount of pressure, okay, if I can measure that amount of pressure like with my mind, then I can say, okay, if I see a mountain that's like Mount Everest or something like that, if that is that much pressure or weight on top of something, then if I see like a bucket of water as big as or as high as Mount Everest, then I can say, well, that pressure was all around the Earth one day, because the Earth and water has weight.
No, I've got a really easy way. So the Marianas Trench, that's about the deepest point in the ocean. That's about, is it 7 to 10 miles deep or 11 miles deep? Something like that. It's really deep. I know that. Really, really deep.
13 point some odd miles.
Thank you. If we looked at the pressure at the bottom of that, now bearing in mind that Everest is the tallest mountain on Earth at about 5 miles.
Okay. Yes,
See where I'm going with this? You like this?
I think so, yeah.
If we look at the pressure under 13 miles of water, that's going to be greater than the flood under pretty much all of the Earth. Yeah? That pressure is going to be greater.
Okay, yeah.
That's a fair statement?
Yeah.
So why don't we try and find out what the pressure at the bottom of Marianas Trench is? And that's a nice benchmark. You've then got your mental image.
1 megapascal, it looks like.
So that's like 1 million, that's 1,000 pascals, 1 mega?
108 million pascals, so what is that, 1 billion pascals?
Okay, so, and 25 giga?
Let me do that.
I think it's going to be what, another 6 zeros on top of that?
Oh, so what he's trying to say is, with the depth of the flood, the pressure of all the water on the Earth from the flood, pressing down on the Earth, and this they go a mile or two underneath the surface of the Earth, and the pressure of the water, so the surface of the Earth, which is probably as far as we go to dig up the fossils and do the carbon dating. With the water from the flood in that mile, could you get to 25 gigapascals?
I don't think you can get that high, no. But I mean, if you did, again,
also,
you're not going to get any significant change, right? I mean, a giga is 10 to the 9th power, right? So, I mean, that's...
Sorry. Well, what's this number that someone with Dragnet? What is that number?
Okay, so Heavy. Okay, so I'm talking to you, Heavy and Sam. So Heavy was trying to understand the units of measurement that we're using. So the units that we're talking about are pascals, and in this case, they're gigapascals, just like kilopascals and whatever. So the prefix is to denote how much we multiply the base unit by. So 1 psi is actually 6,894.76 pascals. That would be its equivalent in that other unit of measurement. Does that make sense?
So okay, so 1 giga is what?
10 to the 9th. 1 followed by 9.
I'm just about to work out what it's going to be in PSI for you. So give me 2 secs and I'll do the count.
Oh, the PSI.
If I may for a minute,
the PSI is 15,000.
I was thinking about what PSI.
Before I go, I have to go like in 5 minutes and start filming.
Okay.
But like I just want to understand this calculation. So just like how 1,000 megabytes is 1 gigabyte. 1 gigabyte.
Yep.
Pascal is like 6,000 or about 7,000 pascals is how much gigabytes? Gigagals?
No. So 6,894 pascals. So you've got 1 digit, and then so that's like that's 10 to the power of 2 effectively. If we're
To make it simple for him, look at to give him a reference. You know how? Okay, have you ever inflated a tire? A tire is about 40 some odd psi, right?
You're not asking that question, Steve.
But I've given him an idea of what he wants to conceptualize the idea. So 42 psi of your tire is about 240,000 pascals. To give you an idea.
Okay. So 7,000. I'm just rounding it off. 7,000 pascals equals 1 psi.
Pretty much.
Okay, and how much? Right. What is a gigagal? A gigabear, gigabyte, gigagal?
No, they're being silly in the side chat. Just ignore that.
I see that. I don't want to add that. So, yeah. Well,
so a giga would be like the figure 10 with 9 more zeros.
And how many psi's can fit in that?
How many? 25. Let's go with the 25 gigapascals because that's what we need to change the radiocarbon dating. 25 gigapascals equals how many pounds of psi or psi?
Yeah.
You want to know 25 gigapascals of psi?
25 gigapascals equals how much psi is equal to how much psi? That's what Justin wants to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can
a whole lot.
Per square inch.
Yeah, that's a lot of psi, but I can. But hang on.
Okay, I'm talking to Sam. So Sam says that there might be an easier way to explain pressure because he's asking what pressure is. So, Sam is saying we're being way too complex. So check this out. So pressure.
No, he's not asking. No, he's not asking what pressure is.
I know that.
He's saying
I just want to know how much and where's this pressure?
What's going on is because he was told that pressure can change radiocarbon dating. And he wants to know, since we had all this water on the Earth causing pressure, that it would be possible to change the radiocarbon dating, and that's why we're getting incorrect radiocarbon dating today, and that the Earth is actually 7,000 years old.
Actually, I said certain isotopes or radionuclide. I didn't say carbon specifically. I'm using things that are similar, like obviously potassium 40 is radioactive, or sodium 22.
Yes, but this is what Justin's whole argument's been about radiocarbon dating and the age of the Earth, and then he wanted to know about pressure, because then he asked, well, how can you get different radiocarbon dating results? And you mentioned something about the isotopes and everything else, and that's where it's all went off.
Yeah. So basically, I want to know the pressure. How much pressure is causing what, and where do we to know that?
And it's in the side chat for you. I've just put it there. So that figure in the side chat: 3,625,950 psi equals 25 gigapascals.
All right, great. Okay, so now, we have to measure. Okay, now under the deepest sea level.
You said 3
how
million?
much pressure?
You said 3 million psi.
Well, let's go.
Well, hang on. The Bernard's Trench is 15,750 psi. And you said 3 million psi is the equivalent.
3,625,950
And the deepest part of the
psi.
Marianas Trench is less than 16,000 psi. That's a huge difference.
And that's a lot of water.
Yeah, so no matter how much water was on the Earth from the flood, there's no way it would have changed radiocarbon dating.
No, I'll have to consider that.
Well,
that's about 3% of the pressure you need.
That's why the younger creationists have never had a model that explains it. They'll just say water can do it, but they don't know how. They even say they don't know how.
Okay, here. How about this? Sam's in here. Maybe Sam, maybe you can relay it, because I did not know that he was asserting that, like, the Nephi lunar Bukkake stuff was changing decay rates. I like that. I missed that completely. If that's what you're
I mean, the difficult thing is, and I just wanted to express this, I have like a very bad cold, so I'm not feeling great. But like the frustrating thing is I felt like you guys were going over his head a lot, and I think Joe tried to get at that a little bit. But the issue is, right, is fundamentally like talking about how many units and this many equations, like we're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I haven't taken, I haven't taken the requisite coursework that I would know, like elements of scale, what that meant. You guys went way too deep, and like it, maybe it's just me having a cold, but there didn't seem to be much perspective on what you were actually talking about.
Well,
and that's all I wanted to do.
I try to give him a reference of what these units would mean to a real life situation. Like, you're talking.
Well, you didn't even start with what is pressure, right?
Well, he didn't ask what was pressure.
Pressure is the amount of force distributed over a given.
I know what pressure is.
Well, not you. For him, though, because most people think of pressure in different ways, right? Like, it's not exactly a straightforward concept if you haven't taken basic physics. Like, I don't see the utility in jumping in so deeply so quickly. And I understand you guys get excited, you start tripping over each other because, we've got a new, young Earth creationist in the room. But it's frustrating to listen to.
Well, just let me ask you.
Don't let me in that. Don't let me in that shit. I'm a dumbass too. I was trying to get it dumbed down.
Just let me ask you. Do you know what pressure is when you're asking about pressure? Do you know what we mean when we say pressure?
Well, yeah. I mean, you explained it well. I mean, you couldn't understand what pressure is just based on how you're using it and the general definition and what Sam just said. So that's not a big concept to me.
I didn't think that it was either. I didn't think that you had a difficulty in knowing what pressure was.
It is the quantity that was very vacuous. And where do you see this quantity? Like, how did people measure this quantity and actually found out that this kind of thing happens? Like, how do you find that out?
Oh, I want to throw in something real quick. Sam, what it was it was trying to see how much pressure would it take to change decay rates, like of uranium or something, very significantly. I think that's where it was kind of going.
Yeah.
How can a decay rate be changed by pressure? And
I mean, I would have loved to have heard
does that pressure happen on?
Yeah. I would have loved to have heard that, but you guys were kind of tripping all over each other, and
But Justin never gave his question too easy. I mean, he didn't come out with his question that way. He just kind of kept just throwing a question after he heard a response from something. He just didn't come out with an actual. He didn't come out and say, "Look, if there was this much water on the Earth, would it be possible to change the decay? All the water from the flood would that be enough to change the decay rates?"
Pointing out that there's a way that the date can be wrong, and he was concerned about that being used to identify an old Earth.
And I explained why it couldn't be.
Okay, but the thing to also point out that I'm actually interested to hear what he's saying. Thank you. What he has in response is, what do you do if this date that you think is dubious actually conforms with a whole bunch of different dating methods? Do you throw those out? Are you concerned about tree rings not being accurate? Like, are you concerned about historical texts found in China being inaccurate as well? Like, maybe a good question to ask is, what dating methods do you accept in order to date things that you do think are accurately dating? Like, for example, the Bible or something. How would you date the age in which you think the Bible was written?
Well, how about the Dead Sea Scrolls? That's a better example.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I have to have to keep suspending my judgment because I don't have a grasp, for the subject like maybe you guys do and have concluded the subject. I'm not going to just say, oh, well, I'm going to believe you because apparently you're smarter than me. I have to know the subject before I make a decision. So as far as yes, so then as far as what I know right now, what I believe is, of course, I believe the Bible, and if there's anything that contradicts the Bible, I'm going to have to study it and study it so well to the point where I have a grasp for the subject, and I can say that I'm believing this more than the Bible because I have a grasp on the subject and I can actually decide against it. Everything else, really, I haven't looked too deep, to be honest, to be intellectually honest. I haven't looked too deep into the details, the great details of the nucleus of, carbon dating and all this stuff. I can't say that. So
don't worry about those details, though. Think about the idea of a whole bunch of different independent methods coming to the same result, coming to the same conclusion. And the issue is that
I'm sorry to cut you off, but think of it like me. There's I have a lot of pockets, and I think that all these pockets have holes in it. And yeah, sure, all these pockets may have some kind of measurement, but I say, you know what? All these pockets may have holes in it, so let me check the pockets first.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm asking you for.
Before you got here,
I'm sorry. Was Joe's sentence interrupting either of your guys' sentences, or is he allowed to have thoughts?
That's why
I was confused about that. I was confused. I mean, maybe I have a hearing defect. I do have a head cold, but I do recall Joe Sonseed's things.
All right, yeah, that's why I wanted to interject. That's why I said, but hopefully I could get relinquished to the mic to say something. Because, Joe, before you got here, Justin had said, though, that the people that do study this, the majority of them that come to the conclusion that the Earth is old are dishonest and lying and giving misinformation to people. So now he's saying that he has to study it and to learn about it, which makes no sense because he literally said those people that study it, they're just dishonest. So if he studied it, he would what would it matter? Because he thinks the whole thing's a conspiracy anyways.
Well, I mean, how condescending is that, though? As far as I'm, a condescending bastard, which I can be, I mean, you're saying that he doesn't have the power to judge for things. I mean, you used to be a Mormon. Would you say the same thing about yourself, right?
No, when he first got here, I still think this. Justin can study it. I know Justin. I know Justin for a very, very long time. He could study it. He could. But I'm using his example earlier that he said that it's all a conspiracy.
Hey, Justin, all this talking about stuff that we don't know, I mean, I could talk about that forever. What about the things that you do know? How old do you think the Bible is?
How old do I think the Bible is? I think as old as since Moses was here, and I just figure that we don't have perfect historical, I guess dating methods, but I mean, I just take it from word of mouth from historians, pretty much.
Sure. So let's say that there's a date that's we get it through C14, right? Radiocarbon dating. We get this date range. And it turns out that when we use the historical methods that I think that you generally said you can trust, we use those same methods in order to assess this artifact's age as well. And it comes to the same date age. It comes to the same date as the radiocarbon 14 dating. What do you think about that result? Do you think that it's not just the radiometric dating that's wrong? Now you have to call into question the historical dating method too?
This is the thing. I understand you guys disagree about faith, but this is how I see it. I believe the Bible this much. I believe other men this much. Now, if they agree with the Bible, then I'm going to say, conveniently, oh, okay, well, that makes sense because the Bible says that. Now, if they disagree with the Bible, then I want to say, okay, well, I see that right there. I'm going to hold that in my pocket, my back pocket, for later reference. Well, eventually, if it keeps on growing and so on, and I say, you know what? The Bible is discredited in many areas, and like I can say that
I'm not trying to discredit the Bible. I'm trying to figure out
then I don't
what are the methods that you do think are accurate? And then I'm asking you if it's the case that those accurate methods conform with the method that you're questioning, like radiometric dating. Do you see that conformity as a problem for the method that you saw as being accurate, or do you think that radiometric dating might be more substantial if it conforms with more, more established dating methods, like the ones you use to date the Bible?
Okay, now things that date the Bible and so on, just because we use that to support it, I don't think it's something we can stand on. So I don't even trust what even supports the Bible.
You're worried too much about me trying to dismiss the. I'm not. I'm just trying to figure out the dating methods that you find reliable.
No, and that's the thing. I'm telling you, I don't really find them perfectly reliable because of the reasons that I gave.
Okay, so you're saying that. Okay, so you're saying that you're skeptical of all dating methods.
Even if it supports the Bible. And if it supports the Bible, it's going to be convenient for me to say, okay, then that makes sense.
Now,
what about
the concern? The concern
because I think he's still talking about radiometric dating in some way, shape, or form. What about if it's, say, the other historical texts that support timelines within the Bible? Would you find that to be consistent? So, for instance, we can take some of the king texts from Egypt, the pharaonic texts, and we can match that up with some of the activities that's happening in Judea at the time. We can look at places like Nineveh, and we've got a lot of cuneiform texts from there, which can correlate some of the stuff that was happening in Judea. And we can date all three of those in correlation because, again, we've got quite good dating methods for how we establish the king lists in Egypt, because we know when Cleopatra ruled, for instance, because we've got lots of corroborating evidence from lots of different historians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So is that a better method for you? Does that give you more comfort, more reliance
when
you see stuff like that?
It may or may not be a better method. But, I think, like, if I guess it's the way, like, how we see news today, CNN as the primary news source, and there may be contradicting news sources against it. But if they do cooperate with it all around, like around the board, then you say, okay. Some people get to the point where they say, no, all those other sources are wrong and CNN is right. Or they say, wait, CNN might have gotten it wrong. So the same way I may see the Bible, I kind of see the Bible at CNN.
And I understand where you're coming from, because I'm a theist, and I know what faith is, and I'm not here to challenge your beliefs. What I look at is, and I don't have quite so many problems as you do, but sorry, it's when I always look at things in likelihood, and I think you're looking at it the same way. How likely is this to be right? Can I make a judgment on whether that's right or not, or how confident I can feel in, is that, okay, I can see where that's coming from, for instance, as I get more and more evidence.
But hey guys, I would love to talk more. I'm actually supposed to be filming.
You're about 10 minutes late because you said you had to go 15 minutes ago. I'm
like 2 hours late, but because I'm a videographer, I kind of have my own creative license sometimes. But yeah, I feel the burden that people are like calling me in their mind, like, you have this. Go.
Don't worry, we got Zulu here and here. We're not going to be lonely. I guarantee it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks for coming in.
For sure.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Justin.
All right, later, Justin.
Run away.
Is he actually getting up and walking away? I've never seen someone do that.
What, Joe?
Like usually they just leave the hangout.
Listen at you.
You don't know? You've never met Justin before, Joe?
Yeah, Steve, that's the difference between a professional videographer who will give you an exit scene and a bunch of amateurs like us.
But Joe, you've never met Justin before?
No, I remember him.
Okay, I thought so. Because, it
was a really good conversation, though.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah, Justin's got stamina. I'll give him that. He's playing in there.
66.
Now, see, do you think True would let one of y'all go into his thing for this long and sit and have a fairly reasonable conversation
Oh, fuck
like
no.
that?
Well, I think to be fair to sort of as someone who was watching most of it, I don't I wouldn't phrase it as necessarily being a fair or particularly structured conversation, but it's way better than anything True would have.
Well, yeah, you have a lot of different people, that want to interject something. Some microphones are even like louder than others, and so it's kind of hard to get everybody in. And I understand that, but I think it was okay. I didn't think it was that bad.
So Sam, I mean, what did I do wrong that I could improve? Because I don't want to be one of the dicks.
I mean, I wasn't listening to you particularly, or really anyone particularly, for what they were doing. I'd say that, and again, I'm meaning this constructive. Everything that I'm saying is constructive, right? Like, there were a lot of people, I think you and Druss, and I've told Druss, he tends to do this sometimes, is he gets really excited and he jumps in, right? And I do that too, so I try to work on that, but and not interrupt people. I thought there was a lot of interrupting and a lot of sort of lack of structure in terms of making points. And what I mean to say is that it kind of like would diverge where there were like 6 paths, but let's take, one path at a time. Like I kind of related to Justin where I kind of felt really, and I don't know how much the outside chat agrees, I kind of felt lost in listening to you guys.
No, I
you guys
thought the same thing. Because I said
so much info. I'm sorry. The end of my sentence, I'll fuck off now.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Yeah, no, I'll
jump in on
Sam gets really irritated when he's sick. You notice that? Very, very irritated.
For real.
But Steve, you do overtalk. You do overtalk people a lot, Steve. I mean, that pisses me off too. Because I come in to hang out one night. I remember a while back, and I says, "Look, I'm getting ready to go to bed. I just want to say one thing, and I'm like gonna say this thing, and I'm going to bed." And I forget whose hangout it was. It was your hangout. You were talking to somebody. So I started talking to him. I says, I only need like a minute or two. And I started talking to him, and then you just jumped in and took it over, and I'm like, fuck, Steve. I was only going to be here for another fucking 2 minutes, and you couldn't fucking wait. Like,
actually, I remember that. Somebody else said something. I addressed what Ed said, then I turned it back to you.
No, I left before that. Nobody turned it back to me. I just fucking up and left. No, I never got back to me.
Well, I think when you get into a really, really technical or highly detailed conversation, like what y'all was getting into in places, like you have a smaller group would be ideal for something that's as technical and whatever is what we was trying to do. Instead of just a general conversation.
It's an open hangout, man. It's an open hangout. People, it's going to happen. I mean, this is what happens. No, in an open hangout.
Like if you, not like if you got with Justin again and me, hey Justin, come on over. We're going to have like 3 people and we're going to talk about this stuff and explain some things to you. I can relate to him in a way that, like, some of the stuff we were talking about is like it was over his head and he had no clue. And well, I didn't either. But it just takes time to learn and grasp some of this stuff. And that's probably what he needs is to, if he wants to, if he's willing to, just to kind of learn some stuff, basics, a little here, a little there, or something about where we're coming from, maybe.
Right, but he asked something, and I was trying to explain to him, and I would have 4 or 5 other people asking him 6 different other questions. Right? That's why a lot of the confusion started going into. But that happened.
Well, the kid.
But it was still pretty good.
Yeah, the confusion was is you weren't taking it in the context of what he was saying. You were trying to get too technical.
No, I did.
Like I said, he was trying to understand how from the weight pressure of the water of the flood would that have changed radiocarbon dating.
Right, but Bob, you got to remember, I've had this discussion with him. I knew where he was going with this. I talked to him for 8 hours one time. This is nothing new. This is the same conversation we had before. So I know where he was going with this stuff.
And also, I don't think he's as sort of. I think he knows a lot more than he lets on. And if I'm wrong, Justin, I will apologise personally. But I mean, again, I would have started off if you're using measurements like Pascals. Do you know what a Pascal is? It's a good place because it's not a normal measurement. Most people don't come across it.
Well, yeah, but I assumed that he knew what a pressure was, and he did. When Sam came in and said, like, "Oh, well, explain to him this," I don't think he was I don't think he was not understanding what a pressure was.
Godzilla was
He wanted to know if the pressure of the flood would have changed the radiocarbon dating. Basically, that's all he wanted to know.
And it's funny is everybody's talking about interrupting. Everybody interrupts everybody else. I get interrupted all the fucking time. Look at me on TST. How many times does JD Kane interrupt me? How many times does Sam interrupt me? Or anybody else interrupt? Everybody gets interrupted. Deal with it. It's like people do interrupt for a specific purpose, whether it be moderation, whether it be just to make an interjection, just for some reason. Deal with it. It's like fucking A. If you're that hypersensitive where you get interrupted, then maybe you should be in Hangouts.
Yeah, but I don't talk when I interrupt. I don't talk long. I talk maybe 2 or 3 sentences, and maybe I'll wait for a reply, and I'll talk a couple more sentences, another reply, and a couple more sentences, another reply, and then I'm quiet for 10, 15 minutes. I'm not, you know.
Yeah, but
especially driving, I lose signal a lot. But
yeah, that's true. But Sam's like making talking about his criticism. All I said was, and I agree with him, and he has a conniption fit. And again, he's probably because he's sick. I don't know, but it's just like, come on.
I think he wanted to enjoy his criticizing, and he felt slighted because he got interrupted. I'm drawing that conclusion from the fact that that's pretty much what he just posted in the outside chat.
Okay, well, okay, great.
That's my evidence. Lottie sent you a message in the outside chat while I'm relaying those. She said, "Steve, thank you very much for the donation. Blah 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 blah. Now make me a mod."
Who?
Lottie says,
"Steve, me being frustrated is the fact that the irony of criticizing the idea that people can't finish a thought and then you don't let me finish a thought. That's the only reason. Like,
I said one thing.
It's not because I'm sick. Like,
but I said I agree with you.
Criticize you just. There we go again. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Your thought is very important. Go ahead.
Just go ahead. Just talk, Sam. Go ahead. Obviously, you want the floor.
No.
You got the mic. You got the mic.
It's
Go
very
ahead.
important.
No, go ahead.
That was it. I mean, I've lost the train of thought at this point. So
the irony of criticizing, I'm getting interrupted while you're criticizing people for interrupting.
Yeah, that was, essentially it.
Yeah,
like, I'm not saying that people don't interrupt, by the way. I'm saying that perhaps, from a listener's point of view, a better thing is to not interrupt people.
Mm.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, it might be worth it when we're in these type of hangouts to sort of flag up, I would like to ask a question kind of thing.
And just for future reference, Godzilla is bigger than the Ark.
And Serenity is smaller. That's really surprising.
Serenity is a small ship. So was the Enterprise.
And also cute.
Hey guys, what's up?
Unlike Babylon 5.
Babylon 5 was much bigger.
Oh yeah.
I should get a hold of Rev. I'm going by Rev. Rev lives in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm going by there today. I should stop in and see him.
Hey Wayne.
Jump in, Wayne.
Hey guys, I got some bad news. You guys hear me?
Evolution's been refuted?
No. My mom wants me to. She wants to take me to see Noah's Ark, the Answers in Genesis version.
The one in Kentucky?
Yes.
That's fantastic news. That's hilarious. And she'll pay for it?
That's a videography experience waiting to happen. Remember, you can always do the narration video. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, if somebody else is going to pay for me to go, I'd go.
Okay, thoughts, opinions?
Yeah, was your mom still a younger
I don't
creationist?
know.
Your mom's a younger creationist?
No, she doesn't care about any of that stuff. She just believes the Bible and all that stuff. She doesn't care about how old the planet is and stuff. She just wants me to go because she thinks it'll be a nice experience. And I don't want to go because I'm really upset with Answer in Genesis, and I think they lie all the time.
Yeah, and you're obviously giving them money, right? But I mean, your mom doesn't believe in any of that, but she wants you to go.
Yeah, she wants to go.
She believes in the Bible. She just doesn't believe in. She doesn't care about it.
She's not like a fundamentalist or anything like that. She's just one of the people I think the Bible just teaches that there was a flood or something like that. She's not into that stuff.
If you go there and you break out in hysterical laughter, they kick you out?
I don't know.
Just curious.
Do not wear a T-shirt with Bill Nye and the Tyson guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, that says, let us together make America smart again. Don't wear that T-shirt in there.
See, the problem I have is
T-shirt doesn't say.
Go ahead, man.
What do you say?
I was just gonna say the problem I have is that you're giving them funding, right? If you give them funding, that you're not saying that you're supporting them, obviously, but it's just I don't want to do anything that contributes to them whatsoever, right?
Right, and I don't think it's cheap either. Isn't like $100-something a ticket? That's a lot of money.
I thought it was 40.
No, I think it's
$40.
It depends. It depends on what package you buy. I think it's like $40 for a single, and then if you buy that with lunch and something else, it's like $100. You get a lunch and something, and.
By the way,
you go buy.
I just saw what Lottie said. Thank you for becoming a Patreon. You can't buy a spanner, but I will give you a spanner because you've been around for a very long time, Lottie. But it's not because you became a Patreon. Because you can't buy a spanner. But Lottie's been around for a very, very long time.
Yeah, because it's too hard to unblock all the people that get blocked, right?
I have like 4 people blocked.
No, I'm saying if you sold a spanner to like Arcane, the time it would take you to go unblock everyone.
Yeah, I have like 4 people. Ronnie was showing his list one time. It was like 80 people that he had blocked. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the spanner blocks, the live chat blocks. It's different than your
no,
blocks.
I'm talking about, yeah, that's true. That's true. But it is a pain in the ass because if you have to unblock somebody, you got to go to their YouTube page and you got to unblock them. And
I got a question. Even though you guys probably like already talked about this and I was nowhere to be found. So there's a new theory or a new model about humans coming out of Europe instead of Africa or something like that. I just saw this on Facebook.
But before we get into that, everybody say goodbye to Steve McQuack. He's been fun. We've enjoyed his presence for a very long time. But since he just cannot follow simple directions, we just have to keep putting him in timeout. It's time that we actually have to block him. So everybody say thank you, Steve, for all your entertaining comments. But Steve McQuack has to be moved because he just will not stop using caps, and it's hard to.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Number 5 on the list.
And Annabel says for £5, stop Druss from laughing at his own shit jokes for immediate effect. His jokes aren't that bad.
I would like to say I actually think it's worth way more than that, Steve. I think you need to push. Yeah. Because, come on, I am such an annoying fucker that it's worth more than £5 to shut me up laughing at my own jokes.
Doesn't mean they're not funny.
Is Zulu still in the room?
Yes.
Or is he gone?
Well, sort of. Well,
because if we want to move on to another topic, this is one I got in with Zulu and Justin the other day, and Servant, since Wayne's here too. This whole concept of I've been trying to figure it out. This whole concept of sin entering the world, right? And we are born with a sin nature. When all the Bible describes sin is just being disobedience of God's word, or transgression against God's law. So how can sin enter the world? How can sin cause a fall? How can Adam and Eve have sinned before they sinned? Because they wouldn't have had the knowledge that they were sinning before they sinned, because all it is transgression against God's word. And how are we have a sinful nature? How can you pass that down when it's just disobeying God's word? Along that whole
I
sin
agree.
thing.
I agree because I don't accept original sin, so I agree with you.
By the way, she said shite, not shit. But sorry, Druss, you're shite.
I know I am.
She made it very clear that it was
horrible human being.
That's because them English don't know how to spell correctly over there. They don't even know how to pronounce color or anything. What do you want?
Color.
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Aluminum.
No, I hate to say it. Aluminium is actually probably the more precise way to say it, but I hate that.
It sounds better.
You walk into a convenience store and say, "Where's your aluminium paper?" Yeah.
Color? Is that color? Is that what you make Black Russians out of?
That's what it sounds like. No?
Color. This sounds proper, doesn't it?
And an advertisement.
I like advertisement better than advertisement, actually.
It's just because we don't use it a lot, so something new always sounds better.
And this whole fucking thing about lorry, it's a truck, all right? Get it straight. You're not driving your girlfriend around. You're driving a fucking truck.
I dated a girl named Lori that was big as a truck.
Yeah, I dated a girl named Truck. So.
Why don't you put things in boots like every other civilized human being?
Yeah. Civilized.
You put your foot in the
boot. My
God,
you know? Sorry, someone just laughed at my joke. Don't do that. You must not laugh at any of my jokes. They're shite.
Do British people say shite because they just want to seem like not proper to say shit? Is that
No,
what it is?
shite tends to be more Midlands North. So in the South, it's more common to say shit, but it's kind of a colloquial thing.
Oh, okay. You there's British people, huh?
Yeah.
And now Annabelle's annoyingly said something in the chat that I kind of agree with. Sorry, you are all about Neanderthals.
It's English.
Did she hear
what I like about
America just took English and made it better. That's all.
She didn't hear. You know what I like about being on the mobile is I don't see the live chat. So fuck you all in the live chat.
You can't ever get a live chat on their mobile.
No, but can't see the live chat on mobile at all.
I don't
see.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see the. I'd have to leave the Hangout app and go into the YouTube app and bring up the YouTube app and try and watch the. But I'm in a mobile drive and I can't read it either.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So it's funny. It's funny. I tell the people, fuck them assholes in the live chat because they can say all they want in there. I ain't gonna respond because I don't hear it. It ain't gonna bother me one bit. So.
Yeah, I know you don't see the internal group chat on a phone, but I didn't remember that you.
Nope, don't see that one either.
Chat either.
I could I'd have to switch things. I could go to the external chat. I could go to the YouTube page in the live chat, pull that up, but then I couldn't. Then I'd have to go back to the Hangout to mute myself or turn the camera or whatever, and then keep switching back and forth. It's just.
So, Justin,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does anyone know, like, going back to the conversation we had, when the first, like, large seaworthy vessels were made, like, because the Ark was, almost 500 feet. And obviously it couldn't have been seaworthy.
What was the first largest seaworthy ship?
Yeah. I mean, it was like...
It was all steel, I know that. Gus would know. Gus knows that one. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was a British ship.
Yeah,
I didn't quite catch the question.
I don't think they had too many transatlantic made out of wood.
Wasn't it HMS Britain?
The Vikings had big ships, right?
What was it, Russ?
If you're talking about the first iron ship, wasn't it? There was a couple of American frigates that were ironclad, and I know the first really, really big ship was the HMS Britain, which was a liner by an Isambard Kingdom Brunel. But I'm not sure if that's the earliest. It's not really a period I'm very good at.
There was I think they call them frigates, had a whole lot of sails on it, made of wood, completely wood, called the Wyoming. And counting the whatever that is that sticks out in the front, it was about 400 feet. And it kept leaking. The ship would flex. We made out of wood, of course. They had to keep bilge pumps going all the time to keep the thing from sinking. Finally, it sunk and took all hands with it. The Ark was, and the Ark was a lot longer.
How long? Go ahead. I was going to say, how long is the Ark, and are there any ships longer than the Ark today?
The Ark was
450 feet.
Yeah, 500. Yeah, but see, this is talking about just wooden boats. The Queen Mary 2 is over 11, but it's made of steel or whatever.
I think Vikings were the first ones to build big boats.
No, we had
the Phoenicians, right?
Yeah, I mean you can go back further than that. I mean, Phoenicians are sort of your 1200 BC. You can go back before that, and you still have quite large boats. And the Egyptians had some pretty big boats that we've dug up that are over 2000 BC.
So here was the one.
I probably missed it. I probably missed it. What was? Yeah, I probably missed it because my phone signal. What was the largest wooden ship ever built? Was it bigger or smaller? Was it bigger or smaller than the Ark?
Ark is bigger than Wyoming.
Smaller than the Ark.
Yeah, Ark is bigger than Wyoming.
The actual body of it was about 300 feet long. The ark was over 500 feet.
About two arcs could fit in the Titanic, give or take. About 2 or 3 for the Queen Mary. Queen Mary 2.
The Wyoming finally sunk. So here's Wyoming, this ship made, state-of-the-art wooden ship, made by these cats that make boats and stuff and all this stuff, and it couldn't stay afloat without bill spines. Finally sunk. And then here's the ark, which is about 200 feet more longer, and made by Noah and his sons and daughters, and I don't think they had anyone else helping. And it floated and had a shitload of animals too, to boot.
Well, now we know what the elephants did.
And you know what Mac Thomas used to tell me, that because we bring up the point, well, how come nobody else built a boat? How come there weren't other survivors? And Mac Thomas would say, well, it never rained before the flood. There was nobody built boats back then. So I was like,
well, where did the water go for the plants?
I don't. Well, it would come up out of the ground. It would seep up out of the ground for the plants, but no flood. So they didn't know how to build boats. So then I'm like, well, then how did no one know how to build boats? Like, well, God told them,
Well, like you said, when God is the answer to everything, you can pretty much make anything work, right?
Yeah. I like blue magic.
Well, you can say, I believe by faith that the flood actually happened, and the Bible is literally true. Okay, well,
no, you guys all got it wrong. They could just say God used the power of creation science.
Oh, but if they want to try to convince, like this group, you're going to have to come up with more than just your faith.
Well, they call it creation science, so they're supposed to be relating it using science, right? They're not supposed to be relating it just by faith. That's the point. That's the whole thing behind creation science, is that they don't want to have to rely on faith. They want to show scientifically with empirical evidence, right?
Yeah, and my whole point is that if you want to just claim faith and in God, fine. That's go. All right, we're done then.
Hey.
You believe God, made the animals sleep for a year, made them all hibernate, so you didn't have to worry about feeding them or cleaning the bathroom, and there was enough oxygen on that. That little window caused enough oxygen for them all to breathe. And then when they got off, the mountains and plants were all there for them to survive. Say God did it, then that's cool.
Annabel was actually asking something about if she could buy, a dress to get kicked out, how much it would cost. Because it's Annabelle's birthday, and because I love Annabelle, Dress, I like you, man, but for Annabelle's birthday, I'm going to do it for free, and I'm kicking you out. There he goes. There you go. I kicked him out, Annabelle, just for you, because it's your birthday.
That's harsh.
How do you like that?
We sang for you too, Annabelle.
I'm not going to have anybody's jokes to laugh at anymore now.
I'm not going to mention that he had to go, and that he actually wanted me to ask, but they wanted to.
I was going to say, I was like, wow.
Well, you weren't supposed to say.
I had to.
You just
I don't
screwed
want
it all
people to think
up.
I'm that much of a dick. But
you could have let it. You could have let it.
Present to her.
Yeah, you could have let it. You could have let it simmer for a day or two.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of like a fine stew or something, let it simmer.
Yeah.
Gumbo.
That did feel pretty good, though. I got to bounce Dress more often. Every time he tells a bad joke.
Just him.
I don't think his jokes are that bad. I just don't really get them sometimes. Other people do, so they can't be too bad. They're British.
The hillbilly didn't stick too long earlier. He kept. I heard him voice up a couple times. He said, "How many creatures do you think were on the boat?" Right? And then nobody would answer him, so he kind of left.
Yeah.
But,
well, I mean, Justin didn't have an answer for that either. I mean, he'll say several thousand, but
he was getting crazy on that the off-air hangout we had with Xbox the other day.
Hillbilly?
He was getting. Yeah.
I didn't know he wasn't back around. This is the first time I've seen him in.
Yeah, he was getting in it. I've never been in a room with him before, so I was like, "Whoa, who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah, I was in off-air hangout with him yesterday in Zulu, and we were talking about sin. What is sin? And how does sin enter the world? And then we got to go on, because I kept explaining to these people. They go, "Well, you guys go, you guys choose to go to hell, and your sin sends you to hell." And I'm like, "No, it doesn't, right? Because all you have to do is believe in God, repent of your sins, and with all your heart truly ask for forgiveness, you get to go to heaven. No matter, you could murder, rape, and kill a whole entire freaking village. As long as you repent and believe in God, and give yourself over, you're going to heaven. So it has nothing to do with the sins you've done or the sins you might do. It's all about whether you believe in God or not. I mean, with Justin, I couldn't figure him out about it. We were talking about, because there's no sorrow, no pain, no suffering, no sin, no evil in heaven. And then you're going to be a different person, because part of what makes you who you are is your sorrow and your pain and your suffering that you go through as part of your personality. So you're going to have a new changed personality in heaven. You're not going to be the same thing. So why are we going through all this down here? Why didn't God just put us up there in the first place?
Well, there's a lot of unanswered questions, but I don't mind the unanswered questions. I mind that Justin is just inconsistent, and he's so ad hoc. Everything he gives for an explanation is completely ad hoc and just doesn't make any sense from any perspective.
Well, he was trying to tell me it's not he was trying to tell me your personality is not going to change. I says, well, yeah, because part of your personality is how you suffer and your empathy and how the sin, the pain you go through is part of your personality.
Yeah.
Besides the happiness.
Yeah, and if you're in heaven and your other family members are in hell, and you're going to feel that, but I guess you don't have those emotions, so you just be sitting up there grinning while your family's burning in hell.
Or you can just be a universalist that think all people are going to heaven, and that way you don't have to worry about that problem, right?
Justin's a 7-day Adventist, and he believes in annihilation. So,
one explanation I heard was that they talk about the books being open and everything being revealed. Well, like your family members that are not with you in heaven, you will see their life revealed before you, and you will see what they did or didn't do, and you will agree, and that will lead you to agree with God that they should suffer in heaven. No, not
I don't buy that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doesn't feel right. It just means you're a robot. You're like an animatron or whatever they call this thing.
But in a way, I can understand that, because I don't feel loss of people who've died. It doesn't bother it. It's like I don't. People who die, it doesn't mean anything to me. People who are in pain and suffering, I can feel that. But when someone's dead, there's no emotion there at all for me. I don't know what's screwed up in my head. So I can kind of understand what heaven would be like with someone's dead. But if they were going through pain and suffering, that I would know. That I feel.
You make a good what do they call it? Sociopath, psychopath.
I
kill without remorse.
Bob's a sociopath.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've answered that to people a couple of times, and is probably the only reason I wouldn't kill people is because of how their family members would feel. It's not whether they're dead or not. It's just their family members and what they feel.
Goodness.
I wouldn't give a shit if I killed you, Wayne, but I'd be upset. Your mom would be upset. That's
right.
That's the only reason I don't kill you, Wayne. Just to let you know.
But if my family members are dead, then he'll just kill me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fair, right?
Yeah, if you got nobody, if it came down to it, you had nobody to miss you or suffer loss.
I wonder if the Scott Bob stunt has stamps for every pedestrian. Stamp. Did you see it?
Right. You can pass it on your hand.
Like the old ace pilots used to do. They put a thing on the side of their airplane showing how many kills they had.
I got little markings on the bottom of my door,
Do you remember that movie? That movie back in the 80s, it was like Death Ride, or I forget what it's called, but it was a contest where they'd all drive across country and they had to run over people.
Death Race. Yeah, Death Race 2000.
Yes. Yeah, they had the score sheets and everything. Wait, was it David Carradine? I think it was. Yes, that movie's crazy.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, that was a crazy movie.
David Carradine was Frankenstein. Yep. Yeah.
And remember the Toxic Avenger movies?
Yep. Sylvester Stallone was in that Death Race 2002. He was Joey or Johnny something or another.
I'll have to watch that.
Get over it. Go on, move. So.
They're remaking a few movies, I heard.
Well, I just started watching Rick and Morty on the recommendation of Hogtie, and I'm on season 1, episode 11, so I'm pretty much almost through season 1. I don't know what to make of it. I weirdly like it an awful lot, actually. I really do think it's really good, but it's just bizarre.
Is it a cartoon or is it an actual show?
It's a
cartoon.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it's
yeah, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. That.
It's creepy on a lot of different levels.
Yes, it is, right?
Really creepy, but it's obviously like meant to be way the fuck out there, and it definitely is. So I do like that, I guess.
What's cool is going on YouTube and looking up like short films, like animated short films. There's some crazy claymations and amazing little movies. Sometimes just like go through them because there's some crazy alien stuff.
Rick and Morty? Rick and Morty?
No, I think I've just seen like advertisements for it, but I'll check it out.
It's got a hell of a following, a cult following.
I follow it. Rick and Morty is awesome.
It's bizarre.
It's like a really fucked up version of Back to the Future.
Yeah, like if you're on acid, right? Yeah, exactly.
I want to make Fear and Loathing Las Vegas into like an animation. No, that was great the way it was.
Well, I told you I finally watched Suicide Squad the other day, right?
Yeah.
How'd you like it?
I thought Harley Quinn was brilliant. I thought she did an exceptional job, whatever the name was, the actress. I thought the movie itself, while it was entertaining, was very disjointed. It didn't gel everything together very well.
Well, I think they had to try and explain too much in a short time.
That might be true.
So they ran through it all as quick as possible. Show everyone, how they were imprisoned, how they got them together. Then they had to come up with this scenario where they need, it was just they didn't have enough time. It should have been like a 2 or 3 part sequel. That would have been better.
Yeah, and I didn't like the way they did the Enchantress. That was just kind of.
Well, yeah, because they had to have the villain at the end and they had to destroy it, but they didn't give the story for the villain or anything.
Exactly.
That's why it should have been a 2 or 3 part.
Well, DC's also been notorious for making bad movies anyway.
Yeah, there was no character building for her whatsoever. I mean, I'm just gonna stab her heart, and this is gonna control her. How? What is that? Where does that come from? What's the basis behind that? There's no development on her character whatsoever. And she was actually, in the original series, she's an anti-hero. She's a very powerful witch.
I think Deadpool's probably one of the best movies that in that genre. I really like Deadpool.
Really I've heard Logan was supposed to be really good. I have yet to watch it.
Yeah, Logan was good. Logan was awesome.
What was Logan?
I don't think it was awesome because of the action scene. I think it was awesome because, like Steve said, like the character development was very well thought out, well planned.
I don't understand how Logan is getting old. I don't understand that.
Yeah, right.
The adamantium is inhibiting his healing factor, so he eventually ages and dies from that, I believe.
Oh, so it does start. It doesn't help him anymore. It starts causing him problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he could heal in an instant, right? He gets shot with a bullet or whatever, he'd heal that second. So it would seem like he would never grow old. He'd be stuck that age.
Which one's Logan?
Well, if you go by the
Wolverine.
With the little girl.
Oh, Logan from Wolverine. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Wolverine Origins.
Yeah.
As far as I know, going by the comics, if he didn't have the adamantium in his body, he'd heal like even faster than what he does as it is.
Well,
I thought effectively immortal.
I thought the adamantium gave him the healing and the steel knuckles.
No. That it gave it
he had bone.
Bound with his skeletal structure, but the healing factor is what kept him alive during the experiment to bind it. If it wasn't that, he would have died.
Because he was fighting just with his bones back in the day, with his brother.
Yeah, he had the was more like spears instead of like claws, what they are in the movies.
His brother's Beast, right? Was it Beast?
No, his brother's Sabretooth.
Sabretooth, I mean, yeah. Sabretooth.
Yeah, he's got a similar healing factor, just not as effective.
That was a great movie too with those two. That was great. I like that one.
Yeah.
Like the big boxing guy.
Yeah, and then they kind of took a bit of a step back with the first iteration of Deadpool.
Okay. Well, I mean, that doesn't make any sense either because he grew up from a boy, right? And so he aged as a boy, so he would have kept aging even before the adamantium.
Well, he aged to a certain point, and then once his healing factor kicked in, his aging process slowed down.
Yeah,
his healing factor heals him quickly, and he lives longer. It works weird that way. The only thing it doesn't heal properly is his brain. He was, in one of the movies, he was shot in the head with an adamantium bullet multiple times, and he survived, but it screwed up his memories.
Well, anyways, guys, it is time to bring this open hangout to a close.
Yeah, I was going to say movie talk with Steve McRae.
No, actually, well,
I joined and I killed the hangout.
I'm having music talk with Maldy sometime near the end of next week. We're having he has a serious philosophy of music or something, and he invited me on, and we're going to be talking about progressive rock.
Put the link on that. I love music.
Steve, I was hoping you were going to talk about the geological column when you mentioned progressive rock.
No.
Boo.
But I grew up listening to groups like Zebra, Rush, Triumph, Vermilion, Status Quo, Uriah Heep, Roxy Music, Crocus,
Soundgarden.
So, no, Soundgarden was much later, dude. Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, and Audio Slave came back when I was actually living in Seattle or Bremerton, not far from Seattle.
I'm young.
So that was much later. What's that?
How old are you?
47.
Oh,
What's that?
Yeah, I was listening to Led Zeppelin in Chicago and Deep Purple. When I was
I like Chicago.
I had Led Zeppelin. I had Masters of Reality with Black Sabbath on 8-track. Loved Foreigner, Boston. All those. We're going to be more on the progressive rather than the British wave. But
hey, Steve, I lived in Kent.
ELO and Triumph.
Yeah.
Remember Kent, Washington? I lived there.
Stuart Scott said Alan Parsons Project. That was I had every album. I think they even put out one time. I mean, they're
I'm the eye in the sky looking at you.
Serious.
Yeah.
The one thing I like about Alan Parsons Project
Jethro Tull, Frank Zappa.
Alan Parsons had a lot of diversification. I mean, no two albums were alike.
Yeah.
You know.
I like Christopher Cross. I did like Christopher Cross.
Sailing.
Yes, takes me away to where I'll be. This is the night my body's weak. I love that one too.
I remember Christopher Cross. How about okay? How about Donnie Iris?
Wow.
Does anybody remember Donnie Iris? No.
Sing it for us.
Alea.
Oh shit.
It starts with a really heavy bass line. Here we go again. Alea. You're looking better than anybody has a right to. No.
I like Moody Blues.
Oh yeah, I had the Moody Blues.
The Moody.
Oh yeah. Nights and white sun.
Gemini, Ride My Seesaw.
Blues.
Ride.
Oh, I got a question. I got a trivia question. Who was the lead singer of Genesis, the original lead singer?
Oh, I just know Phil Collins. I don't know who the original was.
It was. Oh my God. The guy that did Sledgehammer.
Oh, Peter Gabriel.
Yeah, Peter Gabriel. He was the original.
You know what I did?
You said Phil Collins?
Phil Collins was after Peter
Genesis.
Gabriel.
Oh. Yeah, I only know Phil Collins and the guy who made all those Disney songs.
Yeah, I remember now. I never remember that now. I would have.
Elton John.
So some people in the light chat said Bread, Seals and Croft. Yeah, Bread I really liked a lot. Matter of fact, Diary is one of my all-time favorite songs. You remember Diary by Bread?
What what's the difference between the progressive rock and the classic rock and heavy metal rock and all that?
Progressive had a lot more of instrumentals as far as keyboards. I mean, the three-man band that like Triumph and Rush really pushed the keyboard aspect and playing different parts that were able to be actually done in studio. Matter of fact, like the song Tom Sawyer was actually written to be played in studio in real time with the keyboard backing. The only thing that was different would be the vocals, because Geddy Lee was actually singing multiple parts, but the music itself was heavy on that keyboard. So progressive did a lot with that keyboard type sound. Deep Purple, and then classical rock was more of the guitar centered things. Groups like obviously like Boston would be classic rock.
AC/DC,
Crocus. But anyways, we're going to be talking about those kind of things on Hangout, which I think will be interesting because I do like music. I do like those topics.
I love music.
I got to brush up my trivia. Like, okay, for example, who was the? I'm gonna ask Mowdy this if he knows, but because he likes Rush. But who was the first drummer for Rush? What was his name?
Neil Peart. Oh.
No, first of all, it's Neil Peart, but he was the second drummer.
Peart,
yeah, Neil Peart. But who was the first drummer before him? It was on the original album Rush.
Oh, I don't know.
John Rutsey.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I like trivia.
Yeah.
Fucking assholes.
Everything I learned about old music, I've learned through my parents. Oh, there you go. The horn. Something happened.
Bob's blowing his horn.
Yeah. Well, this asshole pulls out because he don't have to slow down. But he slowed me down from 70 to 60, so he don't have to fucking slow down.
Those people are always fun.
He has family. You can't kill him. Remember.
Yeah.
You don't know that.
So if he
I don't know that. Yeah.
If he has family. Yeah, progressive. Yeah, theological cognitivist or Theodon Cobb said progressive would also rely on program music and time.
Fucking idiot.
But yeah, I mean, I like talking about the old music groups because I mean I just grew up listening to a lot of bands and a lot of albums. The only concerts I've ever been to, though, I went to Rush Power Windows Tour, circa 1984, and then I saw Nazareth, if you guys remember that group.
Wow. I saw Metallica, Seventh Row. That was great. Their live shows awesome.
Oh,
Kiss live shows are great.
Oh, when Ride the Lightning came out, I was like, this is brilliant.
Yeah,
circa 1987, I think, give or take.
Yeah.
Hell, I even went to Christian concerts with my sister. I seen Stryper and Petra.
There you go.
I was never a big fan of Steve either. I don't know why. Certain groups never really resonated with me. Stryper didn't. Wasp didn't. I mean, they all had some songs that I would like, but it's just like even like groups like Slayer. I was not a Slayer fan, but everybody likes
I wasn't
Rain and
either.
Oh, dude, I'm a huge Slayer fan.
Rain and Blood and South of Heaven, good songs, but the rest I really could take or leave. You know.
I just went and seen them in concert a couple months ago. So
I thought you'd be more of a Motorhead.
Oh yeah, Motorhead too. I'm in hell pretty much all heavy metal, Anthrax, Death Angel, Nuclear Assault.
That's why you have no empathy. There you go. No shit.
Yeah.
Testament, Sabotage. Those are the groups I listen to.
Guar.
Yeah, Sepultura, King Diamond.
Sepultura is good. No, okay. No,
yeah. Flotsam and Jetsam, Faster Pussycat. You know, it's
Faster
a lot of the hair
Pussycat
bands too.
Wasn't that heavy.
No, I mean I liked a lot of the hair bands too. I mean, so I was into the hair bands, and I liked the heavy metal. Now I'm still into the heavy metal, but I'm into a lot of the death and the black metal. Norwegian
I just like
death
something that has a
metal
good beat to it. There's a good rhythm. You know, something that sounds good. It stands out.
80s music is. Oh, I love 80s music. It has everything you want almost.
Yeah, the lyrics aren't important to me. It's the speed and the beat of the song.
Ride the Lightning was 1984. Yeah, that sounds about right because I was probably in 9th grade, I guess, when that came out. So that sounds about right. Ride the Lightning was great.
And Suicidal Tendencies.
The best concert I went to was Deftones.
I don't know.
It was better than Metallica. It was one of the best. It was one of the best shows. Like going into it, I didn't think it was going to be that great, but they're amazing.
But if
just some bands, are good.
If I had one
Some
album,
bands
though,
just blow your mind.
If you had one album, actually, you know what? Pick 3 albums. My 3 albums, if I had to pick on a desert island, would be Ride the Lightning, Peace of Mind by Iron Maiden, and Rush Moving Pictures.
Oh, that's
Led
hard
Zepp
to do.
2.
Man, The Wall would have to be there because I just love The Wall.
I wish you were here.
I like Frank Zappa, Thingfish.
Oh, Judas Priest.
And Joe's Garage. Zappa, Joe's Garage, those are good ones too.
I like Pearl Jam 10 probably.
And Justin Bieber's latest.
Justin Bieber's latest, yeah.
Get
out.
Like Pearl
Get
Jam.
out!
Don't laugh at
No
my
audio
jokes.
slave.
Give me mind control. I'm kicking them. I'm booting them.
Tom just mentioned Judas Priest, which is funny because I just listened to the entire album "Screaming for Vengeance" like a week ago or so. The entire album I was listening to.
Guns N' Roses' greatest
breaking
hits.
the law.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
I saw that concert too.
Electric eye. That's what was actually on a different album.
But
I took my mom for her
some of
birthday
the old
to see ZZ Top and George Thorogood.
Yeah, come on. Some of the old, I've seen Guar. I've seen back when I was in the old days, Nuclear Assault, Napalm Death.
Napalm Death.
Yeah.
How about Nightwish?
Black Sabbath.
If you've never heard Nightwish, oh my God, are they so good?
Queensryche.
Oh, I love Queensryche.
Queensryche, yeah.
Queensryche was amazing. But he had a 4-octave range, and his mom was an opera singer. So I mean,
yeah.
But go look at a group called Nightwish. They have a song called
Journey.
"If I Had an Angel." Her name is Tarja. She's one of the greatest soprano singers of all time, and she's hot.
You know who's really good is go. I forgot. Damn it.
So Steve likes our operatic rock then.
Yeah, I do like operatic rock. Well, especially Nightwish. I mean, like I said, Tarja, God, can she sing? And she does professional operatic. So yeah.
Disturbed is really good live. Like his voice is amazing. That new Sound of Silence.
Sound of Silence is brilliant.
Yeah, that's a good song. He did a good
man,
remake of that.
live, he's amazing live. He might be one of the best vocals. Well, Chris Cornell was really good live too.
But he's doing. I mean, he's doing the whole country thing now, though, isn't he?
He's dead now.
No, he's not talking about Chris. He's talking about the guy from Disturbed.
The singer for Disturbed. Wasn't it a singer for Disturbed?
No, he's kind of. Is he? I just saw the last I heard of him, which doing the Sounds of Silence, and then he's got like an opera type thing going on, or I don't know. But he has like an operatic like vibe. I didn't know he was doing a country thing though.
Yeah, I might be somebody else I'm thinking about then.
Yeah, I hope not.
He's not gone all Eddie Vedder on us, has he?
Yeah, right.
Shit.
Eddie Vedder was never really a great singer though. He made good music, but when that Temple of the Dog, when they were both singing live on stage, Chris Cornell and him, like Chris Cornell blew him out of the water. Like he actually stopped singing as loud so he could oversing him.
Do you remember the group Eagles of Death Metal?
I don't listen to death metal.
Who?
It's called Eagles of Death Metal.
Oh, no.
No, they were a popular local band, a popular band in California, and they had a song called English Girl that they wrote. And I actually knew her, that the song that she was. I mean, I actually took her on a date actually a couple times. It was so funny because they were a really big group in Palm Springs, and that song was actually written for her. She was a friend of mine. It's a long story behind that particular song and group. But I was wondering if you guys ever heard of them.
No.
They were okay back. It was Jesse Helm and Josh Hume were their names.
No, I managed a band for like a year in Portland, Oregon. It was fun. It was probably the most fun I've had in a while. I mean, it's unlike anything else.
Yeah, I just went and seen Testament, Sepultura, and Prong in concert.
Oh. I've always wanted to see
Testament
Sepultura.
or Testament tape, yeah. They were a little bit much. I didn't care for the vocals. I think the vocals kill a lot of songs because I'm not a huge fan of death metal, and so the vocals are just overpowering the music.
Yeah, when they're like,
yeah, exactly. I love the heavy guitar.
I watched some girl that was doing that. for it.
Some girls. Some girls. Sorry, I got wild with the wrong thread there. Some bands can make that work. You know, there's some death metal bands that can actually do that and actually, you know, and you go, yeah. But a lot of it is just screaming.
Yeah, listen to Arch Enemy. There's a female singer in Arch Enemy. She's really good. The old singer. I mean, they got the new singer over there. I forget their names, but I like the older singer better for Arch Enemy.
Oh, Concrete Blonde. I love Concrete Blonde was really good. I'm thinking of 80s music now.
I remember Four Non-Blondes.
Four Non-Blondes was great. I'll sing Four Non-Blondes when I'm drunk at karaoke.
We all do. You know.
Yeah. Did you know that she makes the music?
You know.
Do you know that she writes the music for? She wrote "Beautiful," "I Am Beautiful," no matter what you say. That song for Christina Aguilera. She wrote that song, and she writes like Pink songs also.
I didn't know that.
She's like amazing. Yeah, she's still writing songs. She does for like a lot of big time people I didn't even know about. Her name is Perry. Something Perry. Damn it.
Steve Perry? That was at least
Journey. Hey, so there you go. Yeah, Journey, yeah. He had a voice.
Do you see the kid they got? That Filipino kid they replaced? You know, well, it didn't replace him. He was like 3 or 4 singers later. But I mean, God, does he sound like him? It's scary how good that guy is.
That's the same scenario as Alice in Chains. That guy, I mean, really no one can be like, you know, the original. But that guy, Alice in Chains, is singing for now, is amazing. He is really good. Alice in Chains, I know Alice in Chains would be, Unplugged would be the third I'd bring. God, that's a good album. MTV Unplugged, when they used to have music, you know?
Yeah, MTV back in the day when they actually had music.
Yeah, Unplugged was the best. Remember, like, they'd have 10,000 Maniacs, and they'd have all the great bands. Natalie Merchant, she was the shit. Whew.
I liked, what's her name, Quinn? Martha Quinn? Yeah, we liked Martha Quinn back in the day. So what was the first song that MTV ever played? I think I know this one.
Video Killed the Radio Star?
Yeah.
No, it was Van Halen. I thought it was Van Halen.
No, it's Video Killed the Radio Star. Yeah. That's a good question. They'll ask some people sometimes.
What was the last song MTV? What was the last video song MTV played?
God, Video Killed the Radio Star? No, sure. No,
I don't think they play any videos on there anymore, do they?
No, they don't even do Real World anymore. All it is like scripted bullshit drama.
Which band did Video Kill the Radio Star?
That's a good question.
See, being British, I know the answer. Because it's great. Animal.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, that's just cheating.
The name of the band that did Video Kill the Radio Star.
Oh, the Buggles.
And Steve is right.
Good job. I'm on better just with names of songs. Or I could sing the song if I don't know it.
Tell you a band I liked from that period of time, that's Big Country. They were a good band.
Was who?
Big Country.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know if you know. Yeah, I saw them in concert in Glasgow. Very cool band.
Didn't Big Country do the Cops theme song? Was that Big Country?
Probably.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
No, that's not Big Country. Don't think it is, anyway. Not now, more got. They did Big Country, Weather Waves the Same, a lot of albums. It's the ex-lead singer of the Skids, if you go back to punk times in the 70s.
Oh, no, I didn't even think about punk music. Oh, man, there's so many good punk bands, too.
Oh, see.
I was Pennywise is the shit. I love Pennywise live. That's a good show live, too. The guitar player's fucking huge. He's like 6'6", like 300 pounds, huge, and his guitar looks like a little like toy guitar in his hand.
What was that band Brody Daly played in? What was the name of that band?
Oh my, Brody Daly. Oh, damn it! I'm gonna have to look it up. I think I know who you're talking about.
The only punk bands I remember are the Sex Pistols, a group called the Dwarves, and Excel, because I knew the drummer.
Skids, Ramones.
I remember the Ramones.
Cars. No, that's Cars isn't.
Try to think what Greg played. Greg was a friend of mine, Greg Sinez. He was a drummer for the Dwarves and Excel, but he also played for a bigger band. I can't fucking remember the name of the band.
Yeah, I just here to take out the logo from me.
My dad back in the day, he used to sell certain things to bands, and he was dating Stevie Nicks for like 3 months. I got pictures of them together and everything. Yeah, my mom and him. He left my mom for like 3 months, and my mom dated the guy that's the lead singer of the band. That's the Candy song. Oh my god! Wait a second, I'll think of it.
The Candy song.
We are pedophiles.
You ready?
Don't
There's your
that,
joke.
man.
How did you get back in here? No.
Brody Daly was in the Distiller, so that's the one.
But you know the band that we forgot, if you're going to talk about punk bands, and that's the Dead Kennedys. How the fuck
yeah,
the Dead Kennedys. The Butthole Surfers.
Oh, there's the song. Butthole Surfers. Hell yeah.
Anti-Nowhere League.
I thought of the song. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got whatever in my tummy. That song. She dated that guy. What my dad would say, Stevie Nicks. Something Fruit Gum Factory is the name of the band. It's back in the day, I guess.
It's actually amazing how many punk bands became something completely different.
Yeah.
Like Green Day, when they switched over to mainstream, they like lost half their fans, calling them sellouts.
The same thing happened with Korn. But Korn wasn't really punk though.
Gary Newman went from being punk to electronic.
Hey Steve, you know Korn, right?
Yeah,
Korn's there in Bakersfield.
Bakersfield
there.
Korn has some pretty
They were
good songs.
They were LAPD back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Green Day, but I think it's not that I care they sold out, but I thought a lot of their songs got to be a little too political and a little bit too boring.
Yeah, same with Rage Against Machines. Rage Against Machines was the shit live.
Oh, fuck with
Yes. Yo, you saw
I saw them at Glastonbury.
That's amazing. Amazing show. But
I
you know
wanna
who
see-
beat them? Oh, go for it.
Well, Rage is back on tour. They got a couple of guys from Public Enemy and a couple of guys from Rage Against the Machine. It's called Rage. I forget what they're calling themselves now, but they're on tour.
We have the guitar player, Munez or whatever his name is. He's great at guitar. He was an Audio Slave, right? Yeah. But damn it, who was I thinking of? Oh, I like this music talk. It's one thing I know about. Nice.
Do you remember the group Sabotage?
Sabotage, yes.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Sabotage.
One of
No, I know. I remember the song Sabotage.
They were
There was Sabotage. Yeah, I was gonna say there was Sabotage, Man of War.
Man of War, okay.
Oh, Man of War, God.
Okay.
Donington, 1984.
I got you.
Donington, 1984. Rainbow, Man of War, Angel Dust. I think Queensryche were there as well.
Thunder 7.
Yeah. Fucking
Was it? No,
amazing.
Was it Thunder? Where's the fucking Angel Sevenfold? Or where the hell the group was?
Avenged Sevenfold.
Sevenfold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever heard of Spear of Destiny?
Isn't that what killed
but I
Jesus?
played Destiny.
Spear of Destiny.
No.
Band. That's a really good band. Look them up. They've done some absolute killer songs.
You guys heard of Seven Dust?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, they're great live too. I hung out backstage with them. They're pretty cool. They're they're cool. Cold.
I mentioned I seen Gwar in concert. I seen Gwar in concert with the original singer at Harpo's in Detroit. And Harpo's has got this dance floor that's lower than the rest of the bar. It's like kind of almost like a basement area. Well, during the concert, Gwar is this huge theatrical concert. They were spraying water everywhere, but it was colored water, right?
Yeah, it was
So
like
they
blood,
had,
right?
they cut up these creatures and they'd squirt blood, and there was an inch of water on the floor, and they were just spraying everyone in the audience. I mean, they were, spraying piss-colored water out of this big funky phallus, and it was a great show.
All right, guys, we got to end this. So I'm gonna give somebody the last word. Who's gonna have the last word? You know what? I'm gonna give it to Bob today.
All right, people, I'm driving down the road, stay out of my way, and suck my balls.
There you go. Suck his balls.
Suck balls.
Suck his balls.